Hey, how's it going?
Hey Zink, hey Carlo, what's up? Are we gonna see if anybody else hops in the space before we begin, or
Yeah, probably I
Yeah, I
was thinking
mean,
about it. Just
we can see.
we can just shoot the
They
shit for a
might, maybe they'll
bit,
join later.
and yeah, just wait for people to jump on.
yeah, for sure. So I got to like chapter 6. I was like reading it, and but like I mean I've read it before, so I mean there's no
Yeah,
real
no,
surprises. So
I was reviewing it too, and I'd meant to get quicker. So like, yeah, like I ended up reviewing it kind of like almost on double speed. But of course, yeah, I'd read it probably a couple times before, obviously.
right.
So yeah,
Hey,
I
Clear, how are
I
you?
I didn't review it, but like have read this 3 times. So well, I read it twice, and then I listened to it. Do you guys know 1Q4, a book by Haruki Murakami? That was supposed to be inspired by this, right? So like when that book came out, I read 1984 again, like in preparation for 1Q84. And it turns out like 1Q84 has nothing to do with it. Like it's just like a couple of references, like random, right? Like little like winks here and there. But like 1Q84 is like a complete postmodernist thing. Like it's just super unrelated. So I mean, I still reread 1984, which was great. But yeah, that's the story. Like I kind of read it for nothing. I mean, defeating the purpose for which I read it.
yeah.
Sorry, Carlo,
Well,
what's that? 1Q84. Sorry, what's it called again?
Yeah,
yeah, it's one
one
Q
Q
eighty
eighty four.
four.
Yeah, and it's
Okay,
Haruki Murakami just writing this very surreal story, and like it's he kind of takes like the concept of one on 1984 like very like abstract, right? Where like wait, I
right,
don't want to spoil 1Q84 too much, but like that idea that like like your reality, like it's like smashed to bits, right? Like everything it's kind of like false. Like he takes that concept, but like
right,
it's not dystopian in the sense that 1984 is, right? Like not at all. It's like something just like more like surrealist and like like more on the like yeah, experimental playing with the subconscious side. Like, and I just thought that like because he said that it was inspired in 1984, I just thought it would be like more, like more referential, more derivative, but like not really. It was just like very vague. But yeah, it's still a great book though. Many people hate it; they find it very meandering, but I'm very biased with Murakami because I just love his like the way he explores like the subconscious, right? Like to me, it's kind of like an acid trip with his books, right? Like it's like like things kind of don't make sense too much, but like they tap onto your subconscious. So if you don't think about it too much and you just kind of like kind of kind of let it like wash through a bit, it's like oh my god, like yeah, like then you think about it more and like it's a lot like like in between like your gut feeling and like like your subconscious. So that's what I love about his books. But anyways, I like him a lot. Maybe we can do one of his stories one day. He's a great writer.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with them, but I've never actually read one. So yeah, we probably will do one at some point because I've always meant to, but yeah, I just haven't gotten around to 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 reading any of them or listening to any of them. So we definitely probably will at some point here.
So is 1Q84, Carlo? I'm looking at the Wikipedia of it right now, and it says book one. How many books are there in like the series? Is it a
No,
series
like
or
he wrote it as a one novel, right? And it's like a total busting break. Like it's so huge. So like the first edition was like that, just one volume, and people were like, "Fuck
right?
this!" Like they wouldn't buy it, or like they would be like, "Man," like intimidated. So like as a marketing stunt, he just divided the book in 3 parts, and like that's all better. Like once he was he got the box set of three or like separate tomes, like he was able to sell it better because it's so long that
Right.
like people were like, "No, fuck this." So it didn't do too well. But like
But
once he was like
we could
broken,
probably get started on.
once it was broken in pieces, like it's sold better. So I mean, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's why he did it. Like it makes sense for him to do it that way, right? For like just for selling the book, just more palatable than like a huge Bible for people to take on, right?
But yeah, so we can probably get
Right.
started on 1984 now. So yeah, I don't know who wants to go first on it or.
Well, I want to say that like let's just like maybe talk a bit about what was like the authors of the time, right? So we had Jules Verne, you had H.G. Wells, right? And like them, they mostly have this kind of utopic version of the future, right? Where like even I would kind of argue like Aldous Huxley a bit. Like Huxley is like kind of anti-utopia, but like they all have like this like, oh yeah, like humans would use tech to have like this like this leaps and bounds in like tech, and like they're gonna make them comfortable, and like like when you argue think about Asimov, that he kind of like picks up on that vibe, or like, oh no, like like tech would just like like be like this like utopic state where like humans would just like sit on pillows and like just like lay back and like enjoy life, or like you have like all like the machines or like the AIs doing all the like kind of making all the effort, right, to run society, right? So like we had that, and like we had Jules Verne. He's like, oh no, like planes would like people would have like these like airships, and like they will have like these floating cities, and like just like live the life, and like everyone would be like an aristocrat. But then like you have Orwell, right? Like he's more like a boots in the ground guy, because he went to the war. He was a journalist for the BBC back then, so he kind of knew, right? He saw what tech could do, right? He saw like what happened with the Nazis, and then he saw in World War II, right? Where like, oh, like the planes that Jules Verne said, like, oh yeah, people will have like floating cities. No, humans are using planes like they're like bomb carriers, right? We just like bomb like cities and stuff, right? Or like like the media, like instead of like a radio connecting people, or like like making like a what the internet like it's supposed to be too, like just connecting everyone. No, we have like indoctrination, like brainwashing. So like it's like the first like kind of recurring to that, right? To like that kind of utopian sci-fi view of back then. Like you have Orwell coming up with this like, oh no, like technology is just like bringing out the worst of human nature, right? Or like like communication is just like it's just being used to manipulate people and like enslave them even more, right? Like it's not bringing this like revolution like of like where like like everyone would, like well-being would be like heightened. We like no, like on the opposite, like we're gonna go back to like like the people in power. We just find a way to exploit it, right?
Well, I mean, it's low science fiction, right? It's not science fiction, right? It's just obviously he's predicting the growth of the surveillance state, right? There had been surveillance, right? Of course, you know the Gestapo and then the Russian secret police, even during SARS times, there was concepts of secret police, but with this one, right? It's just that yeah, with this you have the device in every home and everything like that. So it's not completely like yeah science fiction. It's near futurism, right? It's now of course we didn't quite have the technology in 1984 that he has in that, right? Because I think that the two kind of really kind of high tech things, because the rest is kind of it's kind of like a decaying society. But yeah, obviously the telescreen, right? A flat screen that can watch you back, right? Which we really didn't get until yeah the last 20 years. And then the one other interesting part, which seemed kind of because I read this when I decades ago when I was 12, and so I think we had some idea of flat screens, and so that seemed plausible. But the it seems like they have AI writing the fiction, right, the books and whatnot, right. That's what the girl works on, right, Julia. She works on essentially the
Yeah.
machines that
What's it
write.
called again? The machines that write the novels and like the TV shows and all this. They have an AI.
It's
I
like
forget.
What's it called
yeah,
again?
it's a tele it's like
No, they
a
like
speak right. A
No, no,
speak
no, but
no,
right.
it's
no. Speak right is just the way they write things, but there's an actual term for yeah, like
yeah,
the AI
it
machines that
starts with
actually.
I, like the in inverse in what is it? Oh God, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Hang on, I'll find it. One sec.
Anyway, keep going, Sync. Like for sure, like I was gonna bring it up later about basically all the media, right? Even like they mention even like the kind of more like sexual content too, right? Like they have this kind of
So,
algorithmic like way to produce it.
so I guess I'll start. So, like for me, unlike a lot of the other books we've discussed, right, which I read much late, like I read this one, like I said, when I was 12, which was probably a bit too early to read it, and it was kind of strange because yeah, somebody gave it to me, only vaguely kind of knowing what it was about. not knowing that there was probably things in there
I,
that were completely
I
inappropriate
have a
for a
question.
kid.
I have a question for you. Like, who read it so young? Like, the whole sexual content and like, it's a lot of like, like a lot of like, yeah, like, uh, like basically like very graphic and like, like to like sexuality and like more like repressed sexuality. Like, how did that hit you being 12?
It's hard to say because it's about the same time I got a computer too, and inevitably I found I had the internet. Well, I'd had a computer before, but when I kind of had unrestricted internet access, right? Because people didn't really know any better to not let kids on the internet. So it's hard to because it's kind of in it. I don't know which happened first. It was roughly around the same time, around 12, 13, where I probably first started, seeing. I mean, like where like I'm more independent enough that like my parents don't know exactly what I'm doing, and so it's really hard to say. Like so like that is the big thing though. Like overall, like it is probably some of the first kind of like sexual content I read. Like like there's like even when I like I said I was way young when I read this. So like even the concept of 24-hour time was completely new to me when I read. Like I'm like, oh, it's like they're the future, and why do they have like the clock struck 13, which you know. Of course, it's there. Like I think he's hinting that 24-hour time is dehumanizing, but for me, I had no concept whatsoever of it, so it seemed completely bizarre, right? It almost seemed like an almost absurd concept. I think later on, right, as he's going over like, oh, 6 and 14, or maybe I looked it up, I can't remember, but yeah, like there was a lot of things that when I read this, like, it was probably my first like the first time I really heard like the terms socialism and capitalism and so on and so forth, and just a but I mean, what's strange because we were bringing up the science fiction because I remember somebody and like I said, this it's at about that age that it has like a big impact on you what you read. Because I remember somebody gave it to me and I started reading it, and I sort of had mixed feelings as I started reading it, right? Because it felt sort of like a bit like I'm like, oh, it's science fiction, but it's low science fiction, right? It's not exciting, science fiction. It's kind of like this
Well,
dystopian
yeah,
science fiction,
it's the
which
first
even
really big dystopia, right? It's a really like patent dystopia like story, right? Where like everything is like like bleak and dark, and like even at the end, right? Like there is really no redemption, right? Like no light at the end of the tunnel.
So the machine is called a speak right.
no. That's just what he talks into. But there's another name for the machine that actually like automatically writes the novels. That's what he uses something like a dictaphone or whatever. Like that's what he
So
uses to
it
write.
says right here, hang on, I'll just read this passage. A dark-chinned man named Tillotson was working steadily away, with a folded newspaper on his knee,
No.
and his mouth very
But it's
close
not what
to
we're
the
talking. What we're talking about is
piece
the
of the
things that
speak
wrote the
right.
fiction. The things that wrote the fiction. It was written by sort of a computer or an automatic thing. It's somewhere
Uh,
like it's something about the fiction department here. I'm trying to see. It's some sort of device. Because I mean, in this case, the speak right is what he uses, right? That's what a person, right? That's why when he goes to write in the
well, no,
diary,
that's what Tillotson was using too. They all use speak rights.
but that's only for them. But I'm talking about what they were using to. I think this is an Imprecore. Is that what it is? Is it the Imprecore? Imprecore. Because I'm looking at the appendix where it's like talking about, and there's the appendix where it talks about Imprecore. Or something. Or no, that's something. There was something. I'm trying to remember the context of where they said it. It was, it was something in the fiction department. Let's see. There was something. I'll find it, but there is something that it's called. But
Yeah.
I'll look for it. But there's something that they have for this kind of like AI that writes because it's not that people write them. I think it's even implied that it like writes some of the comics, and maybe that's what like if I look up comic, like it's talking about like the things that write comic, like
Hang on.
comic books and whatnot. But but so I mean for me though, like like this was like kind of the first time, like, and of course I kept reading it as a kid, so like it very much influenced, I guess, in many ways, sort of my worldview at that point too, and even just the way, right? Because clearly in this story, right, unlike a lot of stuff that I would have read before, then even the more adult, because I was reading more, adult, not like adult, but like, more, um, grown up, not non-kid children's literature. Um, what was I trying to say there? This was the first time where like it's really kind of morally ambiguous, right? Like they're within this, right? Because the main thing is, of course, overall, Winston Smith, he's not even an anti-hero. He's the protagonist, but he's very much just not really a likable, person. He's not a good person. He's not overly clever. He's not really. He's very in many ways what it is that you discovered. And maybe I don't know when I realized it, like after reading the book, the years later. But he's very much supposed to be an everyman in this sense, right? He's an everyman in that context. And like I said to other people, what you get the sense of is that actually there's nothing significant about him. It's really just a regular guy having a midlife crisis in this rather bizarre world, right? And that's sort of the way, so normally a guy with a midlife crisis, right, he buys a motorcycle, grows a ponytail, and screws younger women. In this case, he thinks he's going to join the brotherhood and take down the government and screws younger women, right? But it's very much a midlife crisis that he's really going through there, right?
Was it
Yeah,
called The Switch?
So, I mean, I just went to a definitive glossary for 1984, and they say right here, the SpeakWrite is a recording device Winston Smith uses at the Ministry of Truth. It records what Smith says and converts it to text on the telescreen at his desk. The
but
SpeakWrite
that's
types
not
as
what
Smith
they use in the
dictates.
fiction department. That's what I'm trying to point out, is what they use in
Right.
the fiction department.
What, it just writes things automatically?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, I'll try and see, because yeah, wait here. A powerful but tricky electric motor. It doesn't say what it's called. Let me see. Motor. But
Right. Yeah, okay, hang on. I think I know where it is. Hang on one sec. One sec.
yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's in here somewhere. There was like a weird name for it. I think they only mentioned it like twice. This device.
The rapid polysyllabic speech. Oh no, wait, hang on. Sorry, 1 second. I think it's somewhere around here. Is it the part where he sees the girl and she has like grease on her arms? So it's like he's like, oh, she must be working on like using this specific machine. Like,
Yeah, well,
yeah,
that's what she is.
yeah.
She's a mechanic for the
For the machine, yeah,
machine, and they actually do give the name of the machine
yeah.
once or even twice.
Sorry,
Because I
I'm
mean, here she enjoyed her work, which consisted chiefly in running and servicing a powerful but tricky electric motor. She was not clever, but was fond of using her hands and felt at home with machinery. She could describe the whole process of composing a novel, from the general directive issued by the planning committee down to the final touching up by the rewrite squad. Because then there's like pornosec. Yeah, I was only on the kaleidoscopes. There was another term for it, though. I can't remember. It does.
Novel writing machines. That's what it's called. So it says right here, presumably since he had sometimes seen her with oily hands and carrying a spanner, she had some mechanical job on one of the novel writing machines.
Yeah, but they do give it like a weird name too. It's because it's mentioned a couple times. Like I think it's even mentioned really before he's like dealing with her. Like it's when he's talking about like the like the fiction department and stuff like that. We'll have to find it later or something. But what was it? So because but yeah, for the most part, like it's this idea that they just sort of like churn because it's even the same way the songs are written, right? Like even the songs because he talks about the song that the washerwoman out in the courtyard is singing, and he's like, it's a very mundane, typical sort of like it's almost like he's very much describing like how it's just statistically generated almost, right? It's just a bunch of things thrown together, maybe touched up by a person, and then kind of churned out to the proletariat there. But
I think I think it's just novel writing machines. I don't think there's any kind of like other word for it. That they
he gives it a weird name. I can't remember. But I'll have to look it up.
I don't know. Yeah, so sorry, Zink, you were saying like Winston Smith, he's like the everyman.
I don't know if he's
like,
not an everyman. I wouldn't say he's an everyman. He's just a very mundane person, right? So I mean, obviously he's trying to like think that he's going to bring down the system and everything else, right? But that's just when somebody like I said in this society wants to kind of goes through this sort of midlife crisis. That's kind of what they would rebel against, right?
So I mean, I don't get that sense at all that he's the man that's going to bring down the system. I get the sense that he knows that the sense I get is that he's a broken man. And you get that sense from the very beginning of the novel. Um, he knows that anything that happens, it's pointless. Like, he's probably going to be killed anyway. And I mean, that sort of happens in the cafeteria scene when Parsons comes in, who is his neighbor, who has those like bratty kids who are actually spies. And he's talking with Sim and that guy at the table, and he's like, yeah, Sim won't be spared, he's too smart. He's like, Parsons, he's like, he absolutely will be spared, like he's just too dumb. Nothing will happen to him. He's like, I won't be spared either. So like, I mean, I get the sense that he knows the situation is hopeless and he's a broken man, right? Like he's
He's still,
broken from the
I mean,
beginning.
but he still thinks at some points, right? Even when he's writing the book, right? He's like, oh, I'm writing this for something, right? He keeps like thinking that maybe there's something he can do, right? That's what he keeps like struggling with there, right? Is it's like, oh, maybe we can do something, maybe in 1,000 years, maybe, what I mean? There's constantly this, and of course, yeah, he knows that he's not that special, but my point there being, it's that for a very average guy who knows he's not very special, it still seems like that's what he should like that maybe he can take part in this this fight back or something like that, right?
Right.
But he's not like a natural revolutionary. He's not a natural sort of whatever. He's not even, because it goes back and forth, right? How he hates the party, but at the same time he also genuinely takes pride in his job, right? Of rewriting history and writing propaganda, right? So it's something that he just sort of hates, right? Because it's there and he has to put his frustrations into it. But at the same time, it's not like he's like actually morally opposed to it, right?
So, I mean, here's one quote. It says, he did not do so, however, because he knew that it was useless. Whether he wrote down with Big Brother or whether he refrained from writing it made no difference. Whether he went on with the diary or whether he did not go on with it made no difference. The thought police would get him just the same. He had committed, would still have committed, even if he had never set pen to the paper, the essential crime that contained all others in itself. Thought crime, they called it. Thought crime was not a thing that could be concealed forever. You might dodge successfully for a while, even for years,
I
but
mean,
sooner or later they were bound to get you. So I mean, like my whole point is I don't think he thinks he's going to change anything. And I mean, even with Julia, it's like it's going through his head, is she a spy? Isn't she a spy? I mean, I get the sense that, you know, he has his doubts about her from the very beginning, and I don't think it really goes away.
like I
Yeah,
said, I mean, my main point is just that it's a midlife crisis that he's going through, right?
Yeah, I or has he just had enough, right? Like, I mean, is it a midlife crisis or is he just a man that's been pushed too far? I mean, he even goes back, like he can remember his mother, but like he can't remember certain details. And then they even say, oh, there was a nuclear war and his father was taking him down this like staircase into like this underground bunker, and like but he can't even remember the details because you know the history has been wiped away, so there's no touch points with which he can like gain any kind of frame of reference as to what actually transpired before, which is pretty much the entire point of what the Big Brother society is trying to do. They're trying to make it so that you just have no frame of reference of time. And I mean, that's something that they talk about as well. It's like, he's like, oh, April, I forget the exact date, something, April 24th or something, 1984. Um, and it's like, or was it 1984, and it's like, nobody could be sure of what the actual date is because it's like, I mean, I assume that calendars or something like that are, maybe banned. It's just like you get up, you go through your daily routine, you're working in 100 hours. There's no like actual like calendar, like that stuff is like purposely like taken away from you so that you have absolutely no frame of reference to gauge how much time has elapsed, like is it years? I mean, all of this stuff is done so that you just have no idea of what's actually going on, right? And like in the book group, I put the DMs for the book group. I put like two things about the Stasi, the East German secret police, and their psychological warfare that they used. What's it called? It's like Zersetzen, which is essentially the East German secret police's psyop, or like psychological warfare that they used, where they wouldn't just disappear people. They would like slowly ruin your life by like, moving things, or like putting like a compromising photo of you with someone that was like doctored, and they'd send it to your wife, and like, they'd listen to your phone calls and like get a sense of what's going on. So they'd like, gaslight you, and like, just all kinds of other stuff to like ruin your life basically, so that you would be more preoccupied with like saving what's left of your life than, fighting the regime. And apparently it was like very effective. Um, yeah, it's like I feel like the Stasi is what Orwell had in his mind when he was writing this. Like, I mean, it seems very, very like similar to their tactics and stuff like that. But actually, it's worse. It's like 100x worse than what the Stasi was even doing, and that was bad too. So I mean, yeah, it's just a very interesting, this book. I don't know. Go ahead, Zink. I think you had something.
Oh no, I was just gonna say Clear can go ahead. I think she was gonna say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Adrian, it's funny because I thought he always had hope. Like I felt that he was always hopeful. I think you're right. He was broken. So many things that shows he was broken. He grew up broken, but I don't know. I always felt that he was always searching for hope, and then all of a sudden the depression would come in, and he knew the realization that it was hopeless. But I don't know. To me, it was like he never gave up on that.
I mean, that's why I say it's. I don't know if he's broken. I mean, the thing is, more than anything, he seems like he's just bored, right? And that's why he's taking these risks, right? I mean, that's the nature of a midlife crisis, right? Is that you're sort of dissatisfied with your life, so you start taking some extra risks, trying to change it in some way, right? So I think it's yeah. I wouldn't say like because like if he was broken, he probably could have self-destructed more, right? He wanted to think, he yeah he's it's a very frivolous game, I guess, is what he's playing, right? He's not doing anything significant. He's just sort of angry about everything, right?
Well, I kind of asked you in a private message, Zing, but I'll say it here. Is it like is he doing it on purpose? You know, how old is he? Like maybe you guys have already discussed these things before I joined, and I apologize.
He's 39.
He's
He's
39.
roughly because
So
that's
like
like we
He's
talked.
39.
38 years
He doesn't
old.
know
I'm
exactly
38
how
years
old he
old.
is.
I can almost guarantee you right now that this guy is just going like, "Yo, this is bullshit. Like, what the fuck? What the f am I like doing here? Like, did he remembers the time before and all of these? Like he's had enough. Like, and like we can kind of like bring that. I don't want to bring it to where we're talking about, but like honestly, like I think that he was just done and he wanted to just be like, what is it all about? Maybe he just wants to like find what he wants and like see how far he can push it and you know what? If he faces the consequences, so be it. You know what? Because maybe it was better than it was before. Maybe it was better than when he was pushing the consequences.
Well, I mean, fundamentally, like the main thing, right? There's the scene where he goes and he asks like the old guy who's like 80. It's like, oh, were things better, right? Like he's constantly trying to figure out like
Yeah,
if there's more to life, right? I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
that's the so I mean that's why I would like it's yeah, like he's obviously in very bad shape and yeah, generally kind of mundane existence. But like I said, it seems like an overwhelming boredom, right? Like he has too much time on his hands because yeah, he's separated
Yep.
from his wife. He doesn't have kids. He's in his job, which is the only thing that he actually seems to enjoy, but he doesn't enjoy doing like the activities with people. He's bored with people, right? He's
You know what the best book report on this whole thing is just our life right now. It's absurd to say that, but guess what? Like it's like, hey, what is your life like? Are you angry or are you like how do you feel or something like that? Maybe this guy is pretty close to you and you don't even realize it.
well, like I said, that's what's messed up about this. Is like I said, when I originally read this, I was 12, and now I'm
It's so much different.
37.
This is so much different now.
Yeah.
We're very close in age there, Zinc. And I'm just telling, like, you already know what I'm gonna say. It's like, wow, man, from 12 years old, what is that, like 25 years ago? It's so much different now compared to what it was. And 25 years ago, you go, hey, wow, I can barely like empathize with this character. And then now you go, whoa, some people are like living that.
Yeah, can I chirp in here? I read this book in high school, 1983, and
Wow.
I kind of blew it off. Like it was just like, yeah, that's not where we are. The big high school, you know it all, and how wrong he was. And then I reread it. I don't know, years ago, but I'll tell you, reading it now, so many things hit home with me this time. It was just like I related much better today than I did back in '83.
Yeah, so is it almost like a critique on what we're doing right now? And like I know that that's so cliche, but I'm just saying that like a lot of the things, a lot of the themes that we can like break down, we go, wow, like this is just people these days, and then like me as a person, I can go, yeah, this is my experience, and it's literally like a critique of the book in this book club, almost, like almost.
Well, I mean, that's sort of the big question with this. Did George Orwell write this as a warning, thinking that maybe if people kind of acknowledged it, that they could prevent it? Or did he write it kind of as an inevitability, right?
Or is it a fucking one of these like the Simpsons things, bro? Like these Simpsons predictive moments, like
Well, I mean,
what
like I said, I mean, it's very closely related to what's going on. Like I said, there's nothing like extremely like because I mean, of course, we knew that there was
I think a
computers
really I
coming
think
in.
a really smart man could like foresee what we're doing with technology and so on. Like we are a very smart people, and we can like do all of these things that are beautiful and creative and all this, but also we're also very predictable. Human beings are predictable beings, right? Like, so is that what it is? Like I'll let Zink continue. You have great thoughts, man, but I'll go on, sir.
Well, the thing I was thinking about this is like certainly it should have served as a warning. Now, maybe whether he thought, I mean, obviously there's some warning in it, but did he just figure it was inevitable? But what is significant about this book is anytime you bring it up with anybody, is nobody, whether they're on the right or the left, whether they're an atheist or religious, nobody sees it as implausible, right? It is
Right.
very much based on what the things that were happening, there in the 40s and it happened in the
Well,
decades
we
coming up
had
to then.
this young lady that read it in 1982. I don't know how old she was. She said in high school, so maybe like 15, 16 or something. You know, um, that's fucking before I was born, a year or two before I was born there. Like, is it plausible, implausible? But now it's like, would we all agree that maybe this is like sort of what's happening? Like we're talking about Twitter, we're talking about these social medias where people get banned, where words get changed. Like what are these words that get changed? Like out there, like I don't I can't think of the right one, but it's just so close to the book. It's just absurd. It's funny. Like it's literally absurd. You have
Yeah,
people.
that was like in I think what was it in New York in the 80s and 90s when they were coming with all the cameras out and
Okay.
it was yeah, and they called it Big Brother. And again,
Right.
it didn't ring any bells with me back then, but later on it did. It's just like, wow, they weren't kidding. Big Brother's watching you.
I feel like
And
I feel
that
like social media and the internet is a whole other beast though. CCTV is just one thing, one time, one moment, one view, like there's not that much to it. Like
yeah, no, I
obviously.
was talking about like the cameras coming out. Like,
No, I get you.
the cameras
I'm
were
with
in
you.
every home. This was,
In every
when
home.
he wrote the
Oh, okay.
book, yeah, when he wrote the book,
Right,
there
right, right,
was
right,
none
right.
of that was going on. And yet, 50 years later, we started seeing Big Brother come on. Now,
True,
when
true.
he wrote it, he wrote it to the extreme where every house, and what was it, the keyholes? Um,
Do you think that like you said that he wrote it to the extreme? I like that you said that. And my question to everybody and yourself as well is, was this book like some sort of like ridiculous vision for him, or was it like this is what's going to happen? Like because
So one thing is actually, I think people saw this. There was the thing out of Colorado, and actually, I guess they're doing it here in Quebec because I got an email from Hydro Quebec, and
you
they're
live
like,
in
"Oh,
Quebec.
you can still, yeah, I'm in Quebec,
Woo!
unfortunately." But I think a lot of places are doing this now, right? Where like, so they want they're like, oh, you can still sign up to get like there's three different levels to what they're trying to do, right? At one level, what they'll do is they
Oh
said like,
shit!
oh,
I've heard of
so
this.
many times per year during like high usage, we'll send out an email telling people to like lower their usage during certain times of day. and then if you do that, you'll get a credit. So that's one level that they'll give you.
Do
And
you
then,
have a digital thermometer or a
no,
thermostat?
so let me finish. So
Yeah.
that's one level they'll do for you. So so there's actually 4 levels. There's just the normal
Love you,
rates,
buddy.
and then there's this rate where if they ask you to lower it and you do lower it, they'll give you a like a credit. If you don't lower it, then there's no risk. There's no credit. Now there's a tier above that where they'll actually give you like a higher discount, but if you don't lower it,
Friend of the environment, maybe
yeah,
they would
but if
call
you
it.
don't lower it, they will actually charge you more. So that's the non-risk free, and then above that they have some like thing, and
Oh,
I didn't know
question,
that
question.
it's
Before you live in Quebec, are they actually doing this there already?
yeah, this is what the power. So you can
Okay.
actually
Go on.
and so you actually pay for like this Hilo system, HILO, so Hilo, I guess it's called. And then you pay for the system, and they put it in there, right? And it's a thermostat system. But then it's like we've been hearing about where during certain times of the year they will control your temperature, right? So you won't be able to push it above
You know how
21 or
this
whatever.
came in, bro. You know how this came in. 3 years ago or 4 years ago, they started this thing where they would give you a quote unquote free, like Amazon thermostat or whatever. You know, like one of these things, and everybody goes, "I'm getting a free thermostat. I'm getting a free thermostat." I'm like, yo, man, like my thermostat's pretty fine. Like I don't know, like I can program it when I'm coming in and leaving and stuff. You know, it's from like 40 years ago or whatever. But like I think a lot of people already agreed to this Hilo agreement. Here in Ontario, maybe it's a little bit different, but I heard about this thing already, like that they had implemented it in Colorado, I believe. Like
Well, that's what it was. So people had opted into this program because you get
yeah,
savings, but they hadn't read the fine print that yeah they
exactly.
would control their whatever, and then they got some hot days, and so yeah, I guess they've had it probably like maybe they've had it for a couple of years in Quebec, but now they're trying to get people to like yeah, there's the full Hilo system, but even just this other one where they're going to decide like oh yeah, so many days a year they're going to ask you to use a little bit less energy that
Have
day.
you heard about this being implemented though in Quebec?
Yeah,
It,
yeah, yeah.
it,
They
it's
sent me like an email asking me to do this. Like I'll have to
so
look up the thing, but
so
But
I
you
mean
didn't
I
sign up for
have
it though,
so in on
because otherwise
so
they could have just done it to you.
so Mako, let me just just go to
Sure.
your point right here.
Yeah.
So I'm in Ontario too, and
Oh, welcome to.
like I have like the Nest thermostat. Now you can every summer, every winter, you can opt in where like they will like
Do you
turn your
have to opt
thermostat.
in or do you have to opt out though?
No, you opt into it. So like
right
No.
now it's
something
stopped
comes
in.
yeah, so
For now.
something comes up on the screen and it says, "Do you want to opt
On the
into
screen.
this?"
Oh
Yeah.
wow. Wow. Sorry.
Well, like I mean,
No,
Nest
no,
has a
go ahead. I want no. Go ahead.
Nest has a screen, right? So I mean, it
Yeah, no,
just tells
I
you, do
understand.
you want to opt into this like with your natural gas or hydro carrier, and
Oh,
it like they
no.
control the thermostat. So I mean,
No.
you can easily opt out, and then you can even take the thermostat off
That's
the
scary,
internet.
bro.
So
Even that is scary, man. The fact that they are telling you that you have to make a choice whether or not they do something. I would rather be like, give me everything and let me make the choice.
Well, they try to
but that's what it
incentivize it,
is.
so that's what they're doing. They're incentivizing because you'll get lower rates, but then they have this control. So that's how they get people. Is that
Yeah,
technically you'll
yeah.
get lower rates, and so like I said, so that's if you have the smart thermostat. But what Quebec's doing on top of that is that now they have a because a while back they put in the meters, right? So they know how
Yeah.
much power. I mean, I that one was always not a big deal to me because they already like I actually was less irritated because I didn't have to have the guy come by and come into my apartment because some of my apartments it
Well,
was indoor. So like
it
every two
depends how
months the
much
guy.
of a nut job you are. It depends on how many things that you think
Well,
about.
I mean
But
they still have to have access to come read the meter, right?
no,
And so
I'm saying like that it is emitting RF and stuff like that. Some people are concerned about that.
yeah, well
I'm not saying that
I won't
you
yeah.
are. Some people are.
But with this so like what they're trying to do now with this program is yeah, if you sign up for it. Now the problem is like yeah, right now there's the and so I was sort of debating it like where I might because I'm not going to pay attention to their stupid emails, but like if I maybe accidentally didn't use power that day, then maybe they would give me like $6 back. But then I was thinking about it, it's like but is there some fine print somewhere where
Oh my
if
god,
I opt in now, right? Because why don't it's like, well, fine, if you
some
want me to
fine
opt in,
print
why not just
on the fine
automatically
print,
do it? Yeah.
double fine print.
Yeah, so like that's what I worry about is that if I opt into even the lowest level of it now, then I won't be able to opt out when it's like, oh well, you
Never,
opted in.
yeah, bro. Always be at the lowest tier unless
Yeah,
unless the next tier makes you so enticed, like that you're so juiced at the mouth that you go, you know what? Actually read the fucking fine print.
well, that's what I'm saying. So like based on what they estimated, like maybe over the course of a winter, I might save. I don't even know if I'd say
$50 or something.
$100, right? Like, and of course, it's
Fuck
still several
off.
$100 because everything's electric in my apartment. That's just how they do it.
Okay. But like,
So
don't most apartments are like it's utilities paid already though?
no, no, no. In Quebec, water. Well, it's a water tax, so usually the landlord handles that.
Uh,
Although it's something I mentioned a while. So it was something I didn't realize because I grew up in Utah, right, which is the desert, and like most places,
and you came
they
to
water
Quebec.
meter. But
You
when I
came to
moved,
Quebec from Utah.
yeah, well, Utah has its own problems. We can deal with that actually
Yeah.
later in this. But
All
but
right. Go ahead, sir.
but so like here in Quebec, like everywhere I've rented, it always said that the landlord would handle the water, and I waste tons of water.
Sure.
But it
Sure.
wasn't until recently that I
You
realized
waste tons
it's
of water? What are
yeah.
you're inhuman, man.
Yeah, no, I love wasting water,
You're
but
such a bad person.
I realized that yeah, it's just a water tax based probably on the square footage of your apartment. Although they're starting to put meters on businesses to monitor it, right? Even though there's plenty. I think what was I read Quebec, right, which has a population of 7-8 million now, has 3% of the world's fresh water, right? So there's no.
Quebec as a province, 7 million? No, man.
It's
More
it's
than that.
it's it's probably more like 8 million now. It was always like floating, but I think now it's around 8 million, right?
Where do you
But
live in Quebec, man?
well, just Montreal. But
Okay.
but
Okay.
the point is that yeah, there's plenty of fresh water here, but they're going to start monitoring it in commercial spaces right now, and then maybe eventually in
Right.
residential. But
I live in
otherwise,
a place where I'm I'm on a well, so they're honestly they have like things in place or that they want to get in place or that are like pending to be in place that they even want to regulate somebody like me living rurally. They want to fucking regulate my fucking well, bro.
yeah, exactly. Well, because like
Like,
most cities already have rules about yeah, you can't collect rainwater, right? Like
oh my
most
god,
cities
dude! And you go, what are
in
you
the
like?
U.S.,
What are you
Canada, Europe.
nuts?
Well, 'cause supposedly it's the water table, but yeah, like because like
Fuck
oh
these people,
yeah,
man. It's a fucking joke, man. It's such a joke. Where did this gentleman, the other guy, he said he was in Ontario. Where are you from, man?
So I'm in the GTA.
Okay, that must be expensive, bro. Like, what's the water tax like there? Like fucking $12 a liter? I don't know.
Well, it's like it's included with my hydro.
Well, that's what. Yeah, I guess. Do,
it just depends on where you are. Yeah, if you have a well, then
if
you
I
have a
was in an
well.
apartment, if I was in an apartment, and I would be like, hydro is like water and electricity. I understand. But
Yeah.
like, how much do you pay for hydro then?
Well, I'm not going to go into specifics, but I pay like just a flat rate. Um,
A couple $100 a month,
each
$100
month.
a month, or
I'm not gonna go into specifics, but like it's just a flat
all right.
rate
Well, we're not gonna like
per month.
find your bill or something, but that's fine. If you don't want to talk about
But that's
that's
like
okay.
on that topic though, because I have notes down for it. I don't know if Carlo had anything you wanted to add, but it's something I've had my once again like I read this book so early that like for me a lot of stuff was like that's why I had to re-review it because it's actually
Yeah,
embedded into my subconscious. But
I have this book embedded into my fucking brain too, bro. Like
yeah,
that's like
because I have it in there in my bio right about the rolling shortages and techno feudalism and it's in this right we see them and it
we're
talks about right
living in
how
it,
they
buddy. Like we're living in it. Like we're living in
yeah but
people.
so like in it they have the thing where like yeah the chocolate ration or the lack of razor blades right how they just randomly it's never everything all the time and that's why
If
people
you,
don't rise
yeah,
up.
the toilet paper. Remember the toilet paper shit, bro? Like that's the first one of it, right? Think about that. People are fucking clamoring for toilet paper. They're arguing and fighting each other over fucking toilet paper, bro. You know, what's the next one? It's coming, man. All these things are coming, man.
Okay, so for now, I'm gonna have you to take a break right now, Mako. Okay.
All right, I'll get out of here, man.
No, it's you can come back up, or speak later. But yeah, we're gonna
I know what's going on.
Carlo, are you there?
Relax.
Carlo, if you're speaking, I can't hear you. I see
Yeah,
your mic open.
Yeah, Carlo, can you hear Zinc? We don't know if you're talking. You might like we can't hear you if you're talking right now. I don't know if you need to drop out and then come back up.
Maybe he's stuck. I'll move him to speakers and re-invite him back up. So yeah, I guess the one thing I was going to point out with this is that nobody kind of denies the I guess the feasibility of this, right? No matter if they're on the left or the right, the idea that people can be controlled to this level. But I guess like you would think that some people would have taken it more seriously because, like we were discussing in the chat yesterday, right? Like around 1984, right? Yeah, there was the Apple commercial, and then the movie 1984 came out, and then a movie called Brazil, which is very, very, very loosely based on this, also came out by Terry Gilliam. But
So,
ironically, and not to pick on anybody, but yeah, ironically, it was all the boomers who, of course, most bought into this COVID lockdowns and anything to stay safe, right?
So, just coming. Oh, Carlo's back, so I'll let him go. I have something to say, but we'll let Carlo go. Go ahead.
Hello.
Are you there?
Hey, just I just wanted to like you asked a question before, like why do we think Orwell write this novel? Like he was trying to like anticipate the future or like a warning. And I just like I took a class on this guy, and like what happened though is like he used to be a reporter, right, for the BBC, and like at some point like he was a socialist dude, right? Like he was hardcore into socialism, but then like what happened with like like the Soviet Union, like because he went actually to cover the Franco Revolution in Spain, and he actually went as a like he was enlisted, and he went as a reporter slash like kind of troop, like soldier, right? And what happened though is like like he was trying to he realized that the Soviets were actually were the ones that were like basically like basically like downplaying the resistance, and like they were the ones like blocking the actual like resistance, right? So he got very angry, and when he went to report about it though, like the media back then, they were like, no, dude, like we don't want to know about it, right? And like it's like, no, just write about things that are not, like they don't implicate anyone, right? So like it's kind of like we're seeing now, right? With media, we're like, no, like it's cherry picked, right? So he found that out, right? He realized that, and he was really angry, and I mean that's one of the reasons why like he apparently wrote this book, right? He wanted to expose that, and like he couldn't do it as a journalist or as a reporter. So he's like, okay, like I'm gonna write a story, and like you kind of have a political essay, and like like and wrap a novel around it.
Yeah, I can totally see that. I just wanted to add like one part like about the novel itself. Um, did any of you guys get the sense that like, so you know how Winston, he goes to his neighbor's apartment, like the drain isn't working, so he fixes it, and like it's, I think it's Parsons' kids who are there, and they're like junior spies, and like they're coming after they're calling him a traitor and stuff like this as he's leaving and stuff like that with their toy guns and stuff like this. So then a little bit later in the story, when it's talking about Winston and how he loves his job, when he creates the character of Ogilvy, Comrade Ogilvy, which is purely fictitious. And so I'll just read this one passage. So it says, at the age of 3, Comrade Ogilvy had refused all toys except a drum, a submachine gun, and a model helicopter. At 6, a year early, by a special relaxation of the rules, he had joined the spies, and at 9, he'd been a troop leader. At 11, he had denounced his uncle to the thought police after overhearing a conversation which appeared to him to have criminal tendencies. So I mean, that's all like fictitious that he just made up to redirect. So I mean, to kind of contradict what Zink says, that he's in a midlife crisis and he's bored. I think the reason why we see him put so much pride in his work, I mean, which they do say in the book, is because you know that is his creative outlet in a sense. And I mean, he's clearly based Ogilvy on like the two little brats that are of his neighbors, who are like these crazy like junior spies and stuff like that. And like, so he has based that character. So it's almost like he gets some enjoyment out of, it's almost like his revenge is in his work by creating these stories fictitiously, and that sort of keeps him going. I mean, that's the sense that I got from that, because I mean, it's clear
I think
that
it's mentioned ironically, right, in that he hates all this stuff, but he is very much still a part of it, right?
Hey,
He is part of it, right? So all of his sort of moral objection to it is it's really more like frustration than actual moral objection, right?
hey, Adrian, by the way,
right,
Adrian,
yeah,
this is like an archetype in storytelling, right? And it's the institutionalized like character, right? Or like, like they're in an institution, right? And like it's like, well, am I gonna be swallowed by the institution, or am I gonna like rebel? And it's the Wachowskis actually kind of base themselves a bit Neo on Winston, right? Because it's that idea, like, well, like, yeah, like they're really embedded in the system, right? But like they actually see through it. But like what Sink is arguing, right? Like they're still part of it, right? And like they just have to, like they have maybe a potential to change, but like they have to believe, but they don't, right? And that's like Neo in the first movie, right? It's all about like, well, yeah, you're the one, but like, oh no, like I'm not the one, like I don't believe it. And it's kind of the same archetype in this one, right? Where like, like he is different, he's a dissident, but like, like and he's still like, he's like, okay, well, no, like I'm just, like I'm 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 just going through the emotions, right? And like I'm just an older man who like, like at some point when he's with Julia, right? It's like, well, like we're kind of pretending, but like, like deep down I know that I can fight this machine, right?
right. But my point is, does he actually believe that, or is it just in the moment that he's saying that? I mean, he's like quite self-deprecating a lot of the time. He's
Here we
always
go.
mentioning his.
Versificator.
Oh, that's it.
Oh,
And
is that
sentimental songs which are composed entirely by mechanical means on a special kind of kaleidoscope known as a versificator.
That's it.
all right? Nice, you found it. So that is the so what? That's the book writing machine, or the
It's some sort of like it's almost because like he describes it as a kaleidoscope and it's mechanical. It almost kind of like, yeah, it's almost kind of like a random, like, yeah, like almost kind of like the way he describes it as a kaleidoscope is like, yeah, maybe they just kind of like randomize things until
You
like
know what?
it sort of spits out
Actually,
something
I
sensible.
imagine it as like a mainframe, like kind of with like some like heavy circuitry, but like part mechanic, right? With like maybe like some sort of like very archaic like printer, right? Where like, but it has like a computer component to it, right? Like a randomizer, right? And like maybe like it just, I mean, if it's able to like produce like media and novels and like like plot for movies, it's like they're probably one of the most complex, like machinery they have, right? Where it's almost like computerized.
right.
Well, that's the thing. It
So
definitely
I
seems
mean,
like it's a mechanical like computer.
right. Um. So yeah,
computer.
Right. So yeah, hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What happened there? Did it just crash?
It just went weird. Like I don't know. Like it was just all over the place. So yeah, I have to
Right.
restart it all.
All good. All good.
So stupid. It's Friday. Like I don't know. Like sometimes like and who knows? Like with everything that's going on. Like what the stability of all their machines are.
Right. I just retweeted the space.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm just trying to update the streams. So silly. See if we get Carlo back.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, this is why sometimes I debate. Like, we'll still. I mean, I'll still put into spaces, but I'm thinking that for the main bulk of this, I almost want to move us into
Hey,
what do you call it?
what happened to Clear?
What?
What happened to Clear?
I will know that the whole space just went weird. It was already going weird for a bit there, and then
Okay. You rebooted. Okay, yeah, no, like it just kept looping on my end. I'm like, wait, what? Like, like it was like a 5 second like loop, and I was like, wait, what's going on? So I had to like I just thought it was my phone because I'm on the Wi-Fi
Yeah, no,
like
the space. Yeah, sometimes when the space gets screwy like that.
Okay, no, because like on my truck I have a ZTL kind of thing, like it's really shitty for the internet, so I'll assuming it was my end. So yeah, I don't know where you guys were.
Yeah. So I was just talking about like Winston and O'Brien, and how, when O'Brien had whispered to Winston, "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness." He's like, it's sort of like a double speak right there. He's essentially saying, you know, he's telling him that he's going to expose who he actually is and like all of his thought crimes, while simultaneously he's also could be saying to him, you know,
That
yeah.
go ahead.
Sorry. Let me just
Yeah,
finish this one
finish your
thought.
point.
So like he's simultaneously saying to him, he could be saying to him, meet in the place where there is no darkness. Um, he could be saying to him, I am also a revolutionary like you. I think in the same way as you. But like Winston is like he gets that sense from him when they're at that like 30 seconds of hate or like 2 minutes of hate where like they exchange a glance. So it's sort of like Winston leading himself to believe that, and like he sort of puts his guard down to think that, O'Brien is actually on his side and is like, has similar types of thoughts like he does. Um, when in fact O'Brien is like, and then I was also talking about like, is O'Brien directing Julia to like, get close to Winston and sleep with him so that like he'll expose himself and his thought crimes will be exposed, and that is something that's left ambiguous. Winston doesn't trust her, but like it's almost like when he starts sleeping with her, he sort of like lets his guard down, and he thinks of what could be, right? But I mean, the entire novel, I get the sense that he's already broken, right? I don't really get the sense of like a midlife crisis. You know, I get the sense that he is a broken man from the beginning of the novel right to the end when O'Brien fully 100% breaks him. Um, it's almost like because he knows it's coming. I mean, there's more than a few clues that
But he's
let
never
us know
broken.
that.
I don't know. I guess I just don't. I mean, he's obviously a miserable man, but he's not broken, right? Like he holds out himself. He looks around at other people and like going on about how they're so obnoxious and stuff like that. Like he's obviously miserable, but I wouldn't say he's broken, right? I mean, there's no like sort of like yeah. I mean, and even there at the end when he's broken, in some ways it's not the same, but they break him, but then they make him happy, right? He actually finds happiness.
Hey, Adrian, I have so much to say about what you just mentioned, though, because there is so
Right.
many implications with that. Like like because that with meeting a place of with no darkness, like he like that's his dreams. Like that made me think so much. I'm like, wait, hold on. Like, is this like like I think there might be an implication there where like they actually have the tech to read people's minds, right? Like it's not explicit, but like like and like they have a way, right, to know like who already like who's the dissenter, right? Like who's already like dissenting, right? Like they have a way to know that, and then they have this whole like kind of Hegelian dialect like structure laid out, right? Where like they have like goal scene, they have like all of this kind of like like you kind of like set up a position for like it's like a trap, right? Where like anyone who already has like a seed of like like a seed of dissension there, like anyone who it's in the back of their mind, like well it is already this kind of fake structure for them to fall into it, right? Like this spider web, or like okay, like they have created, like and like it just makes me think a lot of like like our current, like our current like situation here, where like if you're not left or you're right and you're like an extremist on that, like it's just and like it seems like a setup for like for you to like like fall into this basket, right? So I mean, it's so much that it just it got my head going like this, right? We're like, okay, like, is this, can they read their minds, or like, like how much is constructed, like all
So
of this opposition, right?
so Carlo, I don't get the sense that they can read their minds. I think it's more like behaviorism and like psychology. So like how Pavlov, he could make the dogs drool on cue by like showing them things, and then like B.F. Skinner continued
Yeah, but
that
like
behaviorism
I don't
research.
mean
I would say
I
it's
don't mean
even
read their
it's
minds.
cold reading.
I don't mean read their minds with like a like a freaking uh like a big machine. You know what I mean? It's like through, yeah, what I say, like through like their actions, right? Like in this society, like even eye rolling, like if you eye roll, like that might get you dead, right? Like eye rolling means death, right? Like they read like every movement, right? And that's what I'm saying, that they have a system where like it's not like brainwaves, right? But like they have down, like like physical expression, like body language, to a science, right? Where like they absolutely can like read everything, right? Like even like a blink, right? Like they know, okay, this blink, like this amount of blinking like might mean dissension. So whatever they pick up, right? What I'm arguing is like, the sense I get is like they have this whole like yeah, like laid out this, like for whoever dissenting, like they have already like this whole like structure for like to kind of reel them into like further deeper. I mean, it's like a test, right? Like, okay, like how much of the center will go, like that we need to re-educate him, right?
So I mean, so this is interesting. So I mean, I don't think O'Brien 100% knows for certain um, that Winston has even the potential to dissent. That's why like when he says that to him, it's like it's pretty ambiguous. Like we'll meet
Well,
in the place where
if you
there is no.
remember,
It's
he says it
ambiguous,
only
right?
after Winston, because it was something that Winston had in a dream of his, and then he mentions it when they first sort of meet, and then later on he mentions it to him again, right? So
Right.
and if anybody's familiar, this is how like like psychics and seances work, right? It's called cold reading, right? And it's like I'm getting an M sound, an older woman, right? I mean,
John Edward.
well, exactly. It's like how many people know somebody with the name Mary? It's like, oh, that was my mother's middle name. It's like, oh, okay, right? It's like, why? But did she ever go by her middle name? No. But if you take that into a room, right? It's all about statistical possibilities and everything, right? Um, and that's what they're relying on, right? So in rereading this, is like it's very obvious that they kind of knew that Winston was on this path, right? Yeah, like, and they'd been watching him for 7 years, right? They knew he was disgruntled, he was unhappy, he wasn't participating in these things, right? So in some ways they're overzealous, and they grab somebody who isn't actually, because even with Parsons, who is like, every bit the tool, right? His little girl narcs on him, but is it because he actually said anything in his sleep, or did the little boy tell the little girl to say that because they were mad at him for not doing something for them, right?
Well,
And so
this
they
is that's pretty interesting. I mean, this really just shows how dangerous this type of totalitarian
Yeah,
society
but
really
that's the
is,
idea of
where
like thought crime, right? Like
you know,
thought crime, like even
yeah.
it's like prisons, right? Like not even like you won't be punished by the act, but like that, like the mere like the bare, like like shadow of an idea, right, of the act, right? Like you're guilty, even by having a small like a iota of a thought, right?
So I mean, and this actually, building on what you said there, Carlo, this actually brought up something that I actually studied in university. The idea, so the English philosopher Jeremy Bentham, that idea of the panopticon. So it's like, it's a tower, and then around the tower are a bunch of like prison cells, but if they're all glass, so like the prisoners have no privacy, but like the prisoners don't know whether there's actually a guard in the tower that's watching them, because the windows are opaque. So I mean, they could put like a dummy in there that has like the shape of a policeman's hat on, and all of the prisoners will self-regulate because they have absolutely no privacy around them. So I mean, and that really goes to the whole thing of the telescreens that have like send and receive capability. and they make sure that everybody knows that it has send and receive, but there might not even be anybody watching you at any point in time. It's just the idea that it could be happening, which would like make you self-regulate your behavior, right? Which Winston is doing, and that's the whole thing. It's like I don't think they're onto him really for 7 years. I think that he was just saying that because I mean, if you think about it, he knows that he has to watch himself when he's by the telescreen, and he's conscious of the fact that like any like little eyebrow twitch or like any kind of expression that he has on his face could give him up. He doesn't know whether they're watching or whether they're not watching, which is another thing. um so like I get the sense that it doesn't matter, and that O'Brien basically um like he needs Julia to expose Winston because he's not sure, right? Like I mean, I think they're quite happy to let Winston just go on the way he is unless he's doing something that they deem to be
No, I mean,
absolutely
because
egregious,
even the
right?
little
Like I mean,
that little shop of that junk shop, right, was
right,
obviously a
right.
honey trap,
Of
and
course. Yeah.
and because they completely crashed through it and everything, like the idea that they'd been watching, because it's very concealed, right? Like, yeah, obviously he wasn't, he had separated from his wife, and yeah, he hadn't participated for a number of years in the activities, right? It was very clear, like this is sort of the problem. I'm not, and of course I hate the FBI as much as anybody else, but like you have all this thing like, oh, the FBI opened a file on this person, right? When somebody just becomes notable, they start watching them, right? If they, it's just general intelligence, right? Like if you know that somebody's doing something right, just it's like a file gets opened just when somebody's like, oh, what is this guy doing? The moment you ask that question, you've opened a file, right? And so you open a file and then you like track them, and it's like, oh yeah, they're just doing a bunch of stuff. It's not a big deal, right? But then that file's on file now, right? And so it's, and then the existence of the file then makes it seem like, and I'm not denying, but like the very act of observing something, it's like, is this person a problem? You open a file, right? And then of course you come to the conclusion they're not. So it is possible that they had been right, because like he even knows that he is not, he's rather conspicuous in his sort of disillusionment, right?
But I mean, in this particular society, everybody is being watched, right? I mean, there are times when they're not being watched, but because they still think that they're being watched, right? It's like, because I mean, and this is something that the Stasi had a problem with in East Germany. So I mean, they did not have the manpower. They had a lot of people watching, and like, they would like observe telephone calls and stuff like that. But they didn't have the staff to be able to observe everything all the time, which is actually what led to like the downfall of the Stasi in, I think it was like 1989, just before, um, everything went south. Like, you know, they there were still holes in their intelligence, right? Like, I mean, it was pretty much the panopticon. Like, they just everybody always thought that they were being watched because they were, but they weren't actually always being watched because like they just didn't have the manpower to do that. And also it was like in 1984 people just kind of disappear. And yeah, I think that did happen in East Germany, but it actually became like they would just ruin your life instead, so that you wouldn't be able to rebel against the system, because you're just too preoccupied with like saving the shambles of what's left of your life. You know, you just are not going to dissent against like the government or anything like that. So I mean, in this, like Orwell takes it to the nth degree, where people just kind of vanish. And also, like what I find notable is like, there actually is no actual law, so it's like there's no actual law. It's just whatever they deem to be lawful is the law at that time. And I mean, it's just such a pernicious society that is that Orwell is telling us about. Like, I mean, I would say even today we are still not at that point. Like, we're brushing up right against it, but like, I would say that currently our lives are not like that. Now, are we heading that way? I mean, yeah, it really does seem that way, but I mean, you know, and I mean, I guess Orwell is off by like 30 years, 1984, I mean, we're at 2022 and we have this stuff now, like the cameras that can like see back, and like there's been cases where like hackers would hack people's cameras in their house, and like then they would post the streams online and like all kinds of stuff like this. So I mean, like we really are living that aspect of it, but like in the sense of like total top down control, I would say even today we're still not quite there yet. But I would say
Well,
like we're
thank
we're
God.
moving in that
Thank
direction.
God we're not there.
Yeah,
But like,
yeah.
but no, for sure. Like, and it's something like I feel like people underestimate. It's like that, like like during the air quotes pandemic, we were all tracked. Like every single Canadian, right, with a phone, like you were tracked, right? And they came out later, like, oh yeah, sorry, we track you, sorry, like and like it's in the terms of service, right, of your phone, like oh yeah, the government can track your phone, and they did, right? Like, and I find that bullshit, and like I still find like people are not outraged about it enough, right? That's such an infringement on our rights that like we were all tracked, and no one cares. Like I'm so like like outraged and like annoyed about it that no one's reacting to this, because I feel like like they're just kind of testing the ground, right? Like okay, well we can do it, we can like we can just do it again anytime because no one seems to react, no one seems to care. I feel like that's just a slippery slope, right?
Yeah, and it makes you, what I was going to say earlier was the, paranoid. He was, just think being on a camera for a short bit and what they're doing now, how paranoid we are living, thinking how far they go. And back then, he had that camera all the time. He was constantly paranoid.
Yeah, well now it's in our pockets though, and like constantly recording. And like let me tell you guys, whenever I go out with like with my freedom fighter friends here, like we always like turn off our phones, and like it's this whole ritual where we like everyone turns to their phone, like remove their battery if they can. Like I even hate that, like having to act like that. Like it's like it's getting to you, right? Like we're getting to that point where like, and like I was gonna bring that up, Adrian, the panopticon effect, right? Like even if you're not being watched, like that right away, it just alters your behavior right away. Just the like the bare, like implication that you might be watched, like your behavior is not 100% the same, right? When that element is it's brought into perspective.
So I would, in some ways, I would argue that we're actually worse off because in 1940, it's talking about that eventually. But what we actually have here is, if you're a proletariat in 1984, right? Yeah, you live kind of a basically like they even say an almost animal-like existence, right? Very, very frivolous, right? And it's really only if you're the party and then what that you're getting watched. Whereas what they've achieved in the last few years is they've gotten people to is they've gotten the average person to have this watching and this appeal to orthodoxy, right? So yeah, we saw the videos where somebody didn't have a mask on, right? People were like flipping out and like attacking physically people, and right, calling on their neighbors for having people over, and in areas like here in Quebec where you weren't allowed to have people over. So there's because in this one he's thinking that, oh, the silver lining is that they can get the pro, but it's the opposite where every right, it's actually and not to be, but it's this weird thing where it's some of this like the least, right, like because people talk about like, oh, like the indoctrination, right? And of course, but there's like a weird sort of curve of indoctrination where like I actually find that the people who are the most indoctrinated are those who like started college but didn't finish it. They only went to the part of like it's like the 2 year 3, right, where they it's this weird sort of insecurity they have where they know they didn't finish a degree. And I'm not saying you have to have but like these people are insecure about it because yeah, they didn't finish a degree but they went to some college, and so they got very good about following the experts, right? Because even at the end of a bachelor's degree, right, there's some amount of freedom in kind of like when you're writing your final papers. Maybe not now, but even when I was in school, in the 2000s or whatever. But so it's and it's the biggest problem because yeah, like it's the orthodoxy is being enforced by even just the average person, I think. And so in some ways it's actually even worse, right? Because they're not even just like living kind of just like their nonsensical life. They're the ones enforcing this shit.
Yeah, I know. In the book, they said like, well, the pros are the hope, right? Because like they, they're so like, like they're so blasé about it, right? Like maybe you can stir him like, enough to like fight against like the top, like the whole movement, right? But like, yeah, what Sink is saying, like what we're living now is the complete opposite, right? We're like the pros, are just like all the way into it. So like we have like they have like like we don't even need like a police, right? Because they are the police, they are the army, right?
So I would say the one thing that still separates us, and I mean this, like after the whole like Brian Peckford challenge and Brian Peckford Maxime Bernier challenge was like kicked out of the courts. Like I'm careful on how I say this, but like we still have the courts, right? So the courts is supposed to be something that like, you know, come in there in and like, regulate between the government and the people in a sense. But like in 1984, like it specifically said that there is no law, right?
Well, and
There's no written down laws on their
this has long been
books,
my
right?
argument. Because like over the last 2.5 years, people have been like, "Oh, it's like we're living in 1984. Oh, this is so Orwellian." And if anything, my argument has always been like, "No, that would at least be preferable because it'd be honest." And that's why the first stories we did in this group, nobody was in here at that time who was in the was Kafka, because what we're actually in is a Kafka. We're not in an Orwellian society. We're in a Kafka-esque society where it lacks the sort of austere honesty and straightforwardness of 1984. 1984 is the way it should. But instead, what we're in is yeah. So people have faith in the system and they think that the system is working for them and that there's rules. And I don't want to rip on it because some people are way into it, but it's always been my whole thing with this stupid sovereign citizen where they think they found some secret clause of the law that every judge has to obey by. But now people are finding out that no, it's really up to the judge's discretion, really long term. And there's even been some people who've come in uh I'm not calling him out, but like there was a cop who comes to these spaces who he was talking about like when he was pulling people over, right? And like he'd get sob stories, he'd get this, and he's like, you know what, like what would usually end up not me giving you the ticket is if you made me laugh, right? If you gave me a clever excuse, then because it really is their discretion, right? So when somebody throws on the waterworks or whatever, but it's the same with these judges. So yeah, has some of this sovereign citizen shit worked? Yeah, because some judge liked the argument, right? But it's like the Alice in Wonderland, right? Where you have to play it by their weird logic, knowing the whole time that they can just put their foot down and say no, that's not how I want to do it. But if you somehow figure out their sort of internal logic and you appeal to their weird internal logic, then maybe you can come out of it. But there is no hard and fast truth. There is no reality. So at least in 1984 there is no illusion of that, right? He knows
So
full well. But so that's why we started with Kafka, because we're not living in 1984, because that would actually be preferable in my mind.
so Zinc, if we're living more in a Kafka-esque society, are we moving toward a 1984-esque society?
I mean, possibly. I mean, the way they describe it, right, is that yeah, what, and it's curious to me because I hadn't thought, but like people, it's like what are the right? And I have it there, right? I had it was a longer thing, like rolling shortages leading to the Georgia Guidestones to techno feudalism, but it's described here, right? So when he's reading that book that's supposedly written by Goldberg, right? But then O'Brien's like, yeah, no, we wrote that, and it's talking about how they're essentially putting in force like this sort of like you know 3-tier society, um, knowing full well that the upper tiers are living less well than earlier upper tiers did, but it's just enough. So like when people say like, oh, why would somebody like these people like Bill Gates believe that the world is unsustainable, and so they have to get the population under a certain limit, and they know that their children are not going to live as well as they did, but they'll still be at the top of the heap, right? And so that's why they're trying to move it at a speed. It's like, well, I obviously don't want to live in this future that I'm trying to create, but eventually my kids will get used to it and stuff like that. And it's I mean, the average, like even a poor person in North American society lives better than a king did in the 1200s, right? They have more access to food and medicine, and like I mean, even a king was lucky, even without dying in battle or whatever, of making it past 60, right? Just because one little health issue, right? Like something could crop up and wipe you out, right? Whereas even relatively poor people easily live into their 70s and 80s now, right? So like it's but these people genuinely believe that, oh yeah, it's unsustainable, and so we have to control it all. And so I mean, I don't know if it's exactly or like this
Could you
system.
say maybe it's like a mix between Kafka and 1984? Like, is that would that be more accurate to say?
I guess the biggest thing is whether or not you can actually finally exert that full level of control that there is in 1984, right? Because they even talk about it, right? That it relies on this sort of, like these three superpowers kind of pushing and pulling against each other. Because yeah, if they didn't have that to sort of externalize their issues, right? Of course, they believe that they could conquer them at any time, but they really can, or can they? Because of, yeah, if it's essentially like it's the same thing. If suddenly everybody spoke the same language, right? If you're in linguistics, you know this. If suddenly everybody in the world today spoke English, right? Standard North American English. Give it 1,000 years, and everybody still isn't going to be speaking the same language, right? Things just naturally divide. It's always been my point that if you put three people on an island, two people are going to gang up on one person, right? It's just inherent that no matter how homogenous, right? So if you took like a group of like say cousins, and they all have the same hair color, all the same eye color, all roughly the same height, and you put them together, right? They're still going to find, some outlier that, to elevate or, right? Because some they're going to divide along some line, right? It's inevitable. So I don't know if that answers the question. So like, yeah, I don't
Right.
know. Like, so in this one, he has like three superpowers. Like, so this is my issue, and why I always bring up why separatism is in any country is sort of silly. Because yeah, you're never right. I mean, the ideal for everybody would be like a one world government, but it's the world government you want. But of course, we know that there's people who fundamentally don't want, I think most people that, if you're following me, you're probably libertarian to some extent, right? Where you just don't want people involved in, live and let live type thing, right? But there are people who want, like the Islamists and other, strict religious things, and the communists who they want, they don't want anybody, to get ahead, right? Everybody should have the same thing at all times, or it should be mitigated through religion or something like that. Those people are just going to inherently exist. So it's only natural that you're going to have separate nations, and then you want a nation that's strong enough to not, to fend that off. Because otherwise, if you balkanize all these big countries like the U.S. and Canada, then everybody has to, deal with the UN, and then it's death by committee, right? So that if 150, right, it's just like we see in democracy, right? If 51 out of 40 people, out of 100 people want something, then it's, cannibalism's even possible, right? If 51 people vote to eat somebody, right?
Right. So so yeah, so just sort of building on the idea that it's divided into three regions. What's it? Eurasia, Oceania, and what's the other
East
one?
Asia.
East Asia. Okay, so then also like the propaganda machine. So this is something that I actually noticed. So there was this one. It comes on through the telescreen. Attention, comrades! We have glorious news for you. We have won the battle for production. Returns now completed of the output of all classes of consumption goods show that the standard of living has risen by no less than 20% over the past year. All over Oceania this morning, there are irrepressible, spontaneous demonstrations when workers marched out of factories and offices and paraded through the streets with banners voicing their gratitude to Big Brother for the new happy life which his wise leadership has bestowed upon us. So, I mean, that whole part there, I just found interesting. It kind of reminded me of like, Chrystia Freeland the other day when she's like, "Oh, don't worry, Canadians. We Canada is strong. Like we have come through this better than like any other nation, and like this or that." While like, simultaneously in a few days she'll be like, "Oh, there's gonna be hard times ahead," and like blah blah blah. It, you know, like just that like one part that I just read out, where they say, "Oh, the standard of living is now 20% better," and it's just pure propaganda, right? And I mean that's the same thing really with like what the government is doing right now. I mean it's just pure propaganda, right? And I mean, it's just something that really bothers me. And like in that sense, I think, it's a 1984-esque world that we're living in right now. So it's like there are certain components of the world that we live in right now that are very much 1984, and I guess Kafka-esque, as you were saying, Zinc. I wasn't part of the group when you guys were covering Kafka, and like I'm not too familiar with it aside from like Metamorphosis, but you know, like I'm saying that there are parts of the world that we live in right now that are very much 1984. Where they're just like making things up and then it kind of becomes truth, and like, especially things like you'll see one thing on the news, it'll say one thing like, oh, like I saw on Bloomberg News, like this even happens on mainstream media. Like I saw on Bloomberg News this past like January when they were gearing everybody up to take like a third and fourth dose, and then the European Health Authority, their scientists were saying, no, what you should actually do is just get the first two shots. The data from Israel has said that like getting third and fourth doses, it's actually not helping. It could actually be making things worse. Just get the first two and then get COVID, and then that's it. Should be okay, right? But then you never hear that ever again. It's like, you'll hear that on like one of these mainstream news channels like Bloomberg, but then it like quietly like it just disappears, and you never hear that again. All you hear are like these other opinions that are being pumped, you know, to everybody all the time, which is pretty much the government line, right? So I mean, I would say in that sense, in terms of propaganda, like this, that we really are living. It's very much like 1984. So I mean, yeah. So I think that is what people are picking up on when they read this, and they say, like, it's like, how did we get here? It's like 1984, right?
So for me, the most significant part of this book and the concept that comes out of it is the whole concept of doublethink, right? Which I don't know, like if a lot of the concepts in this book, right, have either out of reality or previous books, because of course we talked about Anthem there by Ayn Rand, right, which was written about 10, 15 years earlier than this, right? This idea of kind of like, this kind of like, decay of society and these stupid socialist sort of frameworks and stuff like that. But it's the double think that was, of course, sort of most and like I said, even though I hate the Matrix movies and I hate the term that red pilled me possibly, because like as I've mentioned in many rooms, I was raised Mormon, in Utah, right? So most people there were either Mormon or Jack Mormon, which means somebody who kind of is an active, um, and probably like, as I was growing up, like, especially in the communities I lived in, we're talking like 80, 90%, right? Like where like in a class of 30 kids, I think there was maybe one kid who wasn't Mormon, right? Growing up. And so very, very much in that sort of, and so sometimes you'd like, even just like, you would see people from church and school, and if they weren't in the same ward, which is the basic congregational unit, they would be maybe in the same state. It's a weird like that. But this idea of double think, because it was because like the most basic example of this, like that I'd always noticed as a kid, right, is that so Mormons, they're at least, so they're modern and yeah, they have some very unorthodox beliefs. But so like a lot of Christians, right? So these days I think a lot of people believe in evolution, but then a lot of Christians and Mormons especially, right, believe, also that the Bible is the Word of God in the literal 6 days, but they can simultaneously kind of hold on to both of those. Now, some Christians take this more literal, and I'm not knocking that, but a lot of people can, simultaneously hold that the Bible is the revealed Word of God, and also that evolution exists, so that the world is both 6,000 years old and that the universe is whatever 4 billion years old at the same time, and that those don't contradict. Because a word that's kind of popped up in the last few years too is this idea of cognitive dissonance, that some people can't hold two competing ideas in their head at the same time, and then doublethink is the idea that they can. And in some ways I would argue that there's obviously extremes of it in this that it goes into, but I'd actually say that this is kind of the proletariat, and this is the thing I find with successful like religious people versus like kind of more like weird people that you find on the fringe, um, is that some people need everything to 100% gel together. So if they believe in the Bible, then they're overly obsessed with the creation, things, and so they spend all their time on that, right, and reject anything else. Whereas I find that I think a mature mind can contain a certain amount of double think and not have this cognitive dissonance, right? Where it's an immature mind, like a child, that has to make their world. I think all of us probably there's something, usually for most people I think that I talk with can simultaneously hold two competing ideas in their head, right? And of course, this is the problem when you get into the world of conspiracy theories, right? Some people have to make everything work together. This is why I've never been. Of course, I don't think he should be, banned from Europe. But I've never been fond of David Icke because everything has to fit together, right? It's all lizard people, right? Like whereas, like, and I'm, I follow the UFO and Bigfoot stuff, but I can simultaneously hold like 4 or 5 different theories about it at the same time. Whereas some people, it's like, no, everything has to work together, right?
¿Te va? Está bien despaceful. Está bien despaceful.
I just meet you there for a second, Carlo.
Yeah, so I mean, what I get from the double think idea is, it's just to sow doubt in people's heads, right? It's like, and it goes back to like the, you know, Big Brother and the ruling government of, erasing history to make people question, like, did that actually happen? And I mean, we see this in Winston Smith himself. He's not quite sure. Okay, granted, he was a kid when there was a nuclear bomb that was dropped. Um, and his father takes them into the bomb shelter. He remembers his mother quite well. But, you know, I think the entire idea of doublethink is just to sow discord within the entire, like between people, right? So that like something can't come to like, overthrow the government. And I mean, we really see that in like East Germany, with the tactics of the Stasi. Um, that was what they were about. It's like, anything that they could do to distract people away from actually, organizing or like forming groups. I mean, eventually it failed because, again, they couldn't monitor everything all the time. Like they just didn't have the resources and they didn't see that things were brewing. And by the time they did, it was too late. But I mean, yeah, so like the whole thing that I got from the double think idea was, and even when he's talking to Sim, and he's saying, we're raising words um, from the dictionary, um, uh, the Newspeak dictionary, and like I think he was making the 11th edition, and he's like, so we're raising words, and there will be two meanings. So it's like, instead of saying why say good and bad when you could just say ungood, so you have like that the word good in both, and it's like it's about efficiency, or I think for sim it was about efficiency, right? Just and like removing words that and he even talks about it. It's like the psychology of removing words that are like they mean the same thing, but it's like saying it a different way. It's like it's a more colorful way of saying it, so it adds like more depth of thought, um, to people. But like that's not the intention. They want to make people essentially like machines that have no depth of thought, so that they can't question anything. It's just like let's make it standard and unified all the way through. Which I mean, I admit it, like having things standard and unified can be helpful, but like if it's on the level of like a full society where you know there's no like beauty, everything is like very repressed and stuff like that. But I mean, that is the objective, right? Like that is what the Big Brother government is aiming for in this, and I mean, that's why Winston says Sim, he's like he sees it for what it is, and he goes along with it. But he's too smart. Like he won't survive himself. They're gonna come after him just because he's too smart. Because it's like any like little bit of dissension that's gonna come up in any way, they want to stamp it out. So they have this like
Well, I
you
would
know
actually say
it,
that's why they get rid of Sim. It's his failure of doublethink.
right.
He's dogmatic in his beliefs of it, and he's trying to make it all make sense. But what's important, especially in the sequences with O'Brien, is that right, the inner party members seem to be those who are most successful at doublethink, right? That even seems to be Winston's failing, right? And that his world has to make sense. Whereas for somebody who's successful with doublethink, they can have these two competing thoughts and use them when they need to, and then store them away when they don't, and completely store them away, right? So that simultaneously, um, like I said, like when I think of the Christians I know like this, simultaneously they can go on Sunday and talk about the world being 6,000 years old, and then they can go and they can be an evolutionary biologist and teach a college course and talk about the evolution of animals over the course of millions of years and stuff like that, right? Um, while for some Christians they can't do that, right? They can't simultaneously rectify both those things. It has to be one or the other, right? And so I guess
Right.
that's Sim's like failure, is that he has to make it all make sense, and he's a bit too zealous, right? His so there you have to be zealous, but at the same time you have to it's very O'Brien, we see he admits the flaws of the party, but then simultaneously ignores the flaws of the party,
Right.
and is perfectly at ease doing so, right? There is no cognitive dissonance in O'Brien.
Right. I mean, I always question like if Winston hadn't gone like too revolutionary, like let's say his reaction to Emmanuel Goldstein's writings were more he just like let's say he just didn't care. Would he have been allowed to get away with everything else that he had done?
So say that again.
Yeah, so I mean, let's say Winston, like the Emmanuel Goldstein writings, like when he's going through them, uh, let's say he didn't have like get that revolutionary spirit. Let's say he just kind of like blew them off. Would O'Brien have allowed him to just continue on, despite all the transgressions that he had done, or was it inevitable? Like they just weren't going to let him get away with like sleeping with Julia and like the notebooks and like every act of like small act of defiance. Like do you think they would have let him get away with it, or is it just no, it doesn't matter, that was enough that you know they were going to come after him?
So this was something I realized with this one. Carlo, did you have something you want to say, or?
No, I just want like since you mentioned like to you like something that really you get to ponder about was the double think. To me was the double speak, right? Because in many of these spaces I always like kind of question everyone and argue like, what like wait, how come they got to like hack like like people's cognitive software, right? Like, and like like something I always want to talk about. And it's like through language, right? Where like let's say in this novel where like they want to basically use newspeak to really keep people from thinking like individually, right? Like they want to break down language to a point where like even conceiving thought, it's like suppressed like before, right? Because like you wouldn't even have the words to do that, right? And like that's something like I see happen. Like Adrian was talking about, like things that kind of are hitting us now, right? And that's something like I see what like wow, they're really playing with the language, or like they just change, yeah, like concepts, or like they kind of play with them, or like they kind of gaslight you. But like even the whole like oh the gender, gender healthcare, whatever, like they just play with the words, right? To kind of like something that's destructive, right? They make it passive just with a title, right? And like in especially now in like the time we live in, where like people, like they're like happy just reading one headline and like not digging into anything, right? So like me seeing that happening, like like as bad as like the whole thing is, like to me, like the ultimate control is that, right? Like if you can hack the human brain, like if you find a way, it's so easy, just like hacking into your cognitive process, like, and it's not even like like you don't have to get tortured, you don't have to go through like a a crazy experience, like it's so like insidious, right? And like so subtle, right? Like little by little, right? Like in like what you guys are saying, like, oh well, it's not like Orwellian, where we're living is Kafkaesque, but like yeah, Orwellian, like it's direct, it's aggressive, right? Like this, right? Where like it's so like you don't even feel it, right? Like it's like every day they kind of like move up a little bit, like they change something small, right, in the language, and like that's just like completely rewriting your thought process like in the long run. So that's super scary to me, right? Like
Well,
it,
it's like
go ahead.
Trudeau. It's like Trudeau with the when he said the she session and to help with the she covery.
Exactly,
Yeah. Oh man.
it's incremental, but it's like little by little, right? Like a little tiny, like factor, right? But like in the long run, like it just like sorry, I'm working. Like it just it compounds to like we don't we haven't even seen like how bad it's gonna be, right? The consequence of this like just basically, yeah, like hacking your thought process like by really tiny increments, right? But like what would be the like the end consequence, right? Like how bad would it get, right? And like it's a boiling frog thing, like you don't even notice.
Yeah, I would argue though that Trudeau, when he said the she session and she covery, like that is not really um like sneaky or insidious. Like that is blatant. He's trying to appeal to like, woke women voters. I mean, it's just so obvious. And like, yeah, but I mean, things tend to disappear very quickly, and I don't know why. Like him saying something as stupid as that is enough for me to be like, this guy's a complete idiot. You know, she session and she covery, like, give me a break. Like, who is actually buying this? Who's actually being fooled by this? Okay, so then there's like a bit of a Twitter uproar for like a day or two. The mainstream media doesn't even really cover it. I think they did briefly for like maybe like 6 to 8 hours, maybe 10 hours max. And then it was gone. Like it just vanished. But yeah, no, the new speak, what you're talking about, Carlo, I totally agree there. Um, but like, I'll put this question back to you or back to Zinc. Like, isn't the new speak like really like new think? Like, I mean, you guys have taken linguistics courses, so I mean, the language and like how you think. I mean, aren't those two things pretty much interrelated?
Well, it's the game, and it actually happens on both sides, right? Because it's often the problems, right? So like people will come into these rooms and we'll talk about vaccines, and then somebody will pipe up and say, "Oh, I don't even want to call it a vaccine because it's untested." It's like whatever we're talking about, right? Like where people get overly caught up on words, and demanding certain right. It's if you're in linguistics, like the reality is, and this is the important right. It was even the problem. Like I'm not gonna bring up who, but like it was after Pierre, put out his big stance on, oh, we're not, I want to get, I want laws to be written in plain language and not all this legalese and whatever. And I'm like, what does that even mean, right? Like, and it's like, oh, well, it's all these big. It's like, but they are written in plain English. Like it's what was I trying to say there? It's
So I mean, the concept that I was getting at was like, Carlos said new speak is actually more insidious, and like, you know, but what I was trying to draw attention to is like, if you start saying like new subtle things like I mean, I get that the she session and she covery is just such a blatant. I mean, it's just so stupid, right? It's really a bad example. I guess a better example would be like when in the States there were two negative quarters of GDP growth, and that is like the technical definition of being in a recession. And then that White House press secretary, she came out and she's like, "Oh no, 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 we're actually not in a recession," and like the one guy is like, well, 2 quarters of negative GDP is the definition of being in a recession. She's like, that's not the definition of being in a
but even
recession. So I mean that
so that was a definition because yeah, when did that come? Because like in the old days, what was the difference between a depression and a recession, right? So yeah, when there was the Great Depression and stuff like that. So the recession was a euphemistic term that came right because usually it was just called any kind of depression, right? And then later on, when they wanted to kind of track these smaller ones, they didn't want to say like a minor depression because that was too much, right? Because it put bad thoughts in people's heads. So then they came up with the term recession, right? And so even so, of course, yeah, like in the last 10, 20 years, this definition of recession had been sort of fixed, right? That yeah, it was this or whatever, right? But yeah, now they're trying to retool. But even just the term recession, so back to my original point, people who don't like study linguistics, they think that language is much more rigid and fixed and meaningful than it is when it absolutely is not. Languages change, like I brought up earlier, languages change very easily, right? So like when people are like, oh, things should have been written plain English, right? Like, and so like we run into this problem with like more so in the US, right? Like, oh, what does the Second Amendment mean, and all this stuff, because when they wrote it, they were writing that as unambiguously as they thought they could, but right, but certain terms have kind of shifted over the years, right, and stuff like it. Even if we take out what was what was Owen arms back then, and oh, it took them a minute to load the musket, regardless, people get caught up on what is a militia, what is the semicolon here, right? So that there's no way that you can, and so of course that's sort of the illusion even of now, well, that's both the illusion and possibly the success of newspeak is that if you can make it so that words do have only a single fixed meaning, then maybe then you can control it. But like just inherently, it's even just like, yeah, something starts out as a slang and then it shifts and then all this other stuff happen, and then
so
words. So like
so
the easiest example of this is the word retarded, right, which is now on not whatever, but retarded was originally the nice word, right, before, because before that there was and there was actually a difference between like an idiot and a simpleton. But even the word cretin actually comes from the word Christian, because the idea was that it's like, oh, well, even people with severe disabilities and physical whatever, we're still Christians, right? It actually comes, right. It was still recognizing their humanity, and then it just became this negative term, right? So anytime you try to come up with a new word, right? So like even these days, right, when I say like like if I call somebody mentally handicapped, that is not that has become or whatever. Like no matter what you do, right? Because there's no nice way of saying that this person has deficiencies, right?
right. So
Differently
but I
abled
mean,
or
but I mean, like certainly, like there are like the terms that come out. It does change. It's not fixed, and I understand that. But generally, when it does like shift, it doesn't happen all at once that quickly. It's like more of a gradual thing, and it would follow like some type of logical progression that you can see. Like, okay, this is how this has built up to this. I think what Carlo's talking about, like with new speak, is that they're trying to change it so quickly to just mean something else. It's like, you know, it's like a very, very fast thing, and like if you get enough people to catch on to it, it can become something else. Like it's like, I mean, retarded just means to hold back in terms of progression or development, right? And I mean that's what the word actually means. But now, very quickly, I would say within like the last 2 years, it's become a negative connotation. It's like, and I've told this story before. Like one time I was at the comic book store, and like I said, the Star Wars, the Last Jedi, the movie is retarded, right? And then the guy, he's like, oh, I'm gonna call you on that. He's like, my brother is like, this or that, and like, I don't even know what word he used. Like, I don't even think he said mentally handicapped, but like, that's what he was getting at. And I just said to him, well, listen, like, I don't know you, I don't know your brother. I'm saying that movie is retarded because the plot is weak, and like, they've taken it back. They've held back like the storyline in terms of, progression or development. And I said, that is what retarded actually means. Like that is the definition. And the guy's getting upset with me, because his brother is like mentally handicapped or, whatever. But like, I mean, just to take that, it's like, you know, to have something shift that quickly is, I think, what Carlo is getting at. That it's just moves so quickly that that's the insidious part, to like change words and change definitions of what something means, right?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
that's
gonna
yeah.
chirp
Go
in
ahead.
here real quick. Sorry there, Zink. I totally agree. Again, I'm 57 years old, and I feel I have to actually think of what I'm going to say before I say it,
Why?
if it's
Whoa! Why would
correct.
you ever do that?
So I happen to have in the family a transgender, and he goes by they, and I get confused constantly. Even reading a text is, you know, my daughter-in-law will say they, and it's like, who's they? And I have to think, oh, she's talking about him, and it's just that, and yeah, like you said, you know I come from a generation where oh God, we spoke horrible. Uh, we just terms were thrown around, slang words were just thrown around, and now you say it, and it's like the shame you get. I mean, you literally get shamed on this, and it just boggles my mind that a word can make somebody so upset, when you literally didn't mean anything by it. You just came out with a sentence, and all of a sudden it's, whoa, 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 I didn't mean to start a war here. Just talking.
Well, I mean, like I said, so in some ways, because like I said, when I read this, like, yeah, I grew up in a, and so it even comes down to, like I said, people think there's a magic in words, right? So, I grew up in a religious, and so actually, when you find profanity, right, it's a sacred profane thing, right, where it's either so profanity either in any language, it's always piss, shit, fuck, right, in any language, right, it's something to do with one of those sort of bodily functions, or the other end is a lot of profanity tends to be sacrilege of some sort given the culture, right? So you know god damn it, Jesus fucking Christ and stuff like that. Like actually usually my profanity, like when I'm actually like shocked and stuff like that, like like I just because of how I grew up, like probably the profane word I use the most is Jesus and Christ and stuff like that. I'm not insulting anybody, but it's just the reality of these things. And it's like, and of course people get caught up on it, but it's like, okay, you know are those words actually magic? Well, Jesus's name, if you met him on the streets of first century, would have been Yeshua, right? And then Christ is a conceptual translation of Mashiach, right? God is a Germanic term, pagan term for God, right? And of course, uh, the actual name, right? So the Lord God, right, was Yahweh Elohim or something like that, but they're not entirely, what are the vowels? Is it Jehovah? Is it Yahweh? Right. But like all these words shift and everything, right? So like who even knows how people said these original, but people get very much caught up on this sort of idea that literal words have magic, right? Now thought has magic and words can compel people to thought, but there's nothing. So if somebody has a certain negative connotation about a word and somebody else doesn't have a negative connotation about that word, it therefore does not have a magic, right? There is no word that is objectively just its pure phonetic functions has any objective power, right? You can find words that have a very significant meaning in one language, and then have something that sounds like that in another language and it has no significance, like.
So, I mean, so that you really hit the nail right on the head. That's what I was trying to say when you said like words can compel people to thought. That's what I was trying to say when I said, like the new speak and new think are pretty much interrelated, right? It's like two interrelated things
Well,
to
so I mean that's the
yeah.
significance is that, and it's something you guys can look it up. It's called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. Now it's sometimes overstated. It's also called linguistic determinism, and there's both a strong form and a weak form of it. But the basic of it is it wasn't actually developed by, well, not what we call modern generative linguists, but it's this idea that a language dictates how a person thinks, and of course there's the strong form saying that, oh, if you don't have a word for something you can't think about it, and there's a
Well,
weaker form
Zinc,
saying
in a
that it
simple
will.
way, though, Zinc, in a simple way, who is the driving factor of this new speak, new talk, new way of thinking, new way of talking, different way of, like all of these things? And who is the accepting class? Like, there's two different classes of things there. Somebody who's saying what to do and somebody who is accepting what to do. What do you think are like these two different things? And why, and what is the motivation?
What was I'm not quite sure what she's saying, but
What I'm saying here is that there is one class that's generally, we'll say, above, that's saying this is how you should speak, this is how you should talk, right? And then there's a second saying, okay, well, I'm trying to do this and I'm trying to do that. Who is the class, or who is the like the apparatus that says, you know, this is like sort of the you know the word of the day, the modus operandis of the day. This is how everybody should be operating
there's
right
no
now.
single one. There's multiple ones that do that, right? Because of course youth culture actually influences words, right? Like some words get shed off, right, from
And
slang
I'm
that
not
young
just
people use.
talking about words, though. I'm talking about like sort of social operation as a whole. Like, can we generalize? Can we generalize this as a whole? Maybe not. Maybe we can't. Maybe you would say yes, no, we can't do that. We got to break it down. But who is doing it in your eyes if it was a one whole entity?
There is no one whole entity. It's I mean it's just cultural influence, right? So yeah, some people are trying to mandate it. But like I said, it's been different ones, right? Like when it comes to these words that we can and can't use, right? It's not even just people
So
on the
how
left or
far
the
how
right.
far would you break it down within our society today? And I'm not saying yesterday, and I'm not saying 1984. I'm saying today. Like, how many levels or layers or peels of the onion would you have to go down before you go to yourself?
Really,
Maybe.
language works like flocking birds. If you've ever looked at
Right.
anybody who's tried to
I'm with
write an
you.
algorithm of how birds or fish schools move, right? It's a weird center of gravity, right? No
Yep.
one
Yep.
person is
Yep.
controlling that, right? They're all reacting to each other, and they keep a certain distance, and so it moves in a sort of weird way, right?
So
Like
if you're like a weird enough bird and you can like make up a new word or make up a new way of society or make up a new way of
it's sort of a
doing
butterfly effect, right?
something or
One thing, something happens and it causes an impact, right? It's something where you never know exactly what will take off. Now, some people do try to enforce it and control it
do you think that's
strictly,
how
but
things happen
overall,
though? Like
it's
cultural
not.
change? Do you think that's how that might happen then?
Well, so the important thing is, so me and Carla, when you go and you sit in your English class where you're writing, right, and your professor says, no, no split infinitives, or don't use ain't, or don't use this stuff, right? Um,
I would tell my professor to go fuck off.
well, I mean, it depends, right? Because that's what they call prescriptive. Now, in some ways, there is, like effective, clear writing,
They're
things like
telling
that,
you not to
but
like don't think this.
well, what it comes down to is that people confuse that it was originally called English composition, so it's about writing
Okay. Okay.
clear clear stuff, right? But then people think that
Sure.
that's how you should speak, right? But people don't speak and write the same way, right? Even when they're only
Absolutely.
monolingual. Um,
Yeah.
but
I
then you
can't
get the
even
weird
write.
thing, like with I forget the term, but the
No, you're
idea.
right. That's true.
So in linguistics, right? So if you go and you actually study linguistics at a university, the first day they'll explain the difference between descriptive and prescriptive linguistics. Prescriptive linguistics is somebody telling you what not to do, whereas descriptive linguistics is describing what people actually do, right?
And
So
what is the
people,
what is the difference though in reality in terms of how it's interpreted and how it's used in layman's people, in educated people, in maybe like all different aspects, because
well,
that's what it really counts.
there's no, I mean, it all comes down to how people choose to interpret it and stuff like that. But that's the
You know
main
what
thing
I'm
is that
saying though? Like these
there's
people want
something
to use it like they
observable, but
want to
that
call us
doesn't
all
mean
fucking dumb.
it's objective.
They
It's
want to
it's
call me and you dumb though, bro. Is what they want.
But so I'm going to get back to my point though with
Go
so
ahead,
the
sir.
idea with the superior world hypothesis is that, yeah, how much further can you speak than you can, or how much further can you think that you can speak, right? Human beings are social
Yeah,
creatures, and they talk and they discuss things, and when we
that's a
come
good
up with a
point.
new concept, we give it a name, right? Because I don't want to have to explain the concept every time I do it. So even in this book, the concept of double think, right? This idea that I can, right? So throughout the book, it explains it, and if you read the book, right, you get a concept of what double think means by the end of it, right? So the idea is that if you take away, right, people can only think maybe a bit further than they can speak, right? Because even when I'm thinking in my head, most
Sure.
people think in their heads in words, right? Most people, think,
Well, that's how we conceptualize things, though, right?
well, yeah, exactly. So so the way human beings have evolved is that speech does have an impact on thought. And
But
so the
but
idea
but
with
thought
newspeak is
thought
that if you
like I think this is where it comes down to is like thought in your own mind is really profoundly beyond speech in your own mind, but you can't break it down to speech because it's in your own mind. Like maybe a lot of people are smarter than we think, but they can't articulate it. Perhaps like I don't know. Maybe there's like some gap there. I don't know.
Well, once you
Human
define,
beings.
well, the main point is once you define something in your mind, you give it a name, and then you use that name instead of
Well, that's
redefining it
your
every
name
time, right?
though. Like I could be like, yo, squiggly over
But
diddly
that's the point, is that once I explain a
equals.
concept to you, I
Oh
give
my
you a
God,
name, and then I
cosmic.
reference that name after that. I don't have to keep explaining the concept each time. Once I
Yeah, no,
explain
I
to you a
get you.
term, we then have a name. And so the idea is that if you reduce the number of words that people have to explain things, you reduce the amount that they can explain and how much further, right?
I see.
So
I see. And then yeah, like at some point when concepts get so broad and so vast where you can't squash them down into some sort of word, and they are so beyond even a word, like something beyond a word. That's wild, right? Like to us as human beings, that's big time. But
yeah, so I'm
we
gonna have you
can't.
step down now for a bit.
It is, that's real. Like, but we can't explain it in a word. So, like, how could you break it down to a word? I think I know what you. Is that what you mean? Like, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna have you step down for a second, Mako. So just back to the point. The idea is with Newspeak is that if they don't have the word for something, and then when they try to describe it to another person, it can very quickly be captured, right? So before the cancer gets spread to another person, somebody can identify it and prevent it, right? That's the reason they create Newspeak, right? Because actually, at the end of the book, there is an appendix talking about Newspeak, and it's talked about a bit in the book, but it's kind of gone into depth there, right? And it's actually written almost kind of like like it's the true history of all these things. But the idea is that yeah, if somebody can't think these words, right? So there's no way that they can, talk about words like freedom and stuff like that if there is no word for it.
Right. So, I mean, also, I don't know if you noticed this, but there's sort of like a tension between um, Newspeak and like the old English like way of speaking. Not old English, but like just, I guess what contemporary English would be, British English. Because, and I'm paraphrasing here, but when Sam and he says to Winston when they're sitting in the cafeteria, he's like, I've read your articles, but like you haven't yet come around to the Newspeak way of doing things. You're still looking at it in terms of like the old speak,
So I
right?
actually mentioned, so there is some truth to this. So like I mentioned it before. So I've studied linguistics and I've studied various languages, but I've never actually been able to speak another language because it comes in a phase, right? So when you're an adult learning a language, right, what first happens is, yeah, you go through this process of translation. So you have something you want to say and then you translate it. But the problem is that it's not necessarily the most effective way to translate it, right? So the idea is that as you get more mature in a language as a second language, that you think it out in that language before you say it, right? You're not just going through a one-to-one translation. And so that's what I did, which, so like I said, this is the way that you normally speak a new language. So yeah, for him, he uses Newspeak effectively, but obviously in Winston's mind, he first thinks what he wants to say in Newspeak, well, in old speak, right, in regular English, and then he translates it very effectively into Newspeak, but he's not thinking in Newspeak, right? Which of course is the point, right? Is that he needs to think in Newspeak, and then he'll does that make sense? I guess. So it's
Right.
normally
So
the way
so I mean,
it's normally the way that yeah, you shouldn't be translating, right? Well, like you can do a translation and maybe have a gloss, but right, the idea is that if you really want to capture the concept, you need to think about the concept and then even in your mind say that concept in the new language rather than saying it in the old language and then translating it. You want to,
right.
and then of course that's the entire point of Newspeak. Even more so is that you should only be able to conceptualize the things that you want to conceptualize.
Well, like I took that more when Sim was saying to Winston, I can see that you're, yeah, from your articles, he's like they're okay, but he's like, you haven't really embraced new speak. It's like you're still thinking old speak, which I assume to be like British English, like contemporary British English. Um, yeah, I saw it more that it was sort of a slight toward Winston, and like, also I guess it could be read that that is something that's kind of exposes that he has impure thoughts, or like, is perpetrating thought crimes. Um, because he also says, Sim is like he's a smarter guy, but like he would turn me in an instant. He would, throw me to the wolves type of thing. Um, so it's sort of like, you know, is Sim becoming aware that, he has thoughts beyond, you know, towing the party line, so to speak. Um, that's sort of what I got from that. I think what you're trying to say, Zink, is, Winston is still thinking in the old modes, um, which I'm sure many people in this type of society would be doing. Um, but it's sort of like it's like seen as something that would expose you to being a thought crime, perpetrator.
Well, no, like I said, it's a normal. Now here it has a second level of insidiousness, but it is a normal sort of thing that people will criticize when somebody is trying to right. Well, because like it's actually why when they talk about transliteration, well, no, like yeah, translation versus localization, right? So sometimes you'll like translate something and then it's like, but to like then more effectively, right? So it's one's just a one to one whatever, and the other one's like actually trying to, you know, take it a bit further, right? So that's why like when they're translating, say, you know, certain movies or books and stuff like that, sometimes you'll have just like a straight translator, and then somebody after that will come through and edit it, right? Because if you just translate it, it's very stilted, right? It's not it doesn't read well, right? So to effectively translate, you have to sort of, you know, it's not just translating the exact meaning, but
You have to
translating it into, so
contextualize.
that's a normal, yeah, it's a normal criticism of any sort of translation. But here, yeah, it has this kind of second level in that he's not thinking, right, because the idea is that, yeah, is that this is a language old speak versus new speak, and he's just translating. But what it shows is that he's still using old think and not new think, right? Because if he
Right.
used new think,
Exactly
then
it.
new think should immediately go into new speak, right? Whereas what he's going through is old think, old speech, new speak, right? And it's not properly taking the step of new think, right?
Right.
So
Yes.
it's the same, like I said, like, so like when it comes to like, you know, say I'm trying to do something into French, right? I should be, you know, trying to, you know, think the concept in French and then say it in French, right? But instead what I usually do is I think the concept in an English way, and then I just straight translate that concept, right? I'm not thinking it out, right? Like in the way a French person would say it, right? So it's very stilted, right?
Right. Um. So another thing that I'm curious of. Um. So, do you guys think Emmanuel Goldstein is just a creation of the government, or was Emmanuel Goldstein an actual person that the government is now holding up as like everything that's wrong, and like, we can't go down this path again because he's like preaching freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and like, all the stuff that the totalitarian big brother government does not want, the government of Oceania. um so is it that is it that Emmanuel Goldstein was an actual guy and like they just keep vilifying him, or is it a mix of both? He's become partly a made up creation and he was a real guy as
It's
well.
the main point is it's completely unknowable, right? Because that's what he talks
Right.
about. When he creates Ogilvy, it's completely made up, right?
Right,
And
right,
then
right,
when he
right.
rewrites those three guys, right? So maybe Goldstein started something. Maybe he's like a composite. The main thing is that, yeah, you can't really know if Goldstein existed any more than Big Brother did, or who he was. Was he even maybe like even like, because you could just go off on any direction. Like sometimes I've even wondered like maybe Goldstein was Big Brother, and then like, you know, he created himself as a composite or whatever. Like there's the fundamental point here is that there's no way of knowing because it's just so completely buried, right? Like after, you know, covering it up so many times and wiping out people, right? Like you can't even remember that. Yeah, you know, I think for the most part, like the way I always took it, right, especially because he's, you know, obviously supposed to be Jewish. I think it, like obviously the genesis of the character is, you assume it's sort of a Trotsky like character, right? Trotsky having been, you know, one of the leaders there at first, and then later on becoming kind of a dissenter. He was still a hardcore communist, but he wasn't fond of the Leninist, Stalinist style of things. And so obviously that's what you're supposed to probably assume was the case, right? Is that he probably is, you know, a socialist, but it's a different type of socialist, and then he's fallen out. But like, but that's even an assumption, right? There's no way of verifying it. So like, so my answer would be that it's made intentionally ambiguous, right? That you can't know anymore that, you know,
Right.
Goldstein exists, or that, you know, Big Brother exists, or that, yeah, who, or even who's pulling the strings, right? Because there's the idea that like, yeah, those three guys, they were very high up, important parts of the whatever, but obviously they were, you know, undone. And it even talks about that there's like, there doesn't seem to be, by this point in the party, there doesn't actually seem to be any leadership. It's just that everybody's watching everybody, and so it's almost, you don't even know if at this point if there is any sort of leadership anymore, right?
So I mean,
But they
so
definitely, but
so
like even
so
O'Brien says, they
would
write
you
the
say
book.
O'Brien is like does he even know if Goldstein exists? Like when he says to Winston when he's torturing him, he's like, does Goldstein actually exist? He says to O'Brien, and O'Brien's like, that's something that you'll never know. But like, does O'Brien himself even know?
Does he even care, right? I mean, this is where it comes into the double think, is that he's double thought it away so many times that he simultaneously can probably, like I said, if it's called up, he can say one thing, but in orthodoxy, he'll usually say that Goldstein exists, right? I mean, that's the whole nature of this double think, is that O'Brien can always give multiple answers to anything, but that he's so pure in his double think that he always provides. It's something that that Wabhog talks about from time to time, right? The noble lie, right? And it's something, like I said, like that I run into, like, as I was growing up with various sort of, like, Mormon leaders I knew, right? Where, yeah, they'll almost kind of tell you two different things simultaneously, just given the circumstances, and to them it's not a contradiction, right? There is no cognitive dissonance in these things. So I guess the main thing that you sort of get is that everything is under their control, right? There is no, right. The proletariats have no possibility of rising up.
So I mean, so here's my question. It's under their control. Big Brother could potentially just be a concept, and Goldstein could potentially just be a concept. Um, so in a sense, in this, like, monolithic type of society and culture, it sort of is decentralized on the government level, because I mean, there are multiple different, like Winston even says this, where he works, where he like edits news articles and stuff like that. But he said, like, in his office or like his team area, you know, he's one of many. There are many other ones that are working there as well doing it. So it's like, it's almost like in the monolithic society, everybody is working, like, towards like Big Brother and helping Big Brother, and like, or just the concept of Big Brother. But like, it's almost like it is on the government level somewhat decentralized, right?
Well, that's the thing. Everybody's watching everybody, and yeah, like the orthodoxy. So, like, yeah, you get the sense that
Like, I mean,
you don't
they're
really know who's in charge, and do you
right.
need anybody in charge?
Well, I mean, this is the
And
question,
this, of
right?
course,
And
like
this
what they
this
say,
comes
is makes them more successful than, yeah, the Nazis or the communists under Stalin,
right.
right?
So
Is
so
that
I mean,
they're not hinged on that.
so I mean, this really comes back to, like, I mean, we could even tie Big Brother, the concept of Big Brother and Goldstein, to the Panopticon, where, you know, it's like, is there anybody in the tower that's actually there? Like, is Goldstein actually like a man? Was he ever man? Like, and that really, like, ties back into the Panopticon. Like, is the Watchman actually in the tower? Is that a mannequin that's in there wearing a policeman's hat? I mean, you don't know because the glass is opaque. Um, so you regulate your behavior. So, like, I mean, if everybody looks at this totalitarian society as like top-down control, and yeah, there are people that are in control. There must be like commanders of like the secret police, and like I mean, clearly O'Brien is a commander. Um, but is he the top guy, or are there other O'Briens like him? And like, isn't this like, a more of a decentralized government, really, if you think about it? Yeah, like, I don't know. It's very interesting. I on rereading this is something that came up with me, is like, you always look at it as like it's the monolithic, it's like the top down government, like too much control. But now if you really think about it, like, the government in this story is somewhat decentralized, right?
Yeah, it's just a party. It's sort of like I said, it almost becomes like that flocking of birds, where there's some sort of like central concept that drives it, but like, yeah, people have lost control of it. So that's the thing. Like, so those three guys that were that he, were high up in it and then taken out, right? Is that they've created a machine that nobody can control, right?
So it's
Hey,
like it.
you guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can hear you.
okay. Okay, yeah, I'm finally home now. I can finally talk. Like I was just driving that stupid truck. Um, yeah, I don't know if you guys mind. Like I didn't have a chance to finish. Like when I was talking about the kind of parallel between double speak and like what we're living now.
Oh yeah,
I,
we haven't moved too far away from that, Carlos.
I
So
was
go ahead.
particularly talking about words like conspiracy theorists, right? Or like anti-vaxxer, where like they really modify people's behavior. Where like what I've seen, like what those words do, those kind of words, right? Like they completely like kind of block you out. Like they completely like disarm you, right, of any arguments when someone like calls you that, right? Like it just put you in like this, like mold where like, well, yeah, like I don't have to listen to you because like you're crazy, right? Like right away. But at the same time, it's like it's gonna self-censor in the person too. With like anything that has a label, like they won't even bother to like research, right? Or like to like do a double take. Like okay, well, that's just a conspiracy theory. It's just like an anti-vaxxer thing. Like even like really smart people, like I listen to podcasts and stuff, right? And like some of this leftists, like it's like, oh yeah, all that anti-vaxxer movement is bullshit, right? And like they just completely, like ignore like all these truths and like flagrant things, right? And it's what I'm saying is like, I mean, I hate that, but it's so effective. Like in like like reading this book, like I don't know, like the last time, like I'm like, oh my god, like this, just made me think of like words like this, right? Where like they really like completely change someone's behavior, like not only behavior but like attitude towards someone. Like that really to me is like it's kind of mind control, right? We're like I mean, I'm sure it's mind control, like we're all mind control, like in like the way we live in, but like this is so direct to me that it's like that I can point at. I'm like, oh yeah, like just words, right? Like in what I said, like no one has to be tortured, no one has to be like shocked into any of this, like behavior modifying things, right? Like it's just like boom, like one line and like one word and like it just can completely like like alter someone's like thought process. So that was my point. I'm so sad that Clear left because I kind of wanted to invite everyone because she said like, oh, like I read this book younger and like now that I'm older, like like it's kind of like making me reflect on like like this and this and these things from like that we're living now. So I just wanted like you guys to like kind of like mention things like this. Like for example, me, we'll get into it later, but like me, one thing like during like the scamdemic and all this, like it just really made me think of like like let's say Julia, right? Like how like the younger people that I know, like to them it's just like us, we really want change and like change the system, right? Like but to them like Julia, it's like, oh no, I just want to like be able to play around and like like kind of break the rules here and there, right? But like to them, like it's like the system is such a like they're so embedded in it that they don't even want to change it. Like the ones that kind of want to rebel, it's like, oh no, I just want to like break the rules here and there, as long as I'll give an example, right? Like a friend, I was telling a friend like, well, now they can just, if you have a digital ID, they can like like freeze your driver's license if it's tied to that, and like you won't be able to move around. And he's like, oh, whatever. And then I said like, well, like like the way they're doing now with like gas prices, like like you really you won't be able to like travel anymore as before, like go see your friends like with your car, because like now it's a fortune, right? And he's like, well, no, I'll just buy a motorcycle and like like I'll pay for less gas and like I'll use the motorcycle to like kind of filter to traffic and like like, so you see like they don't see the picture anymore. And like it's like they don't even like have that like 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 thought in the back of their heads like, oh yeah, I want things to change, or like like I can reject this, right? It's like no, they don't even see like past that. So that was an example. And like yeah, like that was something like it's like I say, every time I read this book I feel like, oh, it's even more and more relevant to like 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 us like the way we live in, like like the whole power structure unfolds like more and more, to me at least. Like I kind of think back on this book, right? Like I'm like, oh my god, like it's all here, right? Or like this is so pertinent to this. Anyway, we can probably get into it later.
So I mean, to your point, Carlo, about Julia, um, and I think this is kind of important. Is she operating at the behest of O'Brien and like reporting back to him, or
No, I
yeah,
mean the main way that I don't think you can think that Julia's in on it is that they're at the end, right? Like I think they almost imply that they lobotomized her, right? She's got like a scar on her head, right? Obviously,
Yeah.
yeah, they. So I mean, they let this all happen, right? So there's a whole entrapment going on, right? So they probably had been watching Winston for some amount of time. They probably had been watching Julia and stuff like that, right? Letting her do this because it seems like for some of them, there's some people that they want to kill quickly, and there's other people they don't want to, right? So, like,
right.
why is it that they instantly kill Sim, and now it's implied, right? Because it's almost the same thing, right? Where he's now hanging out at the what is it, the chestnut tree, right? Which is where the three guys. So they almost let you free and let you like rectify yourself, and then eventually they'll execute you. But then it's not even clear if they're going to execute him or whatever, right? But some of them like so with him. Right, because yeah, the whole curiosity shop there, or their antique shop there, um, but yeah, no, it seems like she's very much punished. So it doesn't seem like yeah she's in on it with O'Brien, right? It really is like especially as I was reading it this time right now that I'm older. It's that she's just yeah she's not overly interested. She's just I don't want to use the word, but yeah, I mean she really is like she's like just a nympho or something, right? She's just sort of like she likes the idea of like yeah seducing these men and having them for a while like I don't like you almost wonder why is it that yeah she what is it that she likes about Winston? Is it just that yeah she senses that he's unhappy and that he'll be easy to kind of draw into this, or what exactly it is, right?
Like, I mean, I would argue that in this type of a system, because like, I mean, she survives too, and like, doesn't he see her like years after the torture, but like, there's nothing there, there's no recognition.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many years later because he's like oh it took him 40 years to realize that. Now is that because he's now 40 or whatever? So I don't know if it's like a year later that all of this happens or if it's like a couple years later. Because yeah, he does imply that like yeah, she's gotten older and that yeah, her body like I don't even know if it's like implying that she's had kids or something. Like I'm not really sure what it's implying.
Well, like, I mean, my whole thing is, and that's why I asked it before. It's like, let's say, like, um, Winston was not allowed. Let's say he didn't get so into the Emmanuel Goldstein writings, which is clearly a honeypot as well. It's like a trap to see who's gonna like buy this type of like thought, hook, line, and sinker, and then like become an extremist. Okay, so let's suppose he had just read it, but like wasn't really that interested. Would he have been allowed to just survive and continue on? Because it seems to me part of the manipulation by the government is the fact that they understand that there are key things that drive humanity. Like, I mean, sex and like having freedom and stuff like that being like two of them, right? So, I mean, it's like they make I get the sense that the like Oceania government, like the apparatus, the big brother government, like they would make some allowances for this. And I mean, we also get the sense of that previously when they say that, oh, they make like porno mags and like, this kind of stuff, but like nobody in the government is allowed to like look at that. That's only for like, the lower classes, like people that are just like out there like living their lives. They're not a part of like the government system. They don't work for the government. um so it's like it's almost like they're willing, it's like it's a highly controlled society, but um they're willing to make some concessions for just like standard human behavior, but that's actually part of the manipulation, right? It's like, and that's why I come back to saying, like, is Julia, I mean, they could potentially, that could have been part of the ploy too. I mean, she has the scar on her head, and like, is Julia like in it with O'Brien. I mean, it's very possible that that's part of the manipulation, right?
Well,
Like,
the way I read
O'Bri-
it, the way I read it though, it's like basically what Singh mentioned. Like she had some stuff done, right? Like the scar on the head. Like yeah, she like either like partially lobotomized or like like they just like remove something and like for like like they mentioned, oh yeah, like her hips were rigid and she didn't feel like like her shape. Like I just think she got a hysterectomy or something. She got like spaded, right? Like because her power was that, right? Like her power was her sexuality, and like they just removed it, right? That's what I get. And like
they broke them, so like I think both of
right.
them are broken. Right? They've both been converted. So yeah, her sort of liveliness has been broken, and his sort of resist. Now, why did they choose to break them and keep them alive at least short term, versus somebody like the Sim guy or whatever, or some of these other people? Like, does it start out like as that? Yeah, by keeping some of them alive, they start like keeping some of them just because it gives them like a research potential to see kind of how to break some people and other people, or yeah, like does it make them like you almost wonder like yeah was but all of this because what's significant here is to some extent so like if you take O'Brien, right, it implies I think that like they're near the end that he's in his late 50s, right? So obviously he's been involved at some level for a while, but like yeah, so like if this stuff was starting in the 50s and it wasn't really until the 60s, like was he on a weird path at one point? Like that is because they said, oh, they captured me a while back, so maybe to some extent is it because was he always a hardcore member or was he sort of converted? Like that's what I've never been sure on. Like
I mean, I get the sense that he's faking that. He's like, he's just making that up, right? I mean, you don't know, and like it's ambiguous, right? Like, I guess us as the reader would never know either. And it's like, does O'Brien even really know? Like, does he know truly what's going on, or does he have a handler that's higher up than him, right? And then it's like, how far does that hierarchy go up? I mean, that I find that a bit like odd.
well,
It's
like
like,
also what I was thinking that I said like I like just living through all the crap that we're living now and like thinking of this book, it's like the idea that like Eurasia, East Asia, and like Oceania, it's basically the same, right? And like it's like you probably you have like many O'Briens, right? And each O'Brien has a Goldstein, right? And like it's all controlled, and like at what extent is it all theater? And like I'm thinking of like 9/11, right? Where like here in this book, like you have the cities getting bombed, and like that idea that like okay, through like perpetual war you control people, right? Because then you can establish a hierarchy, right? Well, like you need protection, right? We need to protect you from like the enemy, right? So then like people like they will just delegate like their like self-ownership to like, okay, no, well, yeah, we need a military, we need like this, we need all this bureaucracy, right? Because like we need this structure, right, to be protected. And like like reading this book I was thinking like, I'm like, wait, hold on, like to like our current climate, or like okay, like it's Putin in this, like it's each war, it's everyone just like a meta figure that like it's like the 2 minutes hate where like they're on TV and like, oh yeah, terrorists, like you're supposed to hate him, and like is that even real? Like like it would be so easy, and like the way it's done in this book, right? Like okay, like you have like like the Hegelian dialect, you have like like the antithesis like is the synthesis, right? And like I'm thinking like, okay, in our world, like it's the same, right? It's the same, and like it's are like our leaders just in this whole theater play where like, oh sure, as long as like like having a war, and like we've been at war since like the beginning of the last century, right? Like, and like it's that perpetual instability that like that Singh was talking about, right? Like if uh like if they mess up with like your like yeah, no, it was you, Adrian, sorry, talking about this stats is like if you're so bogged down like dealing with like trivial stuff, right? Like you won't even see like outside like your like, little like box of problems, right? Like that's just keeps like holding you down to like aspire at or like to even think of like like changing stuff, right?
Yeah, so like I mean my example with the Stasi, what they would do is it's like they would leave your life in as like a wreck, right? So they would
Yeah,
destabilize your personal
think
life.
about it. What's happening now? Like like the people with the convoy, right? Like, well, they f them up financially, right? They smear the reputation. Where like like it's just hard for them to like like move around in society, and like like many of them like that I've heard, right? Like they kind of okay, well, like the combo has to be done because now I have to deal with all this, like I have like fines at the butt. Now I'm like, like I have a criminal record now, I have like all these things now, like it just, like a bunch of like my life is now like a whole mess, right? And like they just, it's like a super passive aggressive way of like, like, oh yeah, they could beat you up, or they could just, like just put all these issues, like to just hold you down, like, like just all these legal shackles basically.
So, I mean, building on what you're saying there, Carlo, I mean, let's not forget that previously, like 6 months before the convoy came to Ottawa, like truck drivers were heroes. Like the government was praising them, saying, oh, they're keeping like our supply chains moving and stuff like that. They're going across into the States to like make sure that like we still have food coming up here to Canada and like, they're going across at like great risk and stuff like this. So like, I mean, the government was praising truckers, but then it's like the double think type of thing. The message changes now that the truckers become a problem, right? And I mean, I still don't understand how somebody is going to get COVID by being in like the cab of a truck for 22 hours
It makes no
straight.
sense.
Yeah,
I
it
drive a
makes
truck,
no
right? I drive a
sense.
truck, and like there
Yeah,
is no way. And like I mean,
yeah, yeah.
I only got COVID. Like I got COVID by being with people in like a vax, like a recently boosted person in a really close space, right? And that was like not even at work, like. And after like I don't know, like 2 years or something, like but like with my work, like I like not even like close, right? Like it makes in a logic like in a logic basis, like it makes no sense, yeah, to like yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, I think I said this on Twitter or like Reddit or something at the time. And this one guy's like, oh, well, there are truck stops and like they congregate with other truckers. I'm like, yeah, maybe they just fill up, but like generally, what I've seen from people that I've known that were truckers, it's like they're on tight deadlines. So it's like they got to move. It's not like
Yeah,
there's going to be this
when I
big party or
no,
something, right?
it
Where they're
when
congregating.
I go long distance, right? When I go long distance, like I know like exactly what you're saying, right? Like you are on the clock, and like you have like you like normally because they schedule you like another pickup or something, like you're always running late, right? So I have like all my food like like meal prepped, and like I know many truckers like you might buy like a snack or an energy drink, right? But energy drink like on the road, but like most truckers they have like like their meal prep, because like the reason you're saying though, like it's always unpredictable and it's always on the clock, right? So you can never rely, oh yeah, I'm gonna go chill at a restaurant or something. Like that is the last thing in your head, right? I'm like, okay, I have like 4 hours to be here. Like there's traffic, and like there's like the two drops that I have, and then the two pickups. Like it's always a race against the clock, right? Like the last thing you would do is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go chill. Like I don't know, go play poker with a truck or something. Like it's not that at all. Like it's the complete opposite.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
like you barely have a time to take a piss, to be honest. Like it's really rough.
right. Like, and that's what I was. But I mean, of course, every these leftists who are like, well, no, they have to be vaccinated and like this or that. Like, they always have like an answer, that they know better. When in fact, they don't know shit. They're just putting it out there and like, because like, and that's another thing too. That's like new think really. It's like you know the people on the left and stuff like that, like they just don't have to make sense, and like you can't come at them with hard logic and be like, well, logically, like that just wouldn't happen. They're on tight deadlines, like they're in the cab for like 20 hours straight, like to get across the border, like they're not mixing with other people and stuff like this. So it's like, but then there's always an answer, right? And like to them the answer doesn't always have to make sense, And it's like, you know, the propaganda machine, like the government, you know, they want those people to exist. It's like they're encouraging them to be out there where, you know, they don't actually need any type of logic. You know, they will just contradict anything without any kind of logic. Because it like helps the government's like line on like, no, 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 they have to be vaccinated and like we're gonna put in this mandate. I mean, it's just totally stupid. Um, but I mean, and that really ties into 1984 if you think about it. I mean, it and what I was saying before, the truckers were celebrated like in 2020 they were celebrated as heroes. You know, on even on mainstream
Yeah,
news,
it's
right?
the
They were like,
it's
yeah,
it's the two plus two equals five, right? In the book.
exactly,
And
yeah,
like
yeah.
remember like the bit where like, oh yeah, like we're reducing the like the regular
I'll
quota
be back in a minute, guys.
of chocolate to 20 grams, right? And then the next day it's like, oh, Big Brother is like giving you now, like they up the dose of chocolate from 20 grams to 30 grams, like, and like in a day they like change the complete like the whole like concept of like getting chocolate, right? Like the whole
Yeah,
chocolate thing,
exactly.
like
Yeah,
even like a couple of like in a day or something, like it went from like we're taking away your chocolate to like here like we're giving you even more chocolate than before. It's like it is that idea where like, and like what you were mentioning before, Adrian, that like it's so relentless, like it's just like like one new thing every day, like it's something new, right? Something okay, no, like now it's this is a new thing, right? Like, and like, oh, something I yeah, I wanted to mention about like when I was talking about like war and how they manipulate people with war. Like, I mean, we're sitting now. It's like okay, like now, like with Ukraine, right? It's like oh, it's just a new thing every day. It's like it's so hard to like have like objectivity, right?
absolutely. So I mean, so I started noticing. So I would say like the way that our news cycle works. Well, our news cycle is different now. It's much faster. But I would say like the way that the news cycle works in 1984 is closer to how our news cycle worked like around early 2000s, right? Where it was like that 24-hour news cycle and it's like, you know, all of the big networks, they would recycle the news, like what's going on for like 24 hours and then it would change, right? And maybe they would come back to stories, but generally it was like a 24-hour news cycle. I would say now with the internet and like Twitter and stuff like that, we're on like maybe a 10-hour news cycle, I would say, like less. I mean, you could even say maybe even like 8 hours, you know, maybe even less. So I mean, things are moving much faster now. Um, you know, and it's like the whole thing with the chocolate, and it was like they're decreasing the chocolate ration, so they say the truth at first. Then it gets rewritten as, you know, oh no, we've actually increased it, but it's like on that 24-hour news cycle that if you didn't see the first thing, you know, 24 hours later, it's like they it seems like they've increased it to 20. But the people are so programmed that they don't notice. Um, but the thing is, like, what I've noticed is like people do notice, like in the real world, like in our world right here, they do notice, but then things just like kind of disappear. It's kind of like when I was saying like the European Union's scientists said, "Oh no, you know, getting they were quoting like some Israeli studies where they were saying that like, you know, it's not good to get a third dose of vaccine, a fourth dose of vaccine, a fifth." And I mean, Israel last year was on their fifth already, and they were saying there's no real like antibody difference. In fact, it could be hurting your immune system. And I mean, that was on Bloomberg, you know, maybe like this past February 2020, or like, I don't know, it's hard to remember. It was like, I think it was like 2022, February 2022. They said something to that effect. But then it vanished. Like, you know, it was like there for 24 hours and then it vanished. So it's like now it's like they don't edit it to make the news. They just like kind of forget that they even said that, and they start pumping out a whole bunch of other opinions to like drown that. So like I mean, I would say that that's a difference between 1984 and the world that we live in right now. It's like they're not actually changing the news. They let some things out, but then they just forget about that one thing that doesn't fit with the narrative that they want. And then they just drown it out with like a whole bunch of other stuff that they want you to think about, right?
Oh, looks like we lost him. Sorry, I'm back now.
Yeah. So I was just talking to Carlo about like the how in 1984 he was talking about the chocolate ration and how it was they said that they announced that they were going to drop it to like from 30 to 20 grams. Okay, but then like based on the 24-hour news cycle that they have, they change it to make it, oh, Big Brother has increased the chocolate ration to 20 grams, and like nobody even notices. And I was just saying to Carlo, like, in the world that we live in, it's like you might get one article that tells you like a certain truth, but if they don't like it or they don't want to present that argument, they just kind of forget it. Like they don't edit it out. They just kind of forget about it and then drown it out with like all of these other messages that they want you to think about, right?
Yeah, no. So one thing I was meaning to, so I think I started on it, but I got distracted. What I don't know if I'd thought about this in the previous times I read it, but what I've especially, so when it comes down to like, you know, with him, like why do they wait so long for him? I think because, and of course they make the point that they need total control, right? And they need to betray somebody. So I think they don't act on him because he doesn't really have, right, it's only once they're kind of, or at least once they think they're in love, right, that they have something they can lose, right? There's no reason to like I said, like, yeah, he has nothing to lose. And so only once they think that they have something, that they're part of something, and that there is a meaning, do they then strike at them, right?
Right. Um yeah, but then but why do they kill him in the end? I mean, he's I mean, I we kind of disagree on this, but I would argue that Winston is broken from the very beginning of the book, right? He's broken, he's given a bit of hope, but then he's like utterly broken after the torture. So it's like, why kill him in the end?
Well, we don't know for sure if they're going to kill him, but I'd say the end. I mean, the entire point is at the end, he's orthodox, right? He's genuinely interested in the war, right? He takes it seriously, and he's excited. He's thinking, right? He's armchair quarterbacking it, right? He's like, oh, they just got to move a column up here, right? He's very conventional now, right? But at the end there, right? He loves Big Brother.
Yeah, but that they said that, right? Like they don't wanna like create any martyrs, right? Like they just that like they say like like other regimes fail because they created like martyrdom, right? Where like they would burn like witches, right? And like then people would rebel even more, right? Like seeing because they would be like eliminated being these centers, right? Like but like the best, like they say like I think yeah, Brian tells him like like for us to win is just that, like like to for you to really believe, and then like it's okay if you die, like you won't be like you won't create any disruption in the system, right?
Wait,
um
but doesn't he die at the end?
is it vague? I don't know. I don't
No,
think
no.
it's
So I
I
mean,
thought he
like,
gets a bullet to the back of his
no, he
head, like
keeps expecting it. He keeps
he's
expecting
expecting
it.
it. Yeah, I don't
But the
think he
important thing
dies.
is, so
I mean
there at the end,
but
he's sitting in the chestnut tree, right? And the chestnut tree is where the three guys he sees, right? So what happens is that it's almost kind of like a weird sort of retirement thing, right? Where people go there when they're a little bit curious, but like, and they underbill him, right? it's a display, right? They want him to come there and sit there, and people see him and are aware of him, and right, and he just sits there all day and drinks, right? And so and it's pretty much implied that that's what happened to those three guys when he saw them there, and they're just sitting there quietly drinking gin and not getting charged, right? And they're constantly bringing them more gin. It's implied that probably at some point he's going to be executed, right? But they want to show the benevolence, and that when he gets executed, he fully embraces it, right? He's fully indoctrinated now, right?
Well, I think it's yeah, and it's that on purpose, and like it's what I said. It's to show like it's the opposite of like, like even anyone who has is a potential dissenter, like in the end, like they end up embraced, like they're just part of it, like regardless, right? So, and it's a show, and like what they argue there that like yeah, we don't want to make any martyrs, right? We don't want to make like any idea that like being a dissenter has any kind of consequence, even negative, right? They just kind of like reeling back, like into it, and like that's just an example for everyone else. And like it's what Sink was saying, right? Like it seems like everyone who's been like a known dissenter, like they end up at the oak tree, just like like basically like like neutralized, right? And that's the example, like like you have no power, positive or negative here, right?
Guys, I'm pretty sure he dies at the end, doesn't he? Like
Well,
he
it's
No,
gets
no,
a
possible though,
bullet.
because
he should. No, I mean, as far as
that
the book ends, he's sitting in the cafe, and
expecting
you
the
know,
bullet, but it's never like explicit that he's dead. But I mean, I'm with saying that like I mean everyone else kind of dies the same way, right? So eventually, I guess sooner or later he get the bullet.
it's almost like a display that chestnut tree, right? Like they want them to go there and sit there, and other people to see them, because one, it taunts people, like yeah, people see them, and then it makes them think, pretty much some other young guy is going to see him, just like he saw those three guys. Um, but then people can kind of see, they know that he's dead man walking, right? Does he ever die? Like that's the other thing. He expects it, but yeah, does he just continue to sit there? Who knows?
Well, I mean, and you can argue like at that point, like because he's expecting it, right? But it's like he is completely like just what I said, neutralized. Like I wouldn't say broken. I mean, Adrian, I would argue that everyone in this like world is broken. Like every person is like, like one way or
Yeah,
another.
that's a good
Like
point.
like everyone's just like like they're like so fragmented, right? Like even the kids, you can see it, right? But I'm like to me, it's like, and I think it's what O'Brien is arguing, right? Like, yeah, would even taking you the power to use your death as dissent, right? Like we're not even giving you that, right? Like you're just a zombie, right? Like you have no like no agency here, right? Like it's so final.
So even
Yeah,
more so, like I said, no, like just realizing how young I was when I read this, because there's a point where like they get together and then they obviously can't have sex because she's, you know, on her cycle. Like when I read that, I don't even like I said, I was 12. I don't even know if I would have gotten that.
Yeah, about that though, like I actually read it when I was young too. That like I like I mean I was older than you, saying not 12. Like gee, that's pretty young. But like yeah, I think it was like 15, 16, and like this idea that like I mean like he calls her like a rebel from the waist down, right? Like this idea to like kind of use like sex as like a spy thing. I'm like, to me it was so like like I don't know, like in my head when I was younger, like there were always that idea like, well, you have to have feelings for someone, even like slightly, right? Or like some kind of like deep attraction, or like like a strong attraction, right? But like here it's implied that she's been doing it as a way to like rebel, and like I was like, oh wow, this is like, to me that was like like so like revolutionary, that like it just like made me like see that in a different light, where like you can just like completely, like separate like that and use it as a tool, right? Like she's using it as a way to dissent. So that to me was interesting as a young reader.
Just checking some notes that I'd taken when I was re-listening to this today. I have one here, like, yeah, that every scrap of paper gets burnt, right? Like, so the people just like, there's always a place where you can just go and write, like, so there's no like, there's not even anything archaeological, right? There's nothing to like find, right? Like things are just inherently completely destroyed, right? Like there is no like.
That's it's funny you bring that up because I took notes on that too, and like there's a passage with like says like, well, like he's like history, like O'Brien says like history isn't a place, right? Like you can go into a room where like the past, like you can't go into a room where like the past is there, right? It's not intangible, like it's all just like being written, right? Like and like what is fact, and like that just it made me like think of like us, right? I mean like how like we said like, oh well, like history it's always told by the perspective of the victors, right? Like I mean and like with us, right? Like I mean like what's it would be so easy to just manipulate it, and like at some like to what extent it is, right? I mean and like yeah, I mean what we're seeing it now with like imagine like I think Adrian was there. I was talking to Chinook at some point, like of my experience with the convoy. I was there on the ground, like I went every weekend, and like imagine just seeing the news of that. Like it's a completely different story. It's so mind blowing and so like it's so gross, but like wow, like how many like events in the past like you just heard about it or like written in a book, but like you weren't there. Like what is real, right?
So I mean, Carlo, I wasn't there, but I was watching it on YouTube, like the auto walks and that Travel Fund 69 guide, and they were like, actually there
Oh,
was a
okay, so
bunch of
so
other
you
ones.
saw you saw like the music shows and like the
Oh
food
yeah,
and
like it's a
like
totally
people
different
dancing.
story.
It's
It's
it's so it's so
from
like
what,
opposite. Jesus.
yeah,
I'm like
like I mean, it's complete, like without the internet and like the people on the ground that were live streaming what was actually going on. Um, if you were to just watch the mainstream news, like,
well, the mainstream news,
CTV,
yeah, they
CBC,
had like Confederacy flags and like I don't know like Nazi flags like that
yeah,
the guy that had a flag he got booed and kicked like literally pushed out of the
and
crowd
I
like when that
saw
happened,
that.
and
So
it
so
lasted like I don't know like 10 minutes, right? Like people saw him and they started booing and like okay, like get out of here, and like they literally pushed him out, like not violently, but like they kind of like crowded on him and he just kind of walked away, right? That was it. Like and like imagine just
yeah,
that one picture like it can completely like like flip upside down like the reality, right?
so I mean, I saw the guy who had the Confederate flag and it had a truck on it, and he was wearing a balaclava cap, so you couldn't see his face, and he was walking around and had the Confederate flag and it had the truck on the Confederate flag, and like the people were saying to him, get out of here with that, like, that's not what this is about, and like they weren't even swearing. I think one guy may have said like, get the fuck out of here, but like everybody else that was around that guy walking around, they were like, get out of here with that, right? And then I saw another video, and it was
The most important thing is that
what,
guy's never been identified.
well, I mean, I think he's probably an agent provocateur,
Well, that's
Oh
like
like, you
yeah,
know what
no,
I
he,
mean,
he
like,
he's a pet.
somebody
No, he's a pet for
if
sure.
he was genuine, somebody, right, even some leftists would have narked on him by now, right?
It's exactly that's
So
what I
that's the thing.
said.
yeah.
Like
Yeah, he
nobody,
would have been knocked out for sure.
we have
I mean,
never identified that guy.
if
Who
if
even
that was
knows
for
that that
real,
guy was from Canada and if he spoke English, right? He might have been like,
yo,
a day
Exactly.
if
worker
that
from
if that was for
Mexico.
real though, like he would be on the news, like he would be mined by the news like so bad. Like just think about it, right? Like if they would have been digging on him or something, like if that was a real thing, right? Like they would have exploited that for sure. Like obviously not.
So then I saw another video, and like there was like this one black guy that they interviewed, and they asked him about the Nazi flag, like with the swastika, and he's like, oh no, he's like, that was a real thing, but he's like, the part that they don't show you is the guy held up that flag and he said, if you want to see Canada turn into this, then keep going with these like restrictive policies and stuff like that. And he said it only lasted like 10 minutes or so. So like that's the other story that I saw, but like you only see that stuff on the internet, right? So I mean like but the news, the way that the news made the Confederate flag and like the swastika, like they made it out to be that was all that was going on, but like when you see what was actually going on, and like all of the Ottawa residents that were, actually like in favor of the truckers being there, like, and people who had come from like Toronto and like all over from outside of the province, and they're like, yeah, like when you see it on the news, you think it's like, Armageddon, that it's like completely lawless, and they're like, this is great, it's like actually a fun like
No, honestly,
environment, and
it
like,
was like,
yeah.
I've been to Ottawa for like Canada Day. I've been to Quebec City for like the La Saint Jean Day. We celebrate like they take Quebec, or like the like the day of the province, whatever. And like it hasn't been like this awesome. Like it was like just the vibe, and like the whole like atmosphere, and like like the trucks, because the trucks have like neon lights, and like it was incredible. Like I can't describe it. Like honestly, it's like the most amazing things that I lived here, like in the country, as like a patriotic thing. Like I'm like amazing, and just the energy, like and for it to be really fight so bad, like that's one of the things that has been the hardest for me. And I'm like, wow, we're at this level. Like this is pretty dystopian to me. like see reality flip like that when I was there, and like what I'm telling you, like how I felt, like how in my the way I felt, right? Like so patriotic, and like like so much pride in like people from this country, and have that demonized to the ground, like it hurts. I can't, I don't have words to explain it, but it's a terrible feeling.
Yeah, I mean, and then like the ramping up, the like, we're gonna freeze your bank account, and like, and they did. I mean, you know, like, I mean, that was just, and then they went the nuclear option, like, so like, yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know, like, yeah, like the government just, I don't know, it was just way too much. Like, I mean, that's it. I mean, I already had like I had it with Trudeau like years ago. But I mean, like the freezing of the bank accounts, I mean, it's just like, it's like, and then they were like also saying like cryptocurrency wallets and stuff like this. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just a total overreach, and like, you
Well,
know, ne-
that's totalitarian textbook. Like I mean, like
yeah,
Although
yeah.
actually, I took a note on that. I had to bring it up. They were talking about the pros and their obsession with the lottery, and the way it was just there to like make them think they were going to win big. And especially now, right, we've seen it. That's like I said, I've long been skeptical about Bitcoin and these things. That's what it's always seemed like to me, right? Something to keep people entertained, right? And like and it even talk about like everybody's got like this weird system, right? Like even like a garbage man, right? Like the guy, like
oh yeah, they
like
they have like a like this like kind of like algorithmic way of predicting like the results of the lottery. Like like a sham for everyone who's like too hopeful, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Also, like, just to come back on the points you were making earlier, Carlo, about like the phones and like the surveillance. And I mean, I think this was actually before the convoy. The Ottawa Citizen, they reported that the Canadian military was actually running psyops on the internet like during the first part of the pandemic, and they were doing it for like, you know, 3 or 4 months, and like there was this one like major, and he was like, is this actually legit, like, can we actually do this legally? And then they're like, they did, and then it was going to come out. But like, I mean, that was in the Ottawa Citizen, it was like front page news that the Canadian military was running a psyop on its own people, and everybody's like, they, oh well, like, it's not even, oh well, like most people don't even know that that happened. Like,
Well, like if you tell them though, it's like, well, that's a conspiracy theory, right? And that's what I said. Like
yeah, but like
the power of these words, right? Like the power to like neutralize reality, right? We're like, oh no, just say that's anti-vaxxer talk, right? And like they said like you see like and like this is real and these are hard facts, like things that happen, like like just events, like reality. And like what I said, like these words, like or like these concepts, I mean slash words, have this power where like like it's crazy. You can it's so like to me that's like what I said before is like really hacking your cognitive process, right? Like to me that's really scary.
So building on that, and I actually wanted to say this, so because like that, I think you brought up that about like the word anti-vaxxer and conspiracy theorist. We were talking about newspeak earlier. So I actually wanted to say, so like let's just say somebody calls you an anti-vaxxer, right? In that one word, I think that like why it like takes agency away from the person that's being called that is, because then all they need to say is the word anti-vaxxer, and it's like then you have to like explain yourself, and it will take like many more words. So like if like you go up to somebody and they're like, "Oh, you're just an anti-vaxxer," and it's like, "No, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm for like other normal vaccines and stuff like this, but like this one hasn't been tested, so like I'm not for this." And then there'll just be like, "Well, if you're for those other, you're an
Well,
anti-vaxxer, right?" So like
it has you, it
it's like
has you
you have
on
to
the
explain
defensive. It has
yourself.
you on the defensive, and like
Exactly.
you're
Yeah.
right away you're like strawman that like just like hurt, like just tied into the strawman position, like it's you can't get out of, right? Like it's like insta like strawman, right? Like
Well,
that's it. Like
even
Right.
then, now I used to do it
you're
too,
like
but
in a
now like
box.
I corrected myself, but like because yeah, somebody's like, oh, you're an anti-vaxxer, and just like you said, like no, I've taken my other vaccines, but now I don't even because like that's the thing, yeah, it makes it so that you have to say, well, no, I take every other vaccine, but at this point, I don't even want to like give credence to that, right? Like
Exactly. Yeah.
it's like yeah, you feel
Yeah.
compelled to like it's like
No, but
because
but
I
but,
like
but
I
my
even took a vaccine at like around because I was supposed to go to China. I've mentioned it before. So I like the
Right.
last vaccine I took was in 2009. I took the hepatitis vaccine, right?
Right. So like you're hitting what I'm trying to express. I'm probably not doing a very good job of it, but like it's in the fact that that you feel compelled to explain yourself, and say, "No, I'm not against all vaccines." It's like, but they can just say anti-vaxxer, and like it brings up all of these like false connotations of what an anti-vaxxer is, and like I would argue that the internet actually makes that worse because like it's just like hashtag anti-vaxxer, and I mean that was trending for a long time too, on Twitter. So it's like there's so much in that word and hashtag. It's like it's just so loaded, but you have no defense except a really long like verbose defense, like you're saying,
Yeah,
yeah,
but that defense though, that defense like takes agency away from you and like already put you
exactly,
on a lower level, right? Like
yeah,
automatically, right? So
totally.
you're not like you're not at the same level as a person. Like it just like it just drops you down like a few notches, right away. So it's you already have like the kind of lower ground in the argument.
So I mean, can we tie this to new speak, like in saying like conspiracy theorist and anti-vaxxer? Is
Well,
that
like
on the same level?
yeah,
Like,
of course. Like, and they say it right. Like we're like newspeak. Like it's really it's aiming to simplify language. Like so, even the thought process is disrupted, right? Like even before, like oh no, it's not like you can think about the wrong things. You won't be able even to formulate that thought because you don't have the words, right? And it's kind of like this and like anti-vaxxer. Like the person won't even think of like oh, I might research, I might question, right? Like it's like and like completely like dogmatic, like concept, right? Like it's just like a absolutist concept, right? Like okay, like it's one label and that's it. Like it just stops all like thought process, like like dead.
yeah. So I mean, and another one is like, which really pissed me off at the time and still pisses me off, is that like on Twitter you would see it a lot would be like Flu Trucks Clan, which is like sort of like trying to the left trying to be clever and like saying like Ku Klux Klan, right? But it's like they're saying Flu Trucks Klan. It's like, everybody there's a it's like it's exactly what you're saying, Carla. It's like it's just so loaded. It's like saying all of the people who are at that trucker rally are racist and like, and I mean, and Trudeau flat out said it there, like racist and misogynists and like, do we actually allow these people in our society? But like when you saw the live streams of what's actually going on, I mean, there's all different races there participating. Like everybody is saying, "Hey, how are you?" Like, "Oh yeah, yeah, that's great." I mean, you had those Sikh guys that were there, putting out videos, and they're like, it's a community. We all are here. Like we all eat together. We share food and stuff like that. And like, but like on Twitter, it's like Flu Trucks Clan, right? And then the mainstream media picks up on it. They don't use the Flu Trucks Clan, hashtag, but they say, oh, they just pick up on the part like, oh, it's racist, right? So it's like, you know, I don't know, man. Like it's just horrible that this is where we're at right now. Like, yeah, totally, Carlo. I feel you.
But like
Yeah.
tying it back to the book, like in what I said at the very beginning, that like this idea, right? Many writers, so like like at the time they would speculate that technology would be like what I said, like bring this utopian utopian society, right? But like like to me, like like just that Orwell, like he basically predicted like what our phones are doing, right? And like I mean, like they said, yeah, like that at some point, I think it's Charrington, whatever. I know he's part of the thought police, but like he says, like, oh, at the beginning, like like I don't know, he's like, yeah, I never had one of those telescreens. That it was like I wasn't hip enough for that, right? So even that, he's saying it seems it's gonna imply that like at some point people will get it as like a oh yeah, like this new gadget, right? Like it's gonna be great, and like probably like it's gonna make help, like I'll be able to talk to everyone, right? And then like just that concept that like it's just used for complete control. Like I just feel like there's not enough of that like in fiction, that like like I mean we see with our phones, right? Like that it's at that point where like yeah, like you can use it for good things, but like it's kind of like like allowing like all the control, right? So it's like always a double-sided weapon, right? And like I feel like that to me was so like mind-blowing that he specifically like use communications in that sense, right? Like because I don't see it often in fiction.
So I mean, this was written in what, 49? So to conceptualize that
Well, like,
idea of like,
it was actually written in 47, and like his idea was that's what he inverted like the 1948, because he published it in 48. So he inverted like to 84 because he was like that was like a clever way for the future, right? And but it was published in 49, I think. Anyway, go ahead.
right, I mean, so to conceptualize like the two-way, like, so there's a screen. So I don't know if you guys saw it. There's actually this workout mirror, and I think it's
I've
called
seen it.
Mirror. You've seen it. And like whenever I see that, I think 1984. Like you
I
stand in
know.
front of this
Well,
mirror,
I
and it
think
like
of that, or like
yeah, yeah.
I think of HAL 5000 from Space Odyssey 2. Like at what point is this thing going rogue that like it's just gonna like make you work yourself out to a heart attack or something?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the screens are everywhere and all this. So, like, I mean, yeah, I mean, I would say that definitely, like Orwell's prediction there. Um, but like, I mean, was he talking more about like communist Russia or like East German secret police? Because, like, I mean, there's just so many parallels between the
What
Stasi
I said though, like
and
this guy, he went all over, right? Like he fought in the Spanish War, and then
Like I
he
said, a
kind of
lot of
went
this, like I
as
mean, the
reporter,
Tsarist
right?
secret police there in the late 19th century, early 20th century in Russia. I think they were the big first kind of pioneers of like a lot of the secret police stuff, right? So I mean, a lot. It had been evolving over several decades, even by the time Orwell wrote this, right? Because East Germany, I don't even. East Germany was only 2 years old by the time he was writing this, right? But yeah, like the Russians had done this because I even watched a show like, right, I mean, obviously sentiment changes, but there was a show from the 30s. It's very famous. It has what's her name, Bergman, right? Or no, what's her name? It's called Anochka, but right,
Ingrid Bergman.
is it? No, it's not. It's no, it's not Bergman. What is it? It's Ninochka. Ninochka. What's her name? Greta Garbo. Sorry, she's also Swedish. I get it mixed up. But and like so it's like made like 1935. But like she's like a Russian, whatever, and it's kind of like semi-humorous, but like it's just this idea that everybody's watching everybody else, right? So it was a well kind of established fact at that point that that's how the Russia worked, had worked even since Tsarist times, and so like that whole kind of secret police concept had actually predated the communists, and they just kind of kept it going, right?
Right. So Zinc, so I did manage to watch Brazil last night, and I'm just curious as to what your thoughts are on this, and Brazil. You said you had the other day when we were talking, you said you had something to say about, Brazil and this movie,
Well,
and
so like I said,
1984. Sorry.
so like when this and you showed it and I couldn't remember, but so actually when this came out, right? Yeah, it was so like there was a bunch of things, right? So yeah, Apple made that commercial. Technically, they made it end of 1983 and then showed it, and then yeah, the movie of this came out in 1984. It's a very typical sort of movie, the movie version of this with John Hurt. Um, but the better movie because it goes beyond the book, right? Because otherwise, with the movie of 1984, it's like, well, it's just a kind of straight adaptation of the book, right? And if anything, anything's lost in it. Whereas Brazil's a very sort of different beast, right? It's got a lot of the same concepts, but it's obviously taken in kind of the weird sort of Terry Gilliam direction, right? So it's kind of much more, you know, stylized and stuff like that, right? And of course, the context is much different, right? You know, it's just kind of a authoritarian, bureaucratic. If anything, it's more of a mockery.
Bureaucratic.
Yeah, it's more of a mockery of bureaucracy, right? And especially
Yeah.
British bureaucracy than it is of like. But yeah, so it's kind of like like seen as kind of like if it's sort of kind of somebody who'd lived through the mid 20th century and their sort of criticisms of the way the British government was going. Because there was actually what is it? There's a game. Um, so the guy who wrote Hitchhikers, what's his name? Douglas Adams. So he wrote so like Hitchhikers, like it started like it was originally actually a radio play, and then he adapted it into the novels, and then they made like a TV series around the same time even. Um, but so then they made a video game, and it's a purely text based adventure game, right, from like 1983, 4, something like that. But then the guy he made that game with, he later on made another game called Bureaucracy, where pretty much your entire point is you're trying to go on a flight and you're trying not to like get your blood like die of like a heart attack from your blood pressure just because like it's like you go to the desk to get your passport but they need this form and so you're trying to get this thing but this office is closed so it's like this whole kind of like bizarre tongue-in-cheek game like that and that's very much what you see with Brazil, right? Is that it's more about it's like, oh, well, I need this form C, whatever, right? Because like the significant thing in that, right, is and not to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen that movie, but right, like so like the heroic character, right, the Robert De Niro character, but it's a very bizarre sort of heroicism, right? He's not actually trying to undermine the state and everything, right? It's just that he wants to be a heating technician, but he doesn't want to actually have to. So it forces just a basic sort of independent contractor to almost become a subversive of the state, right? Because he doesn't want to deal with the paperwork and the bureaucracy and everything else. So
Yeah.
that's what I don't think you see really in this, because I mean there was probably some bureaucracy at that point, right? But it's not the main focus of this, right? But it does
So
have.
There is one part where Winston, when he's talking about how like the flats, like the apartment buildings and stuff like that, are in disrepair, and you can get the state to repair it, but like it takes a long time. But it's like I actually think that
I think that's just
bookmarked that.
it's generally the concept of shortages here, right? Whereas in Brazil, right, like
No,
she
but there
goes to the
was
one
there
desk and
there
she's like, I need this form. Well, you got to get it stamped at this desk, right? It's
no, there was another part to that. I'm pretty sure that just give me a second
because
here.
actually, if anything, he says there is no laws, right?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
like
here it is. Here it is. So it says right here, repairs except for what you could do yourself had to be sanctioned by remote committees, which were liable to hold up even the mending of a window pane for 2 years. And that was in 1984. So I mean, I think Brazil just took that,
well, no,
a
I
bit
think
further, right? Like,
I mean, in general, it's sort of a right. Britain's always had a very heavy bureaucracy, right? Um, right, because like you have the NHS and you have all this stuff, right? Britain's always been much more bureaucratic than I guess the states. Canada probably Canada historically was probably less bureaucratic. Although it's always been strange, like to me, like the way, like with the Canadian passport, right? The whole guarantor thing. I don't think there's any other country on earth that does that, right? It's obviously dates back to like a time when, like, yeah, they weren't keeping proper records on everybody, but now somebody exists. So this whole like concept of having to have like a guarantor on a Canadian passport is just
oh, you mean like it needs to be not a family member, but like a
well,
friend
like
that has
so, yeah,
known
like
you. Yeah, yeah.
because like then there's like the reference. I'm trying to remember if on an American. So like the first passport you get, you have to have like this guarantor and everything else, and then like for like any renewals, you then have to have like two references and stuff like that. It's like really
Yeah, yeah,
bizarre.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
I'm pretty certain. Yeah, there's no. I don't think there's any reference or anything like that for like an American passport. I filled them out at the same time, so I get confused. Um, but it's unbelievably obnoxious.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Yeah, coming like back to Brazil, um, I would say that Samuel, the character, he's not really the same as Winston, right? Like, I mean,
Well, like
Samuel
because
is
like
from the
he's
aristocracy,
well, that's
right?
the
I
thing. Yeah,
mean, yeah,
he's
yeah.
got a mother. He had a father, right? Yeah, he's more. It's that kind of bureaucratic thing, right? Where with him, it's almost it's a character you see a lot of the time, right? Where he's unambitious, right? He doesn't want to raise up, right? Like I'm trying to think. There's another character like that I've seen in another movie where it's somebody like, oh, you could have this better job, but he's like, no, 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 I choose. Oh shit! What movie was it? There's one very much in particular. Oh no, well,
Idiocracies or
no, the one I'm thinking of in particular is Independence Day. The character played by what's his name, the guy
Jeff
from
Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum, right? Where it's like, oh, he's like a cable repairman, but he was actually like a nuclear technician, and then he's just unambitious, right, or something like that. So it's that same sort of thing, right? Where he's kind of like, and yeah, his parents are just, his mother wants him to get married to this girl, and he just doesn't want to like take part in all of that, right? Which is a character that you do see like even outside of a dystopia, right? So within this case, just like I said, for Winston Smith to me, it's a guy who's having a midlife crisis in this dystopian society. For in Brazil, it's a guy who's obviously yeah has this sort of like parental expectation on him, right? Which is a theme you see a lot in British media. But he doesn't want to live up to it. But then he's within this dystopian society, right? So that when he tries to resist these jobs, right, it becomes like a bigger issue. He wants to be more of a bohemian type thing,
But
right?
but but
It's
then I mean, we also have his dream, like those dreamscapes that he has, where he's like the guy with the wings flying around, and like he somehow wants to be the hero in some sense, right? But like it's not
So what's
really,
interesting here
you
is
know.
that's one thing that these two, and I'd forgotten it with this one, because in Brazil, right, the idea is that yeah, he's pretty much he's a pencil pusher, right? He's he's a bureaucratic, white collar guy, and then yeah, in his dreams he's like this big, powerful, strong guy, and he's saving the girl, right? But then it's the opposite, right? She's kind of the the hardened, blue collar truck driver, everything else, and he's kind of the daintier, you know. But then I realized that with this story, right, is that yeah, Julia's like a mechanic, right? So he's once again he's got kind of this. So it's this weird sort of like inversion, right, where he's got more of a. I wouldn't say it's a right, but he's very much. It's not a masculine job that either of them have, and then in both 1984 and in this, right, the female actually has what you'd consider much more of the sort of masculine, blue collar labor job, right?
Right, right. Um,
And so
yeah,
at the same time, both of the male characters in those, right, even though they're just essentially white collar pencil pushers, although not they actually don't use pencils, but but they're trying to then fulfill the more typical masculine roles, and then simultaneously you see that with the female characters where they are just like blue collar sort of workers, but then they try to then also fulfill the feminine role.
right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's like I hadn't seen it before, so it's like it's kind of an interesting. It's kind of an interesting movie. Like, yeah, like I see the parallels between 1984 and Brazil, but like I feel it's very, very different, right?
Well, the
Like,
reason I bring this is the question of when you're adapting a book to a movie. In some ways, you can just do a straight adaptation, but then it raises the question of like, does it live up to the book, right? Like, it's a different format, so you have to bring something new to it. Now, Brazil brings something very, very new to it, but like, so like this is even what we were talking about with Dune, right? Like, it's like so like yeah, if you just do like a straight adaptation of Dune, you can never really do it because so much of it's based on the sort of inner monologues of the character and stuff like that. And then when people do add things to Dune, does it actually add anything? So because then this is where like you talk about Jodorowsky's Dune, and Jodorowsky's Dune was like way different than it had some basic concepts from Dune, but like it had taken it a very different. And so when you make a movie, it becomes like it's like yeah, you have a basic sort of concept you want to take from it, but you know it's a different format, and you can't just adapt it, right? So that's why the movie 1984, it's not the worst movie, but it's just it doesn't bring anything new to it, doesn't add anything new to it. It's just like, well, here's a movie, here's sort of an adaptation of this. Whereas, yeah, arguably when you want to make something that's a movie, right, you want to make something that takes advantage of that medium, right? So I mean, it's very
right,
clearly inspired by it, but yeah, but he's obviously, he was thinking it was actually if you've ever like long time ago, I listened to the audio commentary of Monty Python, the Holy Grail, right? And so at around it wasn't exactly the same time, but there was a movie from the early '80s or late '70s called Excalibur, which is just a very sort of like straight and like so like I remember like Terry Gilliam because the audio commentary was Terry Jones and Terry Gilliam who were the sort of two directors on it. Um, he was talking about how they had wanted to kind of like adapt this, and it's even the same with Life of Brian. So anytime the Python guys made these movies, right, they made something, but they took it like in a very like a completely different, almost kind of bizarre direction, right? So obviously, when he was working on Brazil, 1984 was coming up, and he wanted to adapt that. But at the same time, obviously, he didn't want to have to pay for the book rights or anything like that. And so, if he makes it different enough, then he can make the same sort of basic concept, but make it something very, very different, right? So,
right,
although what's in both of these, right, is this kind of almost satire, right? In both of them, it's more explicitly said in 1984, right, where they have newer machines, but like technological process progress hasn't really, right. It's advanced for military stuff and for surveillance, but otherwise they don't, right. Like if anything, they actually don't have cars anymore, right? Like anything that's any of those sort of like household conveniences have been lost, right? So like, and then in Brazil, right, like they have things, but it's very sort of right? So like it's it's like, you know, like, so like the automatic thing that makes his breakfast, right? It's just like, you know, like a dumb person trying to like make something that's more, you know, like it's like, oh, it's an automatic toaster, right? So it's that it grabs it, right? But it's not sophisticated anyway. And then of course, like you just see it, right? Like, and I think it's almost like a satirization of futurism films in general, right? It's like, oh, how do we make something look futuristic? Oh, let's add some, like, you know, weird ridges, right? So like the Star Trek uniforms or something like that. It's like, how do we make, you know, a futuristic, let's just add ducts everywhere, right? Because even the first thing you see is that commercial. It's like, oh, are your ducts all boring and shit? Well, here you can like
Yeah,
go and read. So it's making fun of this idea that like, oh, the way that he's, because pretty much otherwise it's a very sort of conventional looking houses and stuff like that, but it's the future because there's a bunch of ducts everywhere, right? And this is what you see in lazy science fiction. It's like, oh, how do we make so, you know, like people pretty much do everything the same, or like, yeah, they're wearing stupid clothes or something. So, you know, it's this sort of like false futurism. It's like we know it's the future because it has, you know, rings around things, right?
right. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the ducks thing. Um, yeah, like, and I mean also the tubes and stuff like that. I think that was something that they had like in the 30s. Like I remember where I used to work, they actually had like those pneumatic tubes where like you could send paperwork
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff
well,
like
I
that.
mean,
Yeah,
like banks, like I don't know if banks still have them, but like for a long time, yeah, banks. But I think the other thing too is that in some like science fiction, right? Well, it was actually the thing that I kind of noticed, like when what was it when people make period pieces, whether they take place in the future or the past, right? It's like, so something's taking place in 1840, right? So all the furniture and everybody, the clothes everybody's wearing is from 1840. It's like, well, no, some people wouldn't have had everything from 1840, right? Some people would have, you know, poor people would have been still wearing clothes from like 10 years earlier, right? And so like with futuristic things, right? It's like everybody lives in a futuristic, whereas what we know about, right? I mean, the apartment I was living in up until a year ago was probably built around 1900. Like you could actually see where they'd covered the hole where the stovepipe used to go out in the chimney, right? Even though you're not, like I mentioned early, like a few spaces back, you're not actually allowed to have a fireplace in Montreal anymore, right? So
right.
usually, you know, even when you're living in the future, people are still living in, you know, 100. Even the one I'm in now, it was recently renovated, rented it was a renediction, but I think it was built around like the 1950s, and so it's up to date. But yeah, it's still like, and so like usually when you get these things renovated, it's like, so yeah, they just, you know, shove in all the wires in a weird place, right? So even
Right.
the mother's sort of like apartments, and obviously she lives in a very nice fancy building, right? But of course and they're not as conspicuous and ugly, but you still see just like, yeah, the tubes running everywhere, right? So it's a weird, I think, more of a satire that, oh, this is the future because we got tubes everywhere, right?
Yeah, for sure. Um, yeah. So I'm just trying to like bring it back to 1984.
Yeah, so can we talk about the structure of the book? You know what I found, like the first time I read this, like the whole idea of the book within a book, like it was brutal to read when I was young. Like, that felt so dry. Like, I mean, it has an immense payoff, right? It's like, well, you know, like it's the whole like like you think he's just, you know, like unraveling everything, but you know, like it ends up being just, you know, like part of the whole web. But like, what do you
So when
guys
you
think
say the
of?
book in the book, do you mean his diary?
No,
Or are
the
you talking about him reading the Goldstein book?
really goals thing, because
Yeah,
Goldstein.
no, exactly.
No,
That's actually, now I was somewhat familiar, but yeah, like that part of it, it kind of drags on for a bit, right?
no, it's brutal. And like, remember the thing we're talking about, like in the Neanderthal book, where like just barf, you know, like there's such a lazy way to like use exposition, right? We just
Yeah,
barf
exactly.
from Wikipedia entry. Like, I mean, like what I said, like this at least has a purpose. Where like, okay, wow, like, you know, it's just like, because you think he's on to the truth, and it ends up to be like actually like, you know, like just kind of making him go even deeper into the lie. But like, me as a having studied literature, like that is rough. Like like having a character just read a book to you as a means of exposition, because he's just doing
It
that, right? Like
goes on a bit long. It does make some point though, because the point here is that he thinks he's getting some secret book,
no,
right? And
exactly.
of course,
Well,
all
no,
it gives him is very conventional sort of knowledge, right?
no, what
And
I'm
then of
saying,
course
like
he tries to rationalize
I
it.
find it brilliant, and like I mean, like even if you were to be even worse than that, like the fact that it's such a powerful, like such a powerful like plot device to just kind of like pull the rug on your feet. Like I find it amazing, but like I just want to know what you guys think of like just yeah, like what you just said, like it dragged. Like I don't know, like just think of other readers, right? Like like maybe someone who doesn't read, like and like they have
Now,
to go through this,
in
like.
some ways, I know it dragged, especially this time, because in some ways it answers a bunch of questions that people probably, because it does start very much in media res in some ways, right? Like, like what is this world, right? It doesn't explain overly a lot of that stuff. So maybe the first time you're reading it, right now you're kind of getting it's kind of world, right? Because it kind of hinted at this world stuff, but now it's like explaining it exactly, right? Because yeah, you knew that East Asia existed, you knew that Eurasia existed, and you had some concept of what those must mean. But in this case, it now is like finally laying it all out. And but yeah, it's just kind of dumping it all at once. So it does like answer some of those questions probably up front. But then yeah, like especially once you already kind of know that stuff, is like I would actually say it's probably more brutal the second time you read it, right?
Um, I don't mind that part that much. It just like as I read through that, and I mentioned
How
this
do you feel about
previously.
that, Adrian?
So can you hear me, Carlo, or are are you able to
I
hear me?
Carlo, I don't think you can hear Adrian. Can you hear me,
Oh, yeah.
Carlo? Or
Can you hear me, Carlo?
Yeah, I hear you. I don't hear Adrian. I'm just gonna reboot really
yeah,
quick.
just pop down, and you don't
Or
even need a reboot. If you just pop down and come back up, it might work.
all right, I'll just wait till Carlo comes back down,
Yeah.
comes back up.
Until then, let me just quickly, because like I said, I was speed listening to this, and I'd taken some more notes. One of the things, yeah, like was just as far as things like I don't think I fully understood it when I was younger. Once again, like I said, I was very, but the saccharin, right? But yeah, they don't have real sugar, right? They have fake sugars and fake coffee and fake
Yeah.
gin and fake tea, right? And everything's victory this and victory that, and the cigarettes are poorly made and everything, right?
So can you hear me now, Carlo?
Yeah, hear you.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, so sort of what I was saying previously, the part with Emmanuel Goldstein, I actually don't mind that. Um, just because like always through my head, I'm thinking, and especially the second time going through this, um, what I'm thinking is Emmanuel Goldstein actually a person? Like, is this actually, or is it just a pure fabrication from like the ministry? Um, so that sort of allows me to get through that, just because it's like I'm questioning myself all the way through, like you know, could Emmanuel Goldstein have been a person who came up with some of these concepts, but now those concepts they're using it against people, um, who they think are dissenters because they know that because it's been proven effective that this type of like thought would attract people who are potentially dissenters and then help them expose themselves so that they can be dealt with and like reconditioned and like brought to justice, I guess. um so yeah, it's for me, I don't mind it that much just because you know I just find the concept of Emmanuel Goldstein quite curious, overall. um it's just very interesting. It's like, was this actually a guy that had these thoughts, or was it? And actually, I took a bit of a note on it. previously. Let me just see if I can find it here. Um, it was because Winston says something early on. Let me just go to my notes here. Oh, damn it. Yeah, and this I actually don't know if I brought this up previously, but it was like yeah, so this is this one part. I don't know if I read this previously, but it was like, but was strange was that although Goldstein was hated and despised by everybody, although every day and 1,000 times a day on platforms, on the telescreen, in newspapers, in books, his theories were refuted, smashed, ridiculed, held up to the general gaze for the pitiful rubbish that they were. In spite of all this, his influence never seemed to grow less. Always there were fresh dupes waiting to be seduced by him. A day never passed when spies and saboteurs, acting under his directions, were not unmasked by the thought police. So, I mean, that happens right in the very beginning of the book. So it's like, it's sort of foreshadowing, Goldstein and stuff like that. But that is enough, like that passage is enough to get me thinking, you know, is Goldstein real? Like,
No, I
or
mean, if anything,
I
I
feel
think
like
it
he
strongly
isn't.
imply. Yeah, it
Yeah,
strongly
yeah,
implies
exactly,
that he's just like a perfect enemy, right? No matter what
exactly,
they do,
exactly.
they're constantly finding his stuff, and
Y-
he's a straw man too, right? They purposely make the ideas very sort of easily,
Right. So
mundane,
he's
and
like
because it's even
like
implied that Goldstein, he's not a
so
capitalist. He's just, like I said, it's almost like the difference between Stalinism and Trotskyism, right? He just has a different form of socialism, right?
Well,
So it's
at
not
some
even
point,
it's not even
it's
like
mentioned that that Goldstein is very proficient in newspeak. What do you guys think? Like why he put that in there? He says like Winston is thinking, wow, like he actually speaks more newspeak more fluently than anyone I know, right? When
so I
he
mean
when they hate time. Go ahead.
I mean it is ambiguous though, right? I mean that definitely does imply that it does imply that Goldstein is not an actual person, that he's just a fabrication of the government made
he
up for
is
them,
now, and that's
right?
that's that's the biggest thing. You don't know, did he
This is
ever
it,
exist?
right?
Was
Yeah,
he
yeah,
ever an
yeah.
opponent? Was he somebody
Exactly.
within the government? Is he as real as Big Brother? Right?
Exactly.
It's just that he represents like sort of the perfect enemy, right? But he's
Right.
compelling enough to make it so that people who want to rebel for whatever reason, like Winston did, right, are willing to like throw themselves behind him. It's like what it actually reminds me of, and this is right. I can't remember if it was in this room or another one where somebody was talking about sort of the silliness. Oh no, it was on a Discord chat. Satanists, right? People who are into LaVey Satanism, right? Where they just do it to, right? Like somebody was joking in that chat, right? Where somebody was like, it's like the vegan, right? Like they want you, their entire life is lived for that shock. It's like, oh, I'm a Satanist. It's like, what? You worship the devil? Well, no, actually, and of course, LaVey Satanism is just this stupid sort of like hedonism, like atheism, right? Like edginess and shit like that, right?
They're
It's
just it's like glorified contrarians.
yeah. But there are actual, but on the other side, there are actual devil worshippers, and and it's almost like people who become obsessed with like just being as right. So the people who do actually right, like do the black masses covered in shit and piss and blood, right, and like they try to do every deprived thing possible. It's not because that's what the right. It's this weird sort of thing where people who like become obsessed with being contrarian, right, like they want to, they're willing to like, it's not that it's like a different religion, right? They're still acting within the Christian concept of things, but they're just opposing it, right? So they just want to be naughty, right? That's what you get with Goldstein, where it's not like he has anything that's like anti-socialist. It's just like
But
yeah,
isn't
it's
that
controlled
Julia?
opposition, right?
Isn't that Julia too in a way? Like Julia, she just wants to kind of be a contrarian, right? And she just wants to like, okay, like like whatever rule there is, I'm just gonna oppose it. But like she doesn't really believe in anything. Like whenever Winston starts like kind of deconstructing the system, she just falls asleep, right? So
Yeah, I get the sense that she herself is an agent provocateur, right? It's like to provoke, um, you know, dissenting men out into the open. Like, I know you
Well,
guys don't agree with
but
that.
like an agent, like in like a voluntary agent, like she's aware, or like she's kind of programmed. Like, what's your point?
Yeah. So I think that in some ways she's reporting back to O'Brien. I mean,
I don't know. I just see no
that's
evidence of that. Like it seems like
there's no
they know
evidence in
she
the book.
exists. They know she
Right.
exists. Like what you get, like what I get from this is it's the idea that they let them kind of hang themselves with their, they give them enough rope to hang themselves, right? So they know that Julia, is or Julie, is it Julia or Julia? I don't care. But that she's out
Julia.
there, yeah, that she thinks she has them all tricked and that she acts super orthodox, but then on the side she's out there, trying to seduce guys away and stuff like that. But they let her do that because yeah, it allows them to kind of find, right. They don't need to create people like, right, they let people like Winston and her run around, right. Winston is of course, seduced by her, and then he fills her head with a bunch of the political crap, right, because she's not interested in the political crap at first, but then he's the one who kind of tries to feed it to her, right. So they allow these kinds of people to kind of like, interact with each other to kind of, build up this idea, right. They allow it to exist organically.
Right. So, I mean, and building on that, I'm going to come back to my original question. So, I mean, if he wasn't getting as political after he read the Goldstein book, um, and like wasn't telling her about it, do you think that they might have just let him live and like just let him go on in his normal life, like, I
I
mean,
think it was inevitable. I think that's the thing, is that he thinks he's not predictable, but the point is that he's very predictable, right? In his behaviors, right?
right, right,
He was obviously disgruntled, and both of them were disgruntled, right? She didn't like the restrictions of things, right? He was just disgruntled with the fact that his wife, wasn't whatever, and all this stuff, and so like he wasn't participating in these things, and so naturally it wasn't that he really believed, right, because he's obviously actually fine with his job. They're both, like I said, it's a midlife crisis, or for her it's just they're both like just angry at the system. They don't actually have any ideals, neither one. It's just that they're angry, so they're very easy to kind of lure into this stuff, right, this kind of aim, right. it's
No, I'm
it's the
absolutely
same people
thinking.
who end up getting dragged into like cults, right? Like people who join one cult and then they join another one, or another new age movement, right? These kinds of people who just want to be oppositional, right?
Yeah, like what you said seems like I picked up on it as well. Like, like as individuals, they have no power, right? So this is their way to like to kind of like make their dissent, like actually relevant, right? Because as individuals, they have nothing, right? It's only through like this like foolery that they get to stick it to the system, right?
Exactly. I mean, yeah, she both of them, yeah, want more, right? They're just both dissatisfied with life.
so I mean, when we hear when Winston sort of is telling us, and I guess like world building in a sense of, the world that he is surrounded by throughout the book, and he's like talks about the shortages of things and like, this and that. I mean, I don't get the sense that he's upset by it altogether. It's like I feel like Orwell is just doing that, um, to tell us, the reader, that, this is the world that he lives in. You know, I get the sense that we, as the reader, are more upset by how Winston is
Well,
living than
absolutely. Also,
Winston
like,
himself is upset about it, right? Like,
well, like like these parts when like he picks up body parts, like he kind of like kicks it out of the way. Like there's this like severed hand. He's like, oh yeah, just from like a like one of the steamers, whatever, and he just kind of kicks it out of the way. Or like at some point he's describing how he moved a cadaver, like of this old woman to like get by or something. Like a hundred with a person with you, Adrian, where I was really
yeah.
upset. I'm like, oh my god, and he seems so like nonchalant about like moving like dismembered body parts.
So I mean, this further, like, I feel supports my theory that, you know, he's broken from the very beginning of the novel. And I know what you're saying, Carla, like every person in the society that Orwell is like, you know, painting for us, you know, they are all broken, like, but in relationship to how we live, right? It's like, and I mean, I think that's very deliberate on Orwell's
But
part,
to how we
you
live,
know.
but to like just human nature, right? Because I mean,
Well, that's true
these
too.
people have, yeah, they just live like crap, and like the little things that give you joy in any way, like, you know, as a human, like, even they just, you know, they're like kind of being like it's like a being like draped to them, like, you know, it's really tiny increments, like it's just not, it's just to kind of keep them in their misery, you know, like it's definitely depressing for anyone living there.
Oh, well, like, but the thing is, like, from Winston himself, I don't get the sense that he is like, you know, I get the sense that it's just normal for him, you know, that, you know, when he describes how like the system functions in like the world of 1984, like London in the book 1984, it's more for the audience's benefit to say, you know, wow, like things can get this shitty, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's probably this shitty in Russia or like the Eastern Bloc nations, right? So it's like,
Well, like
you know,
he goes and he talk like I said, when he talks to that old guy and he's trying to find out was stuff really that bad, and even to this, like, because like we know, yeah, George Orwell was a sort of socialist leftist, but obviously disillusioned with how it was going. But even when he's talking to that old guy, he's like, "Oh, were the capitalists that bad?" And then, like, you know, the old guy gives one case where, like, yeah, he ran into some random drunk guy, right? But like, he's trying to, like, because both of the right, like, Julia's especially too young to kind of like remember too many things, and he just remembered, right. So like he, you know, he kind of grew like right after he runs away from home. There, right? It's implied that yeah, he kind of wanders around and stuff like that. So he doesn't remember a time before. He has a sense that things right because like when he was very young, right, it seems like things were kind of okay, right, when he was with his family, and then things kind of went to shit, you know, when he was around like 9, 8, 10, 8, 9, 10. But was things really that bad overall for everybody? Is life really that much better, right? He can't be sure if there's anything better or a better possibility, right?
right. So, but like, do you still like get the sense that, you know, the world is not really shitty for him, like it's just normal for him? Like, do you get that
He's
sense?
unsure. That's what he's trying to figure out through all of this is there was were things that bad under the capitalists like they're told, were things, you know, what, you know, are things better, are things worse, you know, can things be better, right? Like that overall seems to be his sort of main, you know, unanswered question.
Right. But like when he goes through those like expositions telling us like how the world works that he lives in, like do you feel that that's more for us, like the audience's benefit, as like, you know, a clarion call to like everyone, you know, don't allow society to get to this level type of thing?
I don't I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Well, because he's not really right. It just describes his life, right? So, yeah, we get the sense that he's not a very healthy or happy guy, but um, you know, and it's
Right.
even to his point, right? Were people every, you know, if you go back, you know, and you had poor people, you know, especially London, right? London had always been like a dirty, gross city. Was it dirtier now than it had been, right? Like,
Right. Right, but I mean, like, I mean, just like the way that it's described that the world functions, like, you know, and I mean, he even says that like things are in disrepair. You know,
I think what you
it's
this is me conceptual, like trying to like predict, right? Because of course, yeah, like we said, Orwell had been a socialist, but obviously he had become disillusioned with it. So simultaneously, I think Orwell's trying to deal with the fact that things before, right, like so, like say in the 20s and 30s and all that, for a lot of people, wasn't great. But then, in these, right, so I mean, Russia's an example of that, right? Before the Russian Revolution, most people really didn't have that great of a life, right? After the Russian Revolution, just because of the reshuffling, some people probably did do better, right? People who were of, a peasant class, right? They now weren't held down by some people did rise up, maybe. Fundamentally, most people stayed in the same position, and so like I think it's you know it's really hard to, right, like with Orwell, right, like had he lived another 20 years, where would he have been? Because like you do get very much the sense that he was becoming more conservative, more conventional. Would he have become entirely conventional, right? Would he have become more of a libertarian or not, or was he just becoming more nihilistic? But you get the sense that he still thinks that, yeah, that the way things, well, especially because in Britain it's not just purely capitalist, right? Because in Britain, a lot of the capitalists, well, the reason they were capitalists was because they had former funds, because their family were noble, right? So you had like a double in Britain in the early 20th century. You had the double class system, one of of capitalism and just pure money, and then also the old class system of nobility and commoners and stuff like that. And so I think he's kind of dealing with the fact that things were bad for other people, but are they any better for anybody? And is there any real solution to life? I think more than anything else in this book, that's what you get, right? Because in one case, right, and that's of course what it dives into in the Goldstein thing, right? Yeah, you have the capitalist system, you had a upper, a middle, and a lower class. Well, now in the new system, you have an upper mid, right? You have the inner party, the outer party, and the proletariat. And as a whole, society seems to have decayed, right? Because the socialist system isn't functional, right? He seems to sort of acknowledge that planned economies don't work very well. And that, yeah, at least with capitalism, there seems to be some sort of progress. Whereas with this socialism, yeah, people, most people, there's still an upper, middle, and a lower class. But there doesn't seem so, like I said, it seems to be him struggling with the fact that socialism, because even the technological advances of the Soviet Union were were pushed by the fact that they had to compete with the West, right? In any sort of advances they made were pretty much because they were forced to by Western advances, but then they never really were able to keep up, right? And so if all three of the countries, right, because it's pretty much implied that all three, right, of the superpowers are some form of socialism, and so they're not really pushing. Well, militarily they're pushing each other, but as far as standard of living, they're not really pushing each other, and so I think overall it's him obviously at a weird point in his life where he's struggling with the fact that he still isn't a capitalist, and he called himself a disgruntled leftist. I think that's what I saw somewhere. But yeah, but he's obviously become disillusioned with like it's the joke that we always make, right? That the whole thing, it's like, oh, you know socialism wasn't done right there, wasn't done right there, wasn't done right there. And so I think he's finally starting to ask himself that question, is like, well, does this system actually work anywhere, right? So what is the best way to go, right? Can't is there any sort of system that
Hey,
works?
I have a question. Actually, I don't remember. Like, do they get to know how people are chosen for each class, like for inner party, outer, or pro? Like, it's just
The
like,
one thing that is implied is that it is a meritocracy, right? So people can, so that they do test people. So if they test them, and so that people can move up and down. So that seems to be the one, because that I think it's both mentioned in the book, in the Goldstein book. But even O'Brien says that he's like, fundamentally, we don't care if you're a foreigner or a Jew, or if you came from the proletariat, right? If you have the right mindset, you can move up into the outer party or the inner party, right? Or even if you're in, I think it's pretty much implied that maybe once somebody's in the proletariat, they stay there, although maybe they test them as a young kid. But then even once you're kind of selected and move into the inner party, you can be, if you're ambitious enough, you can, I mean, in the outer party, you can maybe eventually move up into the inner party or something like that, right?
So here's another thing. So this is after he describes when he bought the little notebook. So I'll just read this one because I highlighted it. I thought it was interesting. So it said, party members were supposed to not go into ordinary shops, dealing on the free market, it was called. But the rule was not strictly kept because there were various things such as shoelaces and razor blades which it was impossible to get hold of in any other way. So I just found that interesting because if you think about like China and their special economic zones where they can conduct like Western style business despite being in a communist country. So like I don't know, is Orwell saying that there is still like somewhat of like a free market in this society where like you know free market activities and capitalism go on, and like you know, where are they getting the shoelaces and razor blades and like other things that you can't get directly from the
It's funny.
government?
That was one of my questions, like on my notes about the free markets. I actually think it's implied in novels somewhere that they're actually like it's the inner party kind of controlling that, and like they kind of control the distribution, and like they kind of like on purpose, like like have like scarcity on like for some things, and like like in abundance for others, and like just kind of playing with like people's morale by doing that. I'm not sure exactly what part of the book, but I'm sure I read that, or like yeah, like it's the inner party who controls. Like I mean, it's kind of part of the compound manipulation, right? To like kind of lower their morale. But yeah, that's a question I had. Like
I
I
mean, it
wanted to ask you
seems to
guys.
imply that yeah, like the proletariat at some low level, they still own property, right? And they still, but it's never much, right? And they work in factories and they get paid, but those factories are obviously controlled by the party. And then of course there's like the regions, right? The war regions where they keep taking over different places, and they pretty much, you know, so like it's yeah. Because he doesn't go in exactly. So if he's not buying that stuff on the free, do they just like distribute it, right? Because yeah, like they eat their lunch there in in the um in the ministry, right?
So we have to assume that it's only the proletariat from like what the excerpt that I just read, like that only the proletariat are allowed in like shops and dealing on the free market. So there must be, so I guess for
Wait, no,
government workers.
I think like so many things are allowed though, like on the download, like it is mentioned in the book that like the inner party knows that like let's say like there's a lot of gene trafficking, right? Where like the other party kind of like deals gene to the pros, and like that's like a thing, or like uh there was this part too where like prostitution, like it's like allowed as long as it's like like it's just like kind of like sex without like any further like any deeper meaning, right? Like any deeper attachments. If it's just like sex, like it's fine, right? Like there's this, they're okay with like even outer party people going to prostitutes. It's like just like they say, well, at some urges like you can't really satisfy in any other way, right? And like it just creates like repression or something like a. So that's another question I had for you guys. Like, what is he saying when he's talking about like all of these little things kind of they're kind of allowed that like like kind of trafficking of this and like like prostitution, but it's it's on the DL, but still like allowed to a certain extent. Like, what would be the point of that?
So I mean, I kind of read it like like our previously said, like the Chinese special economic zones that they have, um, which I think they realize that like they have to conduct business on the free market to some degree in order to function, like because I mean, we all know that communism flat out does not work. Like it simply does not work. And I mean, the fall of the Soviet Union is like, clear evidence to, all of us. And like, it's like Zink was saying previously, it's like when you talk to people who are like more socialist or communist, they have that ideology. They'll be like, no, 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 communism actually is okay.
It's so
It just wasn't
romanticized.
done
It's so
right. Yeah,
romanticized though. And then
exactly.
you took someone from Cuba or like from an actual communist country, and like
Right.
they would describe like all the horrors, right?
Right, exactly. So I mean, like, is China really communist? Well, I mean, like, I would say that the government and like the way that it functions is communist, but like in order for them to interface with the rest of the world and like the rest of the world economy, you know, they have to function on some type of a capitalist level, which is allowed in like Shenzhen and like, these other spots. Um,
Yeah, I
and
think
Hong
we
Kong,
were talking
like,
about this, Adrian, you and I, like that they have this hybrid system, right? Where like
right, right.
it is communism and with like like the whole like the economics are like yeah like a hybrid where they have like some certain like capitalist like kind of very controlled but like still like kind of viable system going right.
Right. So that's what I feel Orwell is telling us right here, where he says party members were supposed to not go into ordinary shops, and then he puts in brackets, dealing on the free market, it was called, but the rule was not strictly kept. So I mean, there are some freedoms that the people still have in this totalitarian society. Um, but then is it that, they realize, and also he says further down that he paid $2.50 for the notebook. So, I mean, or I guess like it was, what was it? Like, hang on, where is it? Or like £2 50, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, but it does give a dollar value. And so I mean, you're allowed to have money in London, in the London of 1984. So I mean, clearly Winston is making some type of salary, I assume, and like, he can still function freely with like how he spends his money and stuff like that. Um, and I mean, is that another method of control that the government is implementing? It's like, well, okay, we'll
It's the
allow some
illusion.
freedom.
Yeah, it's
Right.
the
Okay.
illusion.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's to make. I think it keeps the proletariat entertained, right? That they obviously all the means of production are owned by the party and the state, but yeah, they pay people, and that way the proletariat is busy trying to like jockey and right. They have their lottery and stuff like that, so they think they can like win out on each other, right? So they don't really focus on anything, right?
Right.
It keeps them
Um.
Okay,
unfocused.
okay, I want to segue into the anti-sex like the junior what's it called the anti-junior sex league party whatever. um like I mean I want to tie this to this story to Anthem that we read before where like in Anthem right like their kind of procreation ritual is so like like everyone's like oh kind of grossed out like they don't even want to talk about it. And I just found it funny that I just found this parallel too that like to me like they're like but with the anti-sex league right like they're just it's like it's kind of going that way like that the thing we saw in Anthem right where like they're just kind of like kind of taking the whole like like concept
So
of like connection with like sex right and like okay they actually they practice insemination right in this in 1984 they do right like I mean the league
So
is
what was
advocating for
interesting to
that
me
right.
about Anthem is it almost seems like he wrote this as almost a prequel to Anthem, right? Because
Oh my
Anthem,
God, I
you
was gonna
see
say that, yo. Like I
you
was gonna
see
say
it
like
like it's not made clear, but like is it centuries later, right? So like what they're trying to achieve in in 1984 is the process of turning a normal society into what they have in Anthem, right?
I was just gonna go there though, and I was gonna say like yeah, like it like if you were to look for a sequel to Anthem, like how do things get so bad? Like well, like like it started kind of here, right? Because it's a lot of things that we see kind of like kind of brewing here. It's like it's like kind of like culmination in Anthem if you were to tie them together. Especially this though, like but I feel like it's gonna like this anti-junior sex league, right? But like they're already kind of dehumanizing sex, right? And like it's yeah I was gonna say like is this like 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 a kind of eugenics thing to control like
Well, it explains
birth?
the end. Like I can't remember if it's O'Brien that says it or if it's in the book, but it says that the end goal. So like for right now, they allow right. So they allow people to get married, but they want to make sure that they're not attracted to each other. They take no pleasure in it, right? And they still allow parents to have affection for their children, but of course they train the children to pretty much almost hate their parents and to denounce them, right? But it's implied somewhere that like I can't remember if it was one of O'Brien's speeches or in the Goldstein book, right, where it's saying that eventually the goal is that yeah, people will only get together to have sex very mechanically, and that the children will not live with their parents anymore, right? So that's implied to be the end goal at some point, right? And that they're in some sort of a transitional state in 1984 toward that goal, right? Which is of course what is the sort of social setup in um in Anthem, right? But yeah, kids don't grow up with their parents, right? They're immediately assigned to sort of a some sort of a like
Well,
little like
yeah,
pod
they
or
go
whatever.
into into like boarding school right away, like or like and like yeah, like they're assigned like a function like very early without parents, just have like a mentor. But it's funny that like this is here though, that like like the mention of like kind of taking the joy out of even sex, right? Like something so fundamental. And like how does that translate to like what we're living now though, with the whole like like basically castrating kids and like all of these like like they kind of trying to demolish like the concept of like female and males, like I just think that's kind of hits close to home in a way.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting, Carlo, what you said there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like, it's funny you say that because like I was at the mall the other day and like, I was standing in line at like Tim Hortons and there were, a group of high school kids and like they're all on their phone, like it's like boys and girls and like, you know, they just talk like so nonchalantly about like sex and stuff like that and like I mean that stuff was going on when I was in high school in the 90s but like a little bit differently like I mean so just an example, so this one girl is like, oh, where's like this other girl, and like this one guy was there and he's like, oh yeah, yeah, she's over there, yeah, like, and like, she sucked Mike's dick, and then they're like, oh really, yeah. They're like not even impressed, and like, then they're talking, oh, and this one just sucked this guy's dick, and like oh no, they fucked and stuff like that, and like I mean, but they're just talking about it like it's like normal conversation, right? Whereas like back in my day, it would be more like, just sitting around, it's like, yo, like, yo, Kelsey, like she sucked this guy's dick, like, yeah, like, really? No, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, how do you know? And it's like, it's just a very different. It was more like on the down low, like people would talk about stuff like that, but it wasn't. It wasn't like as like nonchalant and out in the open. I feel like the younger generation today, it's almost like they have no shame. It's like they will just like say this stuff like right in public with like anybody around,
Yeah,
so like
you
yeah.
nailed it with with a shame though. Like I was
Yeah,
gonna say, like
ex-
back in my time. I mean, I'm your age, guys. So I mean, like, yeah, you guys relate. But like back in my time, like a girl who was like kind of like yeah, like too promiscuous, like that. Like that wasn't good. Like they would try to hide it, or like even for a guy too, right? Like who was like kind of too pushy and all that. Like that wasn't something like you would be proud of or like brag or like just talk about it
yeah,
openly,
yeah.
right?
It,
Like
it's like it would be talked about, but like it wasn't really like shameless, right? Like just like in the open, very public and stuff like that, right? That was like the point that I was getting at with that, you know, just observation, yeah. So and in terms of like, just to bring it back to what you said, Carlo, about like the anti-sex league and like, this whole thing of like transing, like you know, kids and stuff like that. Like I don't even know what to think of that. To be perfectly honest. I don't know, what do you think?
No, I just see it as what's here, right? Like it is like it is like an agenda. It is a plan to like definitely like just like t take all the kind of ritualistic like kind of like human ritualistic like part out of sex and like I mean like to me like I feel like I mean yeah you fool around when you're young but like I feel like that idea of like like having sex with your significant other, like someone you really have feelings for, like it's like yeah, that's the kind of sex you want, right? You don't want to just like just fool around with people like your whole
Well,
life.
in general, in this, what they're trying to deny any sort of any sort of, they want you to function as part of the group, right? So they want you to go on, yeah, the group hikes and
Exactly.
everything, but they don't want any sort of like, favorite person, and that's what they actually rely on, right? That the betrayal in Room 101. They want whomever it is that you love more than the party is the person you have to betray, right? Because once you betray that person, then all other sort of interpersonal, right? They don't want it. It's always many to many, right? It's so like throughout you like because even when they interact with each other, right, you can never really trust anybody, and so like all the people he has to deal with at work, right? He's at odd, right? There's the guy in the other cubicle who's his rival, right? And even the guy, the what's his name, Sim or whatever, the dictionary guy, right? He doesn't really like him, and he has the sense that Sim doesn't really like them, right? Because of their orthodoxy, right? But they do kind of connect over this topic of the dictionary, right? So even when people would have right, they're not naturally made kind of right, and so even when he sees Julia, right, he's obviously later on he realizes that he's attracted to her, right, but he hates her because he's attracted to her, right? He hates her because he can't, right? So everything is right, and so it's, yeah, it's the parents against the children, and it's even the other thing, right? They don't even want to give you time to think to yourself, right? Because that's the thing he goes on about. They want you to go on the community hikes, and the only time you have to yourself is laying there in bed, right? You can't even go into the bathroom, right? There's telescreens even in the water closet and everything, right? It's this idea that any sort of alone time, and once again, just to bring it back, like this is how cults function, right? So Mormons, yeah, they have church on Sunday, but then throughout the week, even for kids, they had, right, for a long time they were affiliated with the Boy Scouts from very early on. So if you're a boy, and then they didn't like the Girl Scouts, but they had similar, right. So they have like, yeah, you'd have church on Sunday for 3 hours, and then after that on church there was like various meetings and committees they had you on, and then you were in this home teaching thing, and then maybe you were doing something at the stake level. I'm not going to do, but like, so like throughout the week, but of course they want you also to have like a job and kids, and have 5 kids at that. So the idea is that you know there's, and so like a lot of more, especially the men, they want to go on mission. So they get out of high school, they go on their Mormon mission, they call it their best 2 years, because they immediately get back and they go to college, but they want them married within, like, by the time they even suggest like, oh yeah, you should be married before you graduate even. And so like it's just this constant, you're too busy to really kind of like do anything else, right? They don't want you to have time to think.
Right.
And of
Um
course, like I said, that's why you do get the sense that probably he was being watched, because if you're not always on some activity, right, with somebody else, it's like where are you disappearing to, right? If anything, not being seen on the telescreen for periods of time and not participating in these things is probably what raises their. So whenever Julia has her little liaisons, right, and disappears off the telescreens for hours at a time, that's probably the red flag that they were following, right? For him, whenever he would, instead of staying at work to have lunch and interact with people, the fact that he would go home to have alone time, right? In an extremely orthodox society like this, in a cult, in any of these things, the idea that you don't want to participate with other people is the worst possibility, right? It's even just like at places that you work, right? Like, oh, I've heard like other people like, oh yeah, so like it was actually something my uncle was talking, right? Um, my uncle, he was gay, and so he worked at like a bank and something, and so like a lot of the women, he like a lot of the people under him were like women, and he's talking about how there was this younger guy who was working there, and the women use the excuses like, oh, he just doesn't interact with us because of course it's a younger guy and he has no interest in talking about sex in the city or God knows. I mean, this was a few years back, so I can only imagine what middle-aged women were talking about back then. And so of course, he's like, I feel bad for the guy because it's going to prevent him from like, because they're going to constantly, because then, yeah, you have pure reviews, right? And if anybody who's worked in a place where you have pure reviews, right, it's like, it's based entirely on the office politics, not whether or not you're actually effective. I mean, if you're really bad at the job, then obviously you'll get bad peer reviews because you're causing more work for other people. But they'll perceive your work based on, your interaction with the rest of the group and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, it's funny
Right.
you said that 'cause I was thinking about that especially, and like thinking about Anthem, like in Anthem, like uh, uh once like what was his name? Oh, fuck. I forgot the protagonist in
It
Anthem,
was
like
Liberty or International. I forget, like Equality. Was it Equality? What's his name?
equality. Yeah, equality. Yeah, so when equality actually kind of starts waking up is when he spends time alone, right, in that tunnel. And like it's funny you mentioned like that in general, because like I grew up as a Catholic, right? And that was the thing that they would not give me a break with, like, like, oh, like you always seem to like, disappear, like, when like everyone's doing this or that, right? Or like I think I told you guys that story in school that like I got this guy bullying me for a long time, and he would always say like, you know what, like I asked you to play like football with us, and like we were all there, and like you just you just wouldn't accept, like you just left, right? Like you just went somewhere else to read, and like he would not let that go, right? Like it's like they just don't accept, like like you're on your own. Like it's so weird though, like um that like, and like yeah, we see that with like cults too, right? And like what I said, like me kind of having like raised in this like very religious, like family, like they would just not let that go, like the whole like, oh, like every time, like let's say we eat together, like you want to be alone reading. I'm like, well, yeah, like, so it's funny that like that's like kind of brought up in stories, and like that like anytime characters in stories gonna have that alone time, like it's like they kind of they have like some like some growth or like progress, like spiritually or mentally or intellectually, whatever.
So, just to kind of bring it back to the anti-sex league and like Winston and stuff like that. So I have one note here, and I just said like graphic descriptions. So I'm just gonna read this. So it's a quote. It was even possible at moments to switch one's hatred this way or that by a voluntary act, suddenly by a sort of violent effort with which one wrenches one's head away from the pillow in a nightmare. Winston succeeded in transferring his hatred from the face on the screen to the dark haired girl behind him. Vivid, beautiful hallucinations flashed through his mind. He would flog her to death with a rubber truncheon. He would tie her naked to a stake and shoot her full of arrows like Saint Sebastian. He would ravish her and cut her throat at the moment of climax. Better than before, moreover, he realized why it was that he hated her. He hated her because she was young and pretty and sexless, because he wanted to go to bed with her and would never do so, because round her sweet supple waist, which seemed to ask you to encircle it with your arm, there was only the odious scarlet sash, aggressive symbol of chastity. So I just thought that that was pretty graphic and kind of interesting. The whole, like, just to tie it back to what you were saying about the anti-sex league, Carlo. Yeah, that was just a note that stood out to me.
Yeah, like actually, like yeah, I took a class for this book um in college, and like most of the girls were like really outraged with that, like they were not happy with like they kind of like the brutality and the violence of the descriptions, but like I find it just really makes a good job of like kind of like emphasizing like how repressed like like uh people are. I mean the men, I guess, are. I mean, if that's it's kind of on purpose, right? Like they take that away, like we were just talking about, right? Like, and it's something so fundamental as yeah, like sex, and like he's lived it, right? Where like his wife was like, well, like what is it like? Let's do a duty to the party or something, and like she had this like kind of like very like routine oriented like ritual where like it would kind of force him to to just like procreate, and like like just no emotion there, like it I find that really like effective, like all of that, the thing with his wife, and like that contrast with this, right? Like where you have like these women where like like all this sexual energy going on, but like it's like locked by like like the symbol, right? Like the sash, it's like no, it's like
Yeah.
out of bounds.
Yeah, and it's like how, you know, those types of feelings are going through his mind during that, like, what is it, like the 30 seconds of hate or
The
something,
hate,
right?
yeah, it's
Yeah,
two
yeah. So
minutes, yeah.
it's, yeah, sorry, 2 minutes of hate. So I mean, it's like you know, it's like that connection between like hate and like the sex and like
Well, like
sexual
yeah, like
repression that he
all the
has right
repression,
there.
yeah, all the
Yeah,
repression's coming
exactly.
out, right? Like it's gonna be in coaxed, but like like just one feeling is like like kind of like removing the cap from everything else. Yeah, I find that brilliant, and like yeah, especially that scene. Like I mean, it is very graphic, and like what I said, many people get shocked, but like to me, so effective of like just kind of telling you like really quick like how like to what level is the repression, and like even in our lives too. I find like like a lot of like I remember like in school like we had like crazy uniforms and all that. Like it's like I feel like it's a lot of like anyways, I find personally like when it comes to like your body and all that, like like our society is very like like weird about that, right? Like you're always shamed, but like kind of your own body, like it's a weird thing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was yeah, like, yeah, like, I mean, I'm not like I just, my note was just like it's like a graphic depiction in that part. Like it doesn't affect me that
But
badly or
in that
anything, you know.
vein though, like
It's
what do you
like it
guys
kind
think?
of works, right? Yeah.
What do you guys
Like,
think later of like the torture like parts? I heard many people can't even read that. Like I heard many people they're like, oh yeah, I went on the Spark Notes or whatever. Like I had to skip that part and like read a summary because like they can't take the torture. Like what's your guys' like view on that? Because that is
are
very disturbing, right?
are you talking about like the rats that are like coming down
Yeah, the
the
last act,
yeah,
and I mean,
yeah.
like in the last act, right, where like like the people in the cell with him, like they all kind of take turns to get tortured, and like you just get beat like brutally, like it's so graphic. I think it's Parsons that he gets punched so hard, like I mean, he gets like his face like like busted really bad, and like he's just bleeding like as he breathes, like just like saliva and blood come out, like
Like I
it's
said, I think I was too young to be shocked by it. Right? There's like a weird curve where I think if you read something like that young enough, you sort of just accept it, right?
So yeah, so but you guys
Yeah.
think that does that belong there? To kind of like like in the tone of the book, or like is that a bit gratuitous, right? Like the ending where like it gets. I mean, especially yeah, like the beatings and like like when he's getting tortured, like and it just keeps going on and on. Like it's like oh yeah, like he's like he beat him like everywhere. He's like oh like I felt it in the small in the my backbone or something in my low back. Like it's so descriptive. It's like ouch, right? Like it goes a lot into detail. Like it's kind of like torture porn for a bit. So is that
Yeah,
warranted?
I mean, well, yeah, I mean, it really comes back to what is Orwell's intention with this book, right? Is it a clarion call, to everyone saying, if you're not careful, like, we could end up with this type of like horrific society where like you have to go be tortured, like, and then go through like this psychological re-education campaign afterwards, and like you never know when you're going to be killed and stuff like this. I mean, you
Well,
know,
that's the thing. The
I
torture.
mean,
It's not torture to extract anything from him, right? Like to a certain extent, they're just torturing him just to yeah to
keep him in line.
well, not
Like,
even to keep him in line. It's really just to like make it so senseless that he can't think about. Once again, it's to prevent thinking, right? It's to keep him unnerved at all times, right? Are they going to beat him with shoes today, right? It's even to the point where they don't even have to really beat him, right? He's just beaten right within almost, right? There's no sense to it, right? So like the only once they've like fully beat, because then they do the torture on the machine with O'Brien later, and that's where he gets re-educated though, right? So this is just them, yeah, breaking him down, right? Just
so
senselessly, right? So that he has no expectation of anything, right?
I mean, is it just them being sadistic because now, they enjoy doing this? Like it's become routine and like this is what they do and it's like, you know,
Well, I mean
they
the
enjoy
guards might
it,
be, but like they don't do it.
right?
They like they do it just to be completely random, right? It's purely. I'm trying to think of the way to say it. It's supposed to be, I guess, senseless, right? It's not for any real purpose, but to yeah to uns, not so much break, like the breaking of them isn't via the torture. The breaking of them it's almost just via the fact that there is no purpose to it, right? That he just doesn't know when to expect it or anything, right? He loses any sort of expectation or rationale, right?
Yeah, it's like to destabilize him,
It's
right? Like,
senseless. Like it's meant to be senseless because yeah, it destabilizes it. It gives no meaning to everything, right? There is no meaning.
and like that's one of the ways, like like abusers, like not like people, like like when you're with abuser in a relationship, but that's what they do, right? Like they're always random, and like there comes to a point where like you're so unnerved, like you kind of you don't even know what to expect. So like just thinking becomes so hard because like you're always like, okay, like what's gonna happen now? Like like what's next? Like how are they gonna react? And like they do that. They're like super random, or like like you might be on good terms, and all of a sudden they just find an excuse to be like terrible, or like to like be aggressive, and like you're like, wait, what happened, right? So yeah, that's like a definitely mind technique, like to keep you from um like thinking, or like like being rational.
So is Orwell warning us with this? Is that why it's so graphic? It's like, is he really trying to make a point so that, hopefully our society never gets to this level of like depravity? Like,
I think his point is that anybody can be like reprogrammed almost, right? Like it's the idea, right? Because the idea is that yeah, or does because early on, he expects to die, he expects all this stuff, right? But they're not going to. In some ways, it's sort of like the the Spanish Inquisition or something like that, right? Where it's not just that they're trying to purge you know any sort of heresy, but they want to genuinely save the soul, right? So they're going to torture you and they're going to make it they're going to eventually kill you, but they want you to confess first, right? And not just confess for the sake of confessing, but confess it and mean it, right? It's yeah, like I guess yeah, that's the closest antecedent I can think of, right? It's that they genuinely are going to purge it out of you, right? You're not going to die with your dignity. You're going to be converted, like truly converted too.
right. But then I mean like if they just sort of disappear people, it's like what are their motivations? I mean, they already have complete control over the society through the video screens, the telescreens that have two-way communication. They make it known to everybody that you have no privacy. Um, even and it comes back to like the panopticon, like I was talking about previously, where like they might not even be watching you, but it's just that like threat that somebody could be watching you to keep you in line. So I mean, they already have complete control. I mean, just by removing the bad apples, like, I mean, they don't even need to torture and purify them to keep the stability of the society. The dissenters, or even like, minor dissenters or people that like potentially could dissent, they can just kind of off, and like, according to Winston's descriptions, that's actually what they do. They will just like sort of
But there's,
disappear people.
I guess there's the
My
idea in
whole
his
idea.
mind that
Let
he
me just
still
hang
has
on. Let me
some
just
core, though.
hold on. Let me just finish this one point. So like, the whole thing is, it has to come down to like something personal, why O'Brien wants to like vanquish that out of you, because ultimately there's just no, like, it's not necessary, right? Like, I mean, they will keep control of the society whether they vanquish that defiant spirit out of you or not. um like, it really makes no difference whatsoever. um so it's like, it has to be personal. Like, it must be on some level that O'Brien enjoys doing this kind of act, right?
No, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, it's very much they
Or
want.
he gets personal enjoyment out of doing it, like, in some, yeah, I don't know, maybe it's a power trip thing, like.
I don't think so. I mean, like the fact is, it's because they don't want anybody to think that they can win in the end, right? Even just in dying, but still have their mind intact, right? It's that even in resisting, right? If you stay quiet, then maybe you can last. But right, the moment you rise up, right, they don't want anybody to think that they, it's like the ending of Tale of Two Cities, right? The whole speech, it's a far better thing than I've ever done before, right? The idea that there can still be some dignity in giving yourself up to death, right? But they want to take away that final dignity, and then because that's what will terrify, right, people, is that everybody thinks it's like, okay, fine, they can kill me, but they can't take away who I am, and so it's very important for them to remind them that they can take away, that defiance. And in some ways, like I said, it's very much like the Spanish Inquisition. It's to show, yeah, the purity, and that they probably actually might even genuinely believe that, and in the end he is happy, right? It's a weird sort of happiness, and he's obviously, like, almost kind of like, I don't know, slightly an idiot about it, but he's found happiness, in that moment, right? He genuinely feels like he's a part of the system now, right? Before he felt like he was separate from it, but now he feels like he's a part of it. So I don't think.
Right, but I mean, ultimately, like, it seems their main goal is like control and maintaining this like shitty
Because we,
society,
we, we, we don't
right? I
see
mean, like,
any we don't see any sort of what would you say, sadism in O'Brien. Whenever he does it, it's because, and he's always correct, that Winston's holding out on him. The moment Winston doesn't hold out on him, he doesn't punish him, right? If it was sadism, then he would punish him, whatever,
right, but I mean that I can see as a bit of sadism. It's like, it's like, he knows what he's trying to accomplish, right? And I mean, that is like, he's like really tearing him down. Um, like
But I
like
mean,
I
sadism would
like I
be
mean,
for its own
but
sake,
but but I
even when he
mean, like,
gives the right answer.
but like, if they're gonna kill him anyway, right? It's like, and the other people, they do just like disappear and like erase the records that they even existed at all. Um, yeah, like, I'm just saying, you know, to what end would you do this? Um, like, yeah, okay, he's gonna reintegrate into society, but then eventually they're gonna kill him off. So it's like it makes no difference. Like, they could just simply kill him off and it would have the exact same effect, right? So it becomes like a personal thing. It's like, why subject him to that, like, this like bashing his mind down, bashing the last bit of defiance out of him, then reintegrate him for a period, and then killing him off, when the same effect would happen by just offing him, right? It's almost like a crueler torture to like break somebody's will down, reintegrate them into society, observe them for a period of time, and see, wow, have we actually broken them down?
I
Like
think that
there has
the
to be
point
some reason,
it's
like
double think, right? Like they have to believe even themselves that that they didn't dissent, right? Like even themselves, they have to erase that even for them as a collective, right? Like they have to bury that as they bury everything else, right? So like if they kill them for that reason, well, we kill them because they dissent, like then it's a fact, right? But like if they kill them, like okay, we just kill them like because like he's integrated, he's happy, like yeah, whatever, uh at some point, like they didn't agree or whatever. But like if I feel like to them is to keep the life influence, so that even for O'Brien, so, you know we get like
sorry, Carlo, you're
it's for the
roboting a
sake of
bit.
like that. It's just for
So sorry,
being
Carlo,
that's
we kind of yeah, you're roboting Carlo. Yeah.
okay. I'll log out.
Well, no, if you're roboting, it's not a logout issue. It's usually your Wi-Fi connection.
Sorry, Carlo, can you just like back up on that thought? It's like it got like robot-y and then like you just cut out.
Do you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying that like they do it for the for the sake of a double think, because they have to believe themselves that like that this same thing is not a, like it's not a real a possibility, right? They have to eliminate it and bury it like as they bury everything else, right? It's like, well, like like as long as like we don't see any dissenters, right? Like, or like we don't have the memory of they dissenting, like it's not real, right? It's just it ties with like just keeping the life, the double think.
Right, but like I mean, this comes back to my original question. It's like, to what end though are they would they do that? Like it doesn't serve any like real purpose. Um,
Well,
like
because
It does. I
like
mean, he becomes an example there at the end, right? They see him reformed, just like he had seen the previous guys reformed, right? The idea being that your innermost self is not right, because throughout the story he seems to think that he's getting a one up on the party, right? That they can't see his deep thoughts, right? That they don't know what he's thinking, and that he can hold something out, right? And even when him and Julie are talking there right before they get caught, right? It's like they were talking earlier about, well, no matter what happens, we'll never betray each other, right? Yeah, we'll never betray each other. And then it's like, so they accept their death, but they don't. They think that there's something, they think there's still some little victory that they can have, and so it's about total submission.
right, but I mean, again, I come back to it. To what end? I mean, it doesn't further help the functioning of the Oceania, um, government. It doesn't further keep everything in line. They have the telescreens for that, so it's like, I'm just trying to think like, there must be some like personal component, that it's like the really defiant ones. I mean, a personal for the torturers to be like, let's really like wring this out of them, for our own sattatisfaction.
no,
It's
I
not
think
like
it's that idea of like it's mentioned before. I like it complete power, like like what do we
right,
want? Just absolute power, right? And like that is like an ultimate display of power. Like they can even like bend like like the last ounce of your will like in your brain, right? Like you don't even have that. They can snuff that out. So that to
Right.
them is just like reasserting that idea that like they have absolute power even to to the last freaking molecule in your brain.
Right. And I understand that. So that would imply that it's like they enjoy doing this, or there's some ideological motivation behind them doing this, because for the functioning of London in 1984,
Oh no, for sure
there's no
in a
there's no
logistic way. Yeah, no,
reason.
I don't think
Yeah,
it serves
No,
any
but
exactly.
it's the
purpose.
ideology.
Exactly.
The ideology requires that they prove their correctness.
Right,
Yeah, but
okay.
They can't let him die thinking that he has this victory over them.
But I mean, what's the difference? Functionally, it makes no difference, right? Like, I mean, like the point that I feel is being made throughout the novel is, um, you know, you can keep an entire society of people in line through these methods, and like for the good of like the functioning of the system, right? Um, but this is something else, like, and I mean, we do know that, and I mean, Winston describes this, that they do just disappear people and they remove their records from the system. And that is like, there's not this torture re-education going on.
But
It's like they
usually
only
those people
save that.
imply that those are people who are already converted. They're just imperfect, right? So like the Sim guy, right? He is fully committed to it, but
Right,
he's cancerous.
but then what about the kid's father, that the kids turn him in, and like
Parsons.
Parsons, yeah, exactly. Like he doesn't have any of those thoughts,
Well,
and like,
we don't know that though. We don't know. Maybe he's, I don't know, like super promiscuous, like Julia or something. Like we don't know what he's done, right?
I
When
mean,
I'd originally read this, I was trying to see it again, but in this one, he's almost too affectionate, right? So I'm curious if, like, when they take him to work, if they take you to room 101, it means they have something that they think they can have you betray, right? And they're always 100% certain, right? So
So his
who does
kids, maybe.
that's what I'm guessing is when he
Yeah,
betrays
maybe.
somebody in room 101, it's his son, right? That for him, yeah, he was very, very proud of his son, right? And that was obviously, so probably when whatever they tortured him with or threatened him with, right? It was to get him to give up his own son. So, and of course, it's just the right. If somebody denounces you, then of course you get into the system, right?
right,
Um, and so it has to show that nobody is untouchable, right? Even with, right, because that's what shocked, right? Because once again, it throughout this whole thing, right, is Winston. Now, of course, it's not as obnoxious as I found it with Dostoevsky, but like you get the sense that Winston, thinks he's more right, that he's awake and everybody else is asleep, right? It's that whole thing, right? Everybody else, although at the same time he admits that he's fully a cog in it, right? It's like, you know, you very much get this sense from him that he thinks that he's somehow more astute than everybody else, right? And so he assumes like, oh yeah, that they won't even touch somebody like him, or he's what keeps those
well,
systems right.
no, I mean, he flat out expects them to do something to him, and I mean, we see that early on. I mean, he says it to himself numerous times, right?
No, but he doesn't expect them to do anything to Parson. He sees Parson
Right.
as their
Okay.
perfect
Okay.
tool,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
it reminds
Right.
people other than Parson, right? It's as much about making an example of somebody, but yeah, when they take them to room 101, it's because there's something that person loves more than the party, and
So,
that it's very much about breaking people of only having love for the party, and then therefore the personification of it in Big Brother, right?
right. So I mean, normally if you were to like hold somebody up as an example, it's like it would be like the public hangings that they have. Um, those people are made an example because it's like a public display type of thing. Um, but like the torture that Winston gets there at the end, um, it's not public, and it just seems like it's a
But they know
vindictive
what
thing
happened to
that
him,
they're
right? When
doing,
they
right?
see him sitting there in the cafe, they know he
Yeah,
was
everyone knows he
fixed.
went through the torture. Yeah, he got re-educated. Like, and like, I mean, like,
Right.
what Singh keeps bringing up, but like, he, like, he grew up seeing that and like knowing, okay, we're actually re-educated, right? Like, it's like a passive, passive aggressive example. Like, it's like imply what happened, right? When someone's just sitting there at the cafe, it's like, oh yeah, they've been fixed.
So I mean, is Orwell, like, what is Orwell telling us with this? Like, I mean, like what is
That
the
you can't defy it.
significance? So yeah, but I mean, in terms of like, you know, is it just meant to be so scary to the reader, and that's why he would do this, like write it in this way, so that even you can't rationalize it, like, oh well, they were just trying to like maintain the stability of the society, whereas that's not what this is, right? It's like, they're maintaining the stability of, like, the totalitarian society, um through like the telescreens and like the continuous surveillance, right? I mean, this is like, is Orwell including this just as like to truly terrify the reader, so that hopefully we don't go down this type of path, like I mean, what's the intention, right?
It's that nobody's untouchable, like truly touchable, right? Like there's a defiance, right? There's people who want to get martyred, right? And people will line up, right? By people seeing that they can't even be a martyr, right? They're less like, right? It's a further control, right? You don't want to wait, right? You don't want to execute 15,000 people like Iran's trying to do, right? Right, because those people can, what there was another story or something like that, or maybe it was this one, but there was another one that kind of touched on the same thing. It's the idea that you don't just waste, the person, it's they're still useful, right, to the party. The party decides when they're not useful anymore, right? No matter what he does, it's not his decision when he gets executed, right? And when he does get executed, he'll accept it, right? And
Yeah,
he knows it's coming.
it's not on his terms, it's on theirs all the way.
It's total victory over the human soul, because he even says that he's,
Right.
there's the whole conversation. He's like, you're the last man. Like, because that's what he was holding it up. He's like, I'm still a man. Or what is a man? What is a whatever? He's like, well, fine, you're the last man. Let's look at the last man. He takes him over there to the mirror, and it's like, this is the last man.
Right. Yeah, it's
he
like
it's the idea that there's nothing that, right, the proletariat's not going to rise up, the party's not going to destabilize, right? There is no person who's going to defy this situation.
right. I mean, it is pretty chilling, right? I mean, you know, it's like Orwell isn't giving us any like out or any type of hope by
Nope.
writing this, right? I
No
mean,
light
it's
at the
like
end of the tunnel at all. It's pretty
it, it,
dark.
it,
The
it yeah,
hope is in
it's just
surrender. it
bleak.
it does have, because for the first time in his life, he is happy there at the end. Well, it's a weird happiness, because what's funny is that he's thinking about like the last happy memory he had with his mother and his sister, right? But he's like, but that's a false memory, right? So like, he was pining for that situation, right?
Right.
This idea that, should I have had a different life? Should I have had something else, right? This is why I can't be happy. I can't be happy because of the party. And so in the end he is happy, but it's yeah, it's so it's a
Or is
whole
he's content, right? Like, I mean, is he really happy? It's more like he's content, right? He's like,
well, no, he's fully invested in it, so
satiated.
he's fully happy because he fully embraces it, right? It's of course from externally, of course, yeah, we see that it's not a happiness that any of us would want, or it's not the happiness he wanted, but it is a happiness, right? Because it's all about mindset, right? If you choose to be happy, then you're happy, right? He finally chooses to be happy within the circumstances, right? He's not pining for another world anymore, right? A world of the past or a potential world of the future. He's happy in his moment there, right? It's
Yeah,
I mean, it's a
yeah,
very sort of nihilistic thing, right? That is to say that
yeah.
there is no purpose in life. So if you choose to be happy, it's entirely because you choose to be happy.
So, I mean, yeah, but so what is Orwell's goal with this book,
I don't think
right?
he had, like, personally for me, I think at this now I didn't read the full thing. Now it's been a long time. The original book, the one that was printed since the 70s, and of course the one that I read in the 90s was a reprint of the Penguin Classics one, and it had a foreword by Eric Fromm, the psychologist. Now it looks like the new one that they'd recently released a while back. They have it by what's his name, Pinchon, um, who's what's his first name, Carlo, something Pinchon, Arthur
Thomas,
Pinchon, something like that. He's
no,
the
you
what?
guys hear me? Hello,
Thomas,
hello,
yeah.
Thomas. Okay.
Sorry. So yeah, so they had an introduction on the new one, and I didn't read too much of it. I did read. I will go back and read it some, but I did read like the last paragraph, and his point was like, oh, that maybe he's setting it as a message because Orwell's son, um, that he adopted was born about 1944 or something like that, like roughly would have been the same age as Winston. So like, oh, is he writing it for his son? I don't think. I think he's trying to find the silver line, and I think at that point in Orwell's life, when he probably wrote this, he was probably very, very disillusioned, right? Yeah, he obviously knew that this socialism wasn't working. He still wasn't fond of capitalism. He still saw some problems in that, and so I think he's just trying to figure out. It's like, is there
Well,
any
I mean,
system
like
that actually
he,
works?
he's saying like all governments end up in like just like complete like it's like they're all destructive like like avoid this government just leads to destruction. That last time. I mean, in the context of what you said, I read a lot about Orwell too, and I had like the class like he yeah like he was trying to like like defend any form of um like social system, right? He was trying to like justify the like a good working social system, but like he never found that in his life. So I think that's a test that this book is a testament of that.
Well, that's the thing. When
Yeah.
I've never read it, but so like I remember when I'd read this, and then later on when I was like in high school, like I can't remember, like chatting online with people and them talking about, and of course what you'll find is, like I said, what's interesting about this book is nobody kind of like rejects the premise of it. Like they all see, right, whether they're left or right or Christian or atheist or whatever. I think everybody equally. Now, of course, some people try to like, well, of course, they double think it away in their mind. It's like, oh no, the thing I'm supporting, obviously, right? Like I said, all of the supposed boomers who had read this and liked it, right? But of course, I was even trying to look. Like it looks like his son is still alive. This Richard Blair,
Blair,
who's
yeah, I
yeah
think
his
he's still
that's
around.
and I'm very curious, like what was this guy's perception of everything that's happened in the last 2 years. Actually, that's what I did just like 15 minutes ago. I was looking up to see if this guy had spoken on anything that had happened in the last 2 years. Like does he not, does he see it or not or whatever, but what's my point here? It's
Sorry, who is Richard Blair?
He's an adopted son,
because Orwell's real name is Eric Blair, right?
Eric Arthur Blair. Yeah.
Yeah, George Orwell was his pen name. But what you find is that like when I've talked to people, so leftists really love Animal Farm, right? Because of course obviously, except for the stupidest leftists, right? Nobody likes the Stalinism of Russia. So they like Animal Farm because it reinforced, right? And of course, he wrote Animal Farm years earlier, and it reinforces oh, well, that wasn't real socialism, right? That's what you get out of Animal Farm. Whereas, and it was even funny that there's an essay I read from Blair, right? So like toward the end of his life, right, he was somewhat more conservative, right? I think he generally liked what's his name, the prime minister there, right? He was becoming much more kind of sort of conventional, right? He wasn't really the revolutionary that he was when he was younger, and so like he wrote like a whole kind of like essay on how to prepare tea, and it was during the rationing and all this stuff, and it was a very sort of like very much in that stay calm and carry on type British style, right? So he was. So I think like what you see with this story is that he's trying to like he no longer thinks that there's a form of socialism that does work anymore. And yeah, like were people happier before this and everything else? And so what can you really get out of this? Like how can you get global stability? How can you get a war, not have world wars that are going to destroy the world? And so I think
Right.
like in general, like, yeah, is it a warning? I'm not really sure. Like, is he warned? Like, because it's almost like he sees it as an inevitable sort of course of things, right? And so that's why, like, the way I've later on sort of like interpreted it is is that it's really just one very very average, typical, unexceptional guy's sort of personal journey, right? He's 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 not dumb enough to just go along with it like Parsons. He's not sort of maybe clever enough or indoctrinated enough to kind of be an inner party member. So he's just kind of like stuck in this kind of in between state. And like, how can somebody like that ever really find happiness, right? Would he find happiness in capitalism? Would he find happiness in this situation or that situation? Is that kind of character just inevitably hopeless in whatever situation? And maybe the best thing is that he at least finds some peace of mind and can finally feel some sort of connection with something, right? He can finally feel like he's a part of this society.
So, I mean, I would argue that there is still capitalism functioning in this society, right?
Well, there isn't, because all means of production seem to be owned by the party, right?
Yeah, and it's
People
control. It's controlled, right? Like what I mentioned before. Like it's stated they kind of they play with the abundance, with the scarcity of things, just to mess up with people.
they give people
Well, that is true.
money, but for discretionary
So
stuff,
you're
but
saying
it's not.
it's just an illusion that they're giving people like when they say it's called dealing on the free market, that's more like, you know, double think like
Well,
that's
I think that's the
like
satire, right? Is that they're like, oh, see, there's still a free market, but it obviously doesn't work, right? Like by allowing them to deal on the, because he didn't just say like the open market or the black market, he called it the free market, right? So that there's this illusion that they're still right, and obviously doesn't work very well, right? Once again, it's a form of controlled opposition there, right?
right,
It's like, oh
right.
yeah, you could go and get it, but it's not that much better, right? It's
Right. But I mean, why would they have certain goods that are at the free market shops that you can't get from the
Well, it's because
government?
when
Do you
the
know what I mean? It's
proletariat
like
buys stuff, right? The proletariat, right? So, like the, it's just it's the it's just like animals scrambling for a bit of food, right? Like a cage full of dogs, you toss some food in there, right? One dog's going to dominate it and scoop it all away, and another dog is going to not get any, right? And but they don't focus on them being held together, right? They focus on one upping each other, right?
right.
And so that way somebody can try and like jockey for like but it's even with the same with the lottery, right? Everybody's trying to like get big off, right? But nobody actually ever wins a real prize where they become like wealthy or anything, right? And they can just live off of it. It's just little prizes, right? So yeah, you'll get a
So
few $100 and you'll buy some stupid shit with your few $100, right?
so let me just read this one part that I found interesting. So it was like it's the exchange between Parsons and Smith. So he's like, something a bit too brainy for me, I expect. Smith, old boy. I'll tell you why I'm chasing you. It's that sub you forgot to give me. Which sub is that? Said Winston, automatically feeling for money. About a quarter of one's salary had to be earmarked for voluntary subscriptions, which were so numerous that it was difficult to keep track of them. Then he says, for Hate Week, you know, the House by the House Fund, I'm treasurer for our block. We're making an all out effort, going to put on a tremendous show. I'll tell you, it won't be my fault if Old Victory Mansions doesn't have the biggest outfit of flags in the whole street. $2 you promised me, Winston. So he gives him two filthy notes. So I mean, this whole I just kind of found it interesting. It's like a quarter of one's salary had to be earmarked for voluntary subscriptions. So it's like I don't know. I kind of like saw a parallel between like how many subscription services we all have right now, like Spotify and like Netflix and stuff like that. Um, but I think what they mean by subscriptions in this is more it's like charity or something, like for like charity organizations or like community organizations where like you just donate your money, kind of like I guess United Way, like how some people just have like money that comes directly off their paycheck, and it goes to United Way every month. Like I assume that that's what they're talking about here. Any thoughts on
Well,
this,
it's the
guys?
illusion of choice, right? So if their apartment doesn't do well, it's not because the party didn't provide for it. It's because they didn't pool together the resources, right? It's to keep them focused on what they can do, right? It's in their hands. It's not in the hands of the government, right? It's a weird sort of illusion that it provides them with, right? That they can
Right.
save and scrimp and try to like grab this or that, right? So that they're overly focused on these various sort of different right. It's just it's just busyness, right? It's if there's a shortage, then it allows them a way to get around this shortage, right? It's not just a total shortage and stuff like that, right? Where they then can blame the party, right? They then focus on trying to find the funds and whatnot.
Right. So the subscription in this is like, you know, it's basically like charity, right? Like a charity subscription type
Wait,
of thing.
what's the subscription? Sorry, I zoned out for a bit. What's the subscription?
Yeah, so it was this one quote, Carlos. Parsons is like following Winston, and he's like, "You forgot to give me. I'm. I'll tell you why I'm chasing you. It's that sub you forgot to give me. Which sub is that?" said Winston, automatically feeling for money. About a quarter of one's salary had to be earmarked for voluntary subscriptions, which were so numerous that it was difficult to keep track of them. And then he responds, "For Hate Week, you know, the House by the House Fund. I'm the treasurer for our block. We're making an all out effort, going to put on a tremendous show. I tell you, it won't be my fault if Old Victory Mansions doesn't have the biggest outfit of flags in the whole street. $2 you promised me, Winston." Winston found and handed over a creased and filthy notes, two creased and filthy notes, which Parsons entered in a small notebook in the neat handwriting of the illiterate. So I mean, I'm just assuming that the subscription there is like, they say they're earmarked for voluntary subscriptions, which were so numerous that it was difficult to keep track of. I'm reading that as like, you know, uh, charity, like a charity subscription, like United Way.
Yeah,
So
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's saying answer, but like I just remembered reading this and like just thinking to like something that saying said before, where like they really want their lives to be full of like meaningless things, where like they don't even have time to like like individual like reflection. So this is all just added to the noise, right? Like they're like, you know, like what I could tell that by reading that part. And like there are many things like this in the book that I don't remember, but like little things like kind of like trivial. I mean, the whole like the whole workout routine, right? That it's like touching their toes and it's very torturous, right? It's like they're all sick and like busted and they have to do these weird calisthenics that like it's like they take away all any kind of free time they have, right? So this is like part of that, like, you know, just adding noise to their lives where like they never have time to self-reflect.
Right. Yeah, but like I'm just wondering like what are these subscriptions? Is it like charity? Because it's like, you know, like we get the sense that you know, Parsons is gonna buy. He's in charge of like buying flags for like I guess some kind of celebration, or like maybe it's another hanging or something like that. Um, so it's for Hate Week. So it's like, you know, does he like what do they mean by subscriptions? It's not like a magazine subscription. It's like it seems like it's a subscription to like some kind of a cause or something like that that you must donate to, like, you know, out of your salary, right?
Yeah, that's, I mean, like, yeah, it's probably a club or like, yeah, something you mentioned, like, you know, like something they do regularly for Hate Week or like for the hate time they have. I mean, that's like, I imagine Hate Week with like people parading with like torture people or like hang people around. So just something to, yeah, decorations for that or something.
Right, right. Um, yeah,
And
I
there's
did.
other things like that, yeah, where like you have to give money to something, and so you have a list of things. I'm trying
Right,
to remember.
because
I mean, the
it does.
closest thing I know there's something else, but the closest thing I could think was that was the idea with Obamacare, right? It's, yeah, if you didn't get money from from your whatever, you got some sort of tax credit. Well, it's the whole scheme that I hate of, like, you know, with taxes. Like, oh yeah, right. There's some people who, like, it's not quite the same, but it's, yeah, it's the people who are eager to file their taxes because they get money back, right? It's like, you know, where like, yeah, they give you money that you have to spend, right? But you have to spend it on one of the things they want you to spend it on. It's like, oh, here's $1,000, but you have to give it to a charity. It's like, you know, I know that's what it is. It's like, yeah, like I think that's what it is with, like, yeah, like what was it, Celebrity Apprentice and stuff like that, right? All their money went to like a charity and stuff like that. Like, it's like, yeah, they
Yeah,
give
yeah.
you, or like, or it's even the stupid thing that Facebook does for your birthday, right? It's like, oh, pick one of you know, a cause for people to donate money for on your birthday, right? But it's, of course, it's their list of, like, you know, fucking leftist causes and shit like that. It's like, I don't want to give money to any of this shit.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like I mean, and the fact that in the book, like, you know, a quarter of one's salary had to be earmarked for voluntary subscriptions. And it's not voluntary at all. Like, you know, it's just, but yeah, like I get what you guys are saying. It's like just another system of control that they're putting on the people. But like, yeah, like I sort of looked at the subscriptions as like, you know, kind of like the subscriptions that we have like now in the digital age, like, you know, nobody really owns anything. They don't own CDs or like a collection. Like, I mean, some people still do, but like, I mean, it's very much moved to like the Spotify and like that sort of stuff. So it's like, you know, I was just sort of like drawing a parallel between this and that. But I don't think they mean that type of subscription. They mean like a subscription to a charity and stuff like that. So, um,
Yeah, to a cause, yeah. But like it's interesting you talk about subscriptions because like, and we're talking about it now in the sense like the what I mentioned, like that it's a lot of noise. I was talking to a friend about this because like she's like, oh, you should subscribe to Shudder because they have the horror movies you like, and I was explaining to her why I don't do subscriptions because I find it's what I just talked about, right? Where like it's a lot of noise, right? And like a bunch of things to worry about and like kind of to leech you out of your money. Where like I know people who have like, I don't know, like a dozen subscriptions and they just use one randomly, right? But they pay monthly like a fortune, right? On like, I don't know, Netflix, Amazon, like Shutter, Hulu, whatever, right? They just rack up all this shit and like, and then we're like, it's like, oh my God, and like I have so many things to watch, but I don't know, I'm not sure what to decide, like on my Roku, whatever. I'm like, what we just talked about, right? Like that it's important for you to have like your time to self-reflect. And I feel like, I mean, less and less, I personally, I feel like I don't have enough, right? But like, I feel like people who have kind of time, right? And they kind of self-impose all this garbage where like, it's like all this clutter in their brain. And I'm like, why? And like, this is how I see it, that like all of this, like the same way Facebook was like tailored to like kind of make you sloop and like just like kind of doom scroll, and like kind of Twitter is the same, right? Like to me, all of this is just kind of, like it all has a goal, right? To like let's dumb you down. And like, I mean, we can argue here forever if it's very well like, uh, like kind of preconceived and like just like kind of like planned, like very meticulously, or if it's just like the way like kind of the whole like consumer machine works. But this is how I see it. I don't know. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Carla. The reason that, like, even though I gather that the voluntary subscriptions here in 1984 are more like, charities and stuff like that. Um, you know, I was thinking that, like, just like what you were saying now, like everybody that has all these subscriptions, and I have some of them too, to like the streaming services and stuff like that. But I actually like am not crazy about it. It's like, you know, I would still be buying CDs if there was like an HMV at my mall, right? Like, I mean,
Oh,
that,
dude,
that
my
like,
God.
yeah,
Yo, no,
like,
no, nostalgia alert with HMV.
yeah. Like, I mean, and like it was 2013 when they finally got rid of like the HMV that was at my mall, just because like the mall raised the lease on them, and they were like, yeah, it's not worth it. Um, but I'm just saying, like I prefer having that, like going to Spotify. Like, yeah, I get it. You get the whole catalog for $10 a month, as opposed to like one CD for like 10 or 15. But like, you were more selective then, and like, I mean, I only recently got Spotify. I just see it as like, another system
Well,
of control,
So
like in
it's
1980, 1984, right? So it's
with
but
like,
but
Spotify, it's because like with the other streaming service, but Spotify, because actually my problem is I'll listen to music and then I get tired of it really easily, and so Spotify actually allowed me to explore a lot more music. And I've had Spotify because like it was tricky when I first got up here, but like I've had Spotify I think since 2011. Because before that you had stupid Pandora. It's like, oh, this is the song I want to listen to. It's like, oh well, here's this bunch of songs that we think might be like that song. But real quick,
hey, Maddie's here.
yeah.
Maybe,
So I didn't.
yeah, we can let
So
him
so
talk for a bit.
Adrian,
Can
did
continue
did
after.
you get a chance to finish at Swim Two Birds?
so I'm like basically almost through the trial, so I'm still almost done. I switched to 1984 though, so like, and the
Whoa,
and the
what?
trial is
Oh,
hilarious,
okay,
by the
okay, okay.
way.
I threw in the towel. I was like, okay, what?
No,
Oh
no,
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 the
no.
trial, the trial
The
is the best,
trial,
yo.
yeah, it
The
is
trial is
pretty funny.
amazing. I was
Yeah,
laughing
yeah.
like a crazy person, yo. It's so funny.
It really is pretty good. Yeah.
So
So,
many. I didn't know if you came up for 1984. If you wanted to talk about at Swim Two Birds or
Oh no, I don't want to. I'm sorry I missed it. I mean, it was my idea. Like I texted, like I DM'd you, and here it was. I'm the one that missed it. I've had a lot going on in my life right now, so it
oh
was
yeah, no
fun.
trouble.
And I appreciate you doing it. What I want to say is, it's kind of funny you mentioned subscriptions and what you're talking about. I know I came in at the tail end, but it was something I was actually talking to somebody. I spend more on subscriptions to things that I like and I watch than I do when I ever paid for a dish or cable or anything like that, because to me, it has value. And I actually have to cut back because I didn't realize how many subscriptions I actually had. And I think that's what the point one of the gentlemen Adrian or Carlo were making, is that sometimes you got all these subscriptions, you don't use half of them and you forget about half of them, and next thing you know your accounts will withdrawn and it's because of all these 5, 10, 4.99 subscriptions that will hit your account at once. I didn't realize it. Mine's well over 100. I have to cut back, and I'm not no rich guy, but I believe in supporting people that are trying to bring the truth out. And what I wanted to mention is subscriptions. I remember, I don't know if this is really where it starts from, but if you remember back in the day before there was newspapers, you had subscription services where you would have people, uh, they would have insider information or something like that, and then they would write a letter out to for all these like higher families who would actually support them. It was like their own little network. Does anybody remember? Did that come up in this at all? Because I think that's really where the subscription process started, where it became kind of, we're reverting back to where we began in a way, is how I see it.
So, Maddie, I think in 1984, though, like the subscriptions that he's describing here, it's like it says that a certain a certain amount of your salary has to be earmarked for a subscription. So I think it's more like a charitable cause. So like, you know how some people, they like every month, like, you know, $30 comes off their paycheck and it goes directly to United Way. So I think that's sort of what he is talking about here. I was just drawing a parallel to like, you know, contemporary times where we have Netflix and like Spotify and like all this other stuff. And it's sort of like, in a sense, it fits in with Klaus Schwab's like, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. You know, yeah, like that's where my mind was going, and it's like another part of like how we're becoming more of like a totalitarian society. Like, I mean, we're not 1984 level yet, but you know, it's kind of, and I mean, with it's like CBDCs we haven't even covered. So like, I mean, in 1984 they really are talking about like the people still have money, and like they can spend it, I guess, however they want, but you know, um it's like I'm sure that they have certain capital controls on the people in like Oceania.
Well, I
um
mean, like they have like like the supply that they have for their demand is so crappy. Like it's just like
right.
with such a low supply, like the demand just it's like at ground level too. So they just you just I mean they're like waiting for razors. Like it's pretty sad to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah. Yeah, the razors thing, and like, you know, he's saving two razors, and then like they keep asking him like, do you want to give me your razors? And he's
Hey,
like, no, no,
Adrian,
I.
like going back to what you're saying though, like I mean, you guys know that I'm like a hardcore minimalist. Like I just own like like the clothes on my back, my laptop, my hammock. But like I used to, especially because I love art and like music too. So I had this huge like CD collection. I would love that too. And like I feel like the whole experience, like the way we listen to music now, it's so much different than back in my time, right? Where like I would buy an album and I would like completely, just like just be into the album, like just idolize that album, and like like all my focus would be on that. And like the way I would listen to music, I would just buy my album, right? Like have my headphones, like listen with my hands on my lap, and like just really like listen to the whole album, like like from beginning to end. And like I would have the booklet that would it would smell great, right? Like and like read the lyrics and I look at the art. And I actually also had I had vinyl records too, so I had my records, and I would do the same, right? And I would love the whole experience of like just sitting and like just really taking my time, and like it was a whole experience, right? Where like I would just do just that, listen to music. Um, Whereas now, like the way I listen to music, like yeah, I'm doing like five things at the same time, like cleaning, like talking to my sister on the phone or whatever, and I'm also listening to music, right? Well, I'm, like I'm doing like, yeah, like a bunch of things. Like if I'm at work, right? Like I'm working like on Twitter and like music in the background. So it doesn't have my full attention, I feel. And like it doesn't have that kind of ritualistic, like aspect like that I had before. And like what I said, like I mean, owning that like just gave you that, like you would value it more, right? Like, okay, I have it here in my hands, right? And I can touch it, right? And I can, it was, I mean, yeah, it's very ritualistic, but like I miss that experience, like especially with music.
Oh, absolutely, Carlo. And like, just to tie it back to the book, it's like what you guys were saying earlier about how, in the London Oceania of 1984, it's like the regime doesn't want you to have that spare time, right? So that you can like enjoy something like you open an album cover and like you have the spare time to like listen to the music and also it's like you know like I'm comparing it to like Spotify and the streaming services today and like 1984 and like the society that we live in today where Klaus Schwab says you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. It's like you need that spare time to yourself to like you know formulate like your ideas and like your perceptions of the world and like how things function, but it's almost like that's being taken away through like streaming services because like you don't really have that opportunity to like be selective with a piece of music and like okay, I'm going to like shell out $20 for this. I have to be selective. Is this something? And then like you go through each of the tracks and like it's like you were saying, Carlo, you reflect on the artwork and you read through like the liner notes and stuff like that. um it's like that spare time that you have for yourself to like actually like do something. It's like they don't want you to have that, right? And I mean that's something that we see with Winston in this when he buys that notebook and like he wants to just write some thoughts and like he kind of sits away from like the telescreen, you know, so that it doesn't see him. He wants like a bit of like private time, alone time, just to do like his own thing. And like, I mean, I just see that type of stuff being eroded away. I mean, vinyl is like really popular. Like, there's in my community there are vinyl stores and stuff like that. So, and I mean, it never really went anywhere if you think about it. Like, people think, oh, it was supplanted by like tape and CD, but it actually never really went anywhere. Like, you could always get the same things on vinyl. You might have to special order, but like now it's actually coming more popular because like people want that again, that like experience of it. But like the streaming services for like I guess the kids that like don't know that or like they're too young to like have that type of experience, right? It's just the streaming service, but like everything becomes uninteresting and flat, right? Like I mean, you don't need to be selective about what you're buying. You don't need to like think about it and anything. It's just like you pay $10 a month. You don't think. You just have access to like everything all at once. As long as you pay that subscription, it's just like it's just like a flat existence, like a dial tone type of existence, right? So I don't know. That's my thoughts on it. I guess, Maddie, you've had your hand up, so go ahead.
Adrian, I actually, I think you just made a great point. Like they throw life at us at the speed of light, where all this information is available to us to where we're overwhelmed with it. And so we kind of reach for subscriptions to go through the noise, but we're also like you were bringing up before, you're kind of limiting yourself into like your own echo chamber. And like when I bought a book or a record, it was an investment. And that next 3, 4, 5 days were just simply, enjoying the book or the album and looking at the album cover and reading all the notes inside of it. and all the credits and dedications there, because there was a lot of information about bands in there too that you could learn a little bit about the people and about the networks they were in, because sometimes you look at one band and you're like, oh my God, they know these people too, these engineers and stuff. So you would actually, you invested in something at that time, where now, like you said, if you can buy everything in bulk, like I belong to Audible, I belong to Scribd, I did belong to audiobook.com. I had like 50, 60 books on there, and I lost that subscription somehow. But I mean, I literally have over 400 something books on Audible, and more than half of them are all history. But these are all books that I bought with credits and stuff, and they're mine. And like you though, like if I'm now, it's like you can get the album, you can get the book, you can get the magazine, and you all have it at once, and it's all audio, so we can all, like, you can listen to it while you're doing 1,000 different things. And there's the problem: you're doing 1,000 different things, you're not really paying it, you're kind of paying attention to the story, but you can't give it the deep thoughts that you would if you were just sitting down. Like me, I used to love opening a book, sitting down, lighting my pipe, go through that whole ritual with my coffee at my side, and just sit there for however long. I mean, there have been times where it was a whole book. I would just drink coffee, smoke my pipe, read the book, and then it would be done. And I'm one of those people who will leave the final chapter because I don't want a book to end, so I'll stop there. It's like me and my father-in-law were talking about Peaky Blinders. I watched all the way up to the wedding, but knowing there's like only 2 more seasons left, I stopped watching it because I want that for a special time when I can just binge watch it and pay attention and just be in that Pinky Blinder world. And that's what happens now, though, is we never get into the world of I feel we don't get into the world of our books because, like, those rituals prepared us for accepting knowledge, at least for me. And that's something I need to have, the reason why I listen to a lot of audiobooks is because I have a hard time reading sometimes. The words will come, the understanding of words will come backwards. It's kind of a weird thing, but it's from PTSD apparently. And I lost the pleasure of reading sometimes. It's not all the time. And it's a very odd thing. I can't really explain it. It doesn't mean that I'm under stress or something. It's just whatever it is. It's my brain. It's not really, it has a problem pulling in that visual knowledge. But if I was given time, I would sit there, light my pipe, get my coffee, and I would sit there and read the book. And even if I was going through that, I could slow down. And because that's what I think the book is. It's about the thoughts it puts in your head. And we don't spend the time to explore those thoughts in our head to get the true meaning out of the books. And, that's why I think I love the book club. I wish I could be here more because I love talking about books. 1984, I've never read it. I've never even seen the movie. I've just heard about the thing, and I wish I had read it more. I mean, some of it I've read, but I mean, just bits and pieces. Never read it in full. And I think that's a book that you have to dedicate time to think and reflect upon what you're reading. So, Adrian, if that we're soulmates in that regard, because and Carlo too, because you mentioned it. It's like, you dedicate yourself to that album and just enjoy the music for like 5-6 days. It's all you listen to over and over. At least that's me. That's where OCD kicks in. That's Jesus. I must have worn out so many cassette of Pink Floyd, The Wall, because I just listen to it over and over and over. And there's other music like that I do. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm battling on, but I think that is such a great point, because do we really reflect upon what we read anymore? Do we really read anymore? Or are we just like glancing over things for snippets of information, for little phrases of here and there that we'll tend to remember to fire back at somebody without really understanding what we're saying.
Right. So I'm just gonna
I wanted to say something about it. It's
go
like I
ahead,
wanted to
Carla.
mention it. I wanted to mention it before that I just feel like we're being conditioned like through our phones just to like be completely distracted, right? Like you have your phone going off, like pinging, like like all of your notifs like going off at once, right? And there's constant, like distraction and like your brain kind of gets like like your neural pathways get conditioned to like like have this short attention span that I just see in everyone, even myself. Like I'm like this, like I'm a like meditation dude who like like I can read like a whole day, which I still do, right? I still like turn off my phone like every Sundays and read, but like my brain like it's not the same as before, right? Where like I'm always like on like constant reaction like state. So it's fun and it's funny because we just read 1984, right? And like to see that happening where like you have the characters like like having their alone time being taken away constantly. So what does that say, right?
Yeah, great points, Carlo. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I totally agree. Um, yeah, I just want to say too, like, when you subscribe to these subscriptions and they give you the full catalog of content for like $10 a month, it's like you don't get the opportunity to really select and like be selective in like what type of content you want, right? So it's like you just get everything all at once, and like I actually find that very distracting. So Harambe's Ghost, you have your hand up, so go ahead.
All right, guys, I just wanted to talk about my favourite bit in 1984. So it's got to be the bit where Winston's sitting in the canteen. And the previous week, they've announced that the chocolate ration has been raised to 15 grams. And this week, the chocolate ration has been raised to 10 grams. And everyone gets up and
Yeah,
applauds.
we
And
talked about
Winston,
it. It's
Abby's right, though, Matt.
Yeah,
20 grams and 30 grams. Yeah,
Is it?
we had a laugh about it.
yeah, we did cover this. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Harambe's Ghost. We didn't mean to cut you off there. Just
Right, cool. No, so just like I just wanted to say that every time I hear any statistic on the radio or TV or whatever, it just makes me think of that it's just complete bullshit.
yeah, it's like, but
GDP, fucking fuck knows what defense budget, fucking any bullshit statistic. I just I think it's nonsense. Aye, exactly. Eurasia, East Asia, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, it's funny, Adrian. We talked about it, right? How like they would like one day they would say something about the masks or the vaccines, and then one week after, like the complete opposite, or like contradiction.
yeah, and I mean, it's still going on now. Like I would say, the government's like they're kind of toning it down now. Like, but I mean, they're still doing it, right? It's like, oh no, don't wear a mask, and then it was like, okay, let's wear a mask. But yeah, Harambe's Ghost, that's true. It's like, but and we talked about this, so I guess like maybe I guess we can cover a bit more. It's like it was 30 grams of chocolate, the ration, but then like Winston Smith has to like he has to rewrite it so that it comes off that the
Yeah,
government
but
has actually raised it to 20 grams
well,
of chocolate. Like,
decreased though. They decreased it to 20 instead of 30, right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
and then the inner party comes like, oh, we're actually the next day, like we're like we're so benevolent. We're giving you 30 grams from 20, as if never happened.
Well, it reminds me that there's the meme that goes around of the vaccines, right? It's like it's like four panels, right? The first panel, it's like, oh, the vaccine prevents infection, and then the next one, it's like, well, it's not going to prevent infection, but you won't get a serious illness, and it's like, well, it's not going to prevent serious illness, but you won't die, and then it's like, well, you're going to die, but you're going to go to heaven.
Yeah, totally.
Constantly shifting goalposts. Yeah, I know it's yeah. So Maddie, go ahead.
Oh, I just matter when you mentioned it, Zink. I just am curious. Did you guys, go through at at Swim Two Birds, and what did you guys think about it? I don't mean to spoil or disrupt this one. I don't want to,
Well, I mean,
full
we can
details.
shift. I
What did
mean,
you guys think?
we've been talking about 1984 for a bit. So yeah, no, it was great. I liked it very much. It was generally like, yeah, like I liked the satire of it a lot. Like we talked about it at some length. You can find the recording of it, but especially just like the what was it? There was various parts in it, like especially the part. It was right before the trial. We were talking about the part where like they're like the three. What was it? Shanahan, Lamont, and Fursky, and of course they're now writing themselves as like sophisticated, but they're just like it's like dumb people trying to act smart, so they're just like dropping like like random facts. It's like, oh, the longest book of the Bible is this one, and the shortest book is this one. And then the best part, of course, is like where it's like, oh, Fursky marveled the other two as he explained how to read what was it, a gas meter, and then it goes like like this lengthy sort of like whatever. And me and Carlo were talking about like there's a lot of science fiction stories out there where like Carlo calls it the what is it the Jurassic Park guy, right? Where it's like they've done all this research, and so they proceed to like have like a conversation between two characters, where the two characters just proceed to like talk about a very mundane topic or something like that, just to show off the sort of like. And so like yeah, that part was great because it was like satirizing like this kind of like pretentious thing that a lot of authors will do, where they're like just giving you a bunch of like random facts, but they make it into a dialogue, right? They like
Yeah,
take a
where you have
textbook and make it a
it, it, it,
dialogue.
it's called in writing like an exposition box, right? Where you have a character just like a basically barfing exposition, and in dialogue, which is no one speaks like that, right? And it's just completely ridiculous. And like yeah, a lot of like these thriller writers like Dan Brown, Michael Crichton, like Lee Child, they just use that over and over. And like we were just kind of comparing that to like how Flann O'Brien kind of makes fun of that in a pretty effective way.
Yeah, and we were also talking about the part with the puka and the fairy, and how we kind of compared that to the Canterbury Tales, where like they're kind of like walking on this journey. So they're walking to that hotel, and there's always like so many different levels of conversation going on. It's like you know and we get the sense from the like in the beginning that the puka is like he's kind of a dullard, like, but then he comes like with some like really deep thoughts like afterwards, and like it's like it changes almost on a dime, like no, he's not actually that much of a dullard, especially with the fairy when they start playing that poker game. And then the fairy takes him aside and he's like, listen, I don't have any money to play. And it goes back and forth between them, and he's like, well, listen, like, I'm gonna have to expose you. And he's like, don't do that. And like, you can't do that. And then he's like, okay, well, I'll loan you like 6 pence to play, but like, you're gonna have to follow through on like, you know so the thing. And he's like, damn you, I'll get you, and all this, like, and just like a lot of the back and forth. But like one thing we did say was like the parts when he's talking to his uncle, and like
Brimsley.
his, yeah, Brinsley, yeah, his friend from school. Um, that sort of like grounds the story. So it's like, he goes off into like these really random, like, and he's like writing the characters as he moves through the
Yeah,
story. But it,
can I interrupt you there,
yeah,
Adrian? Like,
go ahead.
hey, Mary, I studied writing, so I'm like super obsessed with like storytelling structure, and like I just love kind of breaking, like breaking that down every time I read something. And like this novel just blew me away. Like the fact that, I mean, like there are many writers that play with that, what's called metafiction, right? Where like you have like a writer kind of writing about writing, and like in this story, like I found it so fascinating that you have a writer who's like a made up, like a pen name writer writing about a writer writing a novel. But then it's you have like another layer, right? Where you have like the novel is kind of writing itself, right? Where you have the characters like what Adrian and Zing mentioned before. Like you have a character that's kind of very basic at the beginning, like kind of a dullard, and then they kind of get more complex, but you kind of get this sense that like it's themselves with the, you know, like they have like this writing agency where like they're kind of adding layers complexity to themselves. And like I just I'm like, you know, I find that like completely amazing when it comes to writing. Like I never seen that. And we talked about like how this is a very like postmodern like style, right? To do that kind of meta fiction. And the fact that this guy, you know, like he was living back in Ireland. He was very conservative and like they had the censorship, so they actually didn't even have like a modernist like, you know, like society. For him to come up with that, like it's quite a feat.
One of the things that I think is a travesty is Brian L. Nolan was never known as popular as Joyce or the others. And I think, and he actually, when James Joyce, they do a walk. I think it's in Dublin for one of Joyce's books. I think it's the Dubliners actually, and he was actually part of the crew that walked around with him, but he's never mentioned at all. They knew about him, and they knew about what his worth was as a writer, and maybe people in Ireland did, but nobody really caught on to Brian. Well, you can call him a bunch of different names. He has pen names and such like that, but Flann O'Brien, he stepped into like a different world. There's a book of his. It's called The Poor Mouth. It's about like set in the 1800s, like just after the or during the potato famine, and this guy goes on and he's describing his life, and it's like it's one satirical horror story after another with embellishment to it. And it's really good. That one, yet you can't find an audiobook. I've only seen it in a compilation of his, and I have that here. And every once in a while I'll go to The Poor Mouth. But if you like metafiction, you wait till you read The Third Policeman. That will blow your mind away. That was my introduction to Flann O'Brien, and I will tell you, I think it's one of the greatest books ever made. But so is At Swim Two Birds. I think is up there too.
So
yeah, no,
so,
we'll
yeah,
definitely do The Third Policeman at some point here, probably in
yeah.
the next month or so. So I'll let you know when we do that one too.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing that Zink said there. Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, you know, Zink said we'll probably cover The Third Policeman.
I can tell you right now, you guys will love it, and you'll probably want to read it twice. I've read it several times, but the first time I didn't really catch it all. And there's a guy that's in the footnotes of there that he refers to for scientific verification of what he's talking about. And you got to figure out if this is a true scientist or not, because it goes into a lot of. He's like the first writer that ever put quantum physics inside a book and wrote with it, because he knew guys that were working in Ireland from the college that were actually studying quantum physics and doing the experiments from Dublin College. And I didn't know that, but that's how that got into his books. And I'm telling you, that guy was way ahead of his time. But The Third Policeman, I read it once, knew I didn't catch half of it, read it again, probably caught now 75% of it. But every time I go back to that book, I always get like another 2 or 3% more from the book than I had before. It's just one of those books that I listen to it religiously at least once a year. I just love that book.
Yeah, no, with Swim Two Birds, I actually listened to it twice.
His style is just, sometimes he's being satirical, but so serious that it would fly right by you, and I wouldn't catch it right away until I went back and read it. And I'll just say, if I was to choose between any book that at the end of like Locked in Prison, what I would read, it would be The Third Policeman, because I know I would keep on getting something out of it. It's just one of those books. I promise you will enjoy it, especially you, Carlo. Because if you like the style of writing and the way it's composed and its structure, wait till you read that if you haven't already.
So Zinc, quick question. So what are you thinking about for the next Gulag Book Club meetup?
Yeah, no, I got to decide. I figure maybe since we've done 2 longer books back to back, I might for Tuesday we might do some shorts. I'm thinking. What was I thinking? Maybe
Did you
Borges.
Jorge Luis Borges? Yeah.
Yeah, Borges. Um, an Argentinian writer, and he's somewhat similar to Flann O'Brien, where it's meta and it's stories within stories and stuff like that. Um, so yeah, I might do some of that, and then of course I'd mentioned it a while back. There's always Harlan Ellison. And then yeah, probably we'll do another long book at some point too. It'd been brought up, and then actually when we were talking about it the other day too, like because yeah, like I'd seen the movie for Fahrenheit 451. It was okay, like it's not. It never really took me in, but actually, my favorite Ray Bradbury. I'd never read the book, but I saw the movie as a kid, and I always liked the movie, and so I've always wanted to read the book. So maybe like something Wicked This Way comes. If I was to do a Ray Bradbury, that would actually be the one I would lean toward.
And what about the short stories, the William Gibson from the
Oh
Burning
yeah,
Chrome?
yeah. No,
The
we'll definitely look at that too. But yeah, no, I think I wanted to do Borges though, since he has short stories that are kind of more in this kind of vein that we'd kind of recently touched on. Um, so yeah, we'll think about those. Go ahead, Mehdi.
Have any of you guys read anything by Umberto Eco? And have you
Um,
thought about doing like I think The Name of the Rose is like his popular one. There's another book out there that is kind of like a meta historical fiction that is really good, and I can't remember the name of it, but
is
it
it
is a trip
Foucault's
in itself.
Pendulum or whatever?
Yes,
It's
I
the
think it
it's
is.
the
Yeah, I think that might be it. I have to look in my catalog, but that's another great book that I would find put up there with Flann O'Brien's Third Policeman.
So I've never actually read the book, but I'm very fond of that movie. I actually watch it around Christmas from every other year, every 2 or 3 years. So yeah, like I don't know how long are those books. I think they're a bit lengthier because yeah, we're trying to decide like yeah how kind of like because these were 2 shorter books, right? So yeah, like At Swim Two Birds. Even though I read it through it twice, right? It's I think it was 8 hours. So yeah, like I think the Name of the Rose is like 20 hours. So maybe we try, but yeah, it had to be scheduled way out. But yeah, no, I've been meaning to read. I never forget how to say it, Foucault's Pendulum or whatever. Although I'm slightly offset by that one because I think it turned out what is it Foucault? I think he was a pedophile though. I think later on it came out. So I've always had a mixed sort of opinion on that. Obviously, it doesn't impact the book, but yeah, like just later on, like as I was reading into it, yeah, like it turned out that he was like weird like that. Although I download the audiobook of it, like it's relatively short. It's like an hour or two, but Umberto Eco, I haven't listened to it yet, but it's like how to write an essay by him because like but well I think that's the thing like the whatever semiotics or whatever, right? That was his field of research, which is the stupid Dan Brown character. I think is like
Robert Langdon or Langdon.
It's like
Yeah.
based off of like Umberto Eco. It's like the dumb man's Umberto Eco.
So I have an Umberto Eco. It's like this illustrated novel. It's The Mysterious Flame of Queen Loana. I don't know if you're familiar with that, Carlo. I think I got it at a book sale. I haven't really been through it or anything, but
No, I haven't read it. Yeah, I just read Name of the Rose and the Cemetery of Prague.
That was a great book too, The Cemetery of Prague. Yeah, that is the book, by the way, Foucault's Pendulum. I was going to put it in this, but for some reason I lost the link. But yeah, that's another book that's kind of trippy, and it's kind of funny because in it they actually wind up tripping balls on something, and there's a whole like part of the story about them getting all stoned and doing talking theology and stuff, which I thought was pretty cool. It was fun.
so sorry, Zinc. Who's this Argentinian writer that you're thinking of for the next
Jorge
one?
Luis Borges. It's spelled Borges. I always say just Borges. But
It's
yeah, so it's J.
it's Borges.
Yeah,
Borges.
Borges. Yeah, Borges.
Now, is Borges what's the name of the book that we'll be focusing on? Because I really like to read that. I've heard the name, but I don't believe I've read anything by him.
Does he actually have any novels? Like a lot of his stuff is short story. He's more of a short story writer. I think he wrote
Okay.
like a couple of novels. I think Aleph is his most famous one. I've never read that one, but I've read some of his short stories.
That's cool because I always wanted to write, and I guess that would have to be the way to start. Like maybe an essayist to try to bring it. But we were talking about books about how to write books. One of my heat, I just don't like his writing at all. But he wrote a really good book about writing with Stephen King. He's a Mainer. I know and I think I'm jaded because of course he's a left wing guy, but I've also know people that know him from the town he lives in. And he's pretty much a douchebag, and that probably jaded me on his books. I was never into him like Christine and stuff like that. I didn't even care for the movie, horror movies and shit like that. It's just all comedy to me in a way. I just can't get into him. But he did a great book on writing, Stephen King on writing. It was really good.
Well, so that's what I like because there are. I've never read any of his books, but of course I've seen plenty of the movies, and like that's what I liked about Something Wicked This Way Comes is it in some ways it has a very similar sort of premise to a lot of Stephen King's stories, but I think it's done in a much more kind of yeah. Because yeah, sometimes Stephen King just like has like weird crap. Like he'll have like half of a good idea and then just ruin it with something else.
There it is. That's exactly what I was going to say is that there are parts of what he writes that are good, but to me, he seems a pedestrian writer to me. Just okay, he put word on paper, made a story.
I actually read On Writing by Stephen King, and I'm not sure how much you guys know about like to take a writing class, right? Like writing 101. There are two sorts of writers. Like there are pantsers and plotters, right? So you have the pantser who like they don't have an outline. They don't just kind of like they go on a blank page and just go and like whatever comes, right? And you have the opposite. It's a plotter, like the writer who like like writes from an outline and like they have like basically most everything outlined, and then they kind of fill in the gaps, right, like as they go. And yeah, like I mean they change stuff. So Stephen King is a pantser, like hardcore, right? Like he's against any kind of like guidelines or outlines or like, like kind of like a scaffolding structure for writing. He says like, no, that's just limiting, or like that just like contrives your stuff. So I just don't agree with that kind of style of writing. Like I think like a mix of two, or like, just the plot is good. And like I just finding his novels, like it shows a lot, right? Because like he can write amazing characters, he can write like very compelling plots, but his endings kind of suck. And like that to me is very like, kind of uniform in his books. So that's why, like, he, in terms of like kind of finding ways to get creative, he's good, but like I just don't, I'm not compatible with the way he writes. Just saying that.
What a great description. I've never thought of a prancer and a plotter. I when I tried writing, I did write for a while, just articles and stuff. Nothing, just for some internet web thing. Uh, the one thing about him is you're right. It's like he'll write some amazing characters and stuff like that, but he'll always follow up with ruining it with something added to it that just doesn't, to me, need to be there. It's just filler for a story to me. And you say he's a prancer, is that right? Or
Yeah, he's a pantser, and he's kind of, like hardcore about it, where he's always preaching about it. I'm like, no, no, dude, like if you're a pantser, that's fine, but like it's like he's very like against the plotter, right? He's like, well, like an outline is just so constricting that like it just kind of like, like cages your creativity or something. Like, he's just super gung ho with the pantser thing, and like that's what I don't agree with him. But yeah, I mean, what I said, like to me, like he can really write good characters, and like especially like younger characters, like like they really have like a like genuine connections, and like, like their banter is good. So I have to give him that.
hmm. Yeah, it's all a matter of taste too. Some people like liver. That some people like Stephen King is the way I look at it is the same way. I don't understand some of the people and their taste with Stephen King, but who am I? I mean, I've never been published. My uncle has actually. He was a writer. He was a novelist actually for crime novels, and he just passed away not too long ago. But um, he kind of got me into writing young. So when I was in high school, I took a journalism class. And to your point, Carlo, we would have assignments on the board, and the teacher would give me one, and I told him I wasn't doing it, and I had a better idea, and I was going to write about that. And he said, "I'll give you one shot to do it," and that's exactly what I did. And it's kind of funny. I was the only person, uh, at least he told me in his memory, ever to have three in a row front page stories for like it was the township, and well, what would I say? It was the county high school newspaper, which each school would send in submissions and then they would put it out there. And I was lucky enough to just be able to write on what I wanted to. I wrote on wine, like German wines, Rieslings and stuff like that. I wrote about that when I was in high school, and it made the paper front. I had teachers coming up to me saying, "I didn't know that about German Rieslings," and it was kind of funny. I was getting high fives from uh, one of my teachers. They read a story that I had written that made the paper, and they were saying it was some of the funniest shit they ever read. From a high school student. They're probably just pumping me up, but I was really proud of that. And I think there's something to that I think a writer has to be off the leash at least for some of it, to be able to put their style into it. I think if they're just you're given a story that you don't care about, it'll come out in your writing. And that's the way I always looked at it, and that's the way I explained it to my teachers. I can't write about shit I don't really like or care about. It just false. It would just be me regurgitating facts, putting a couple words in between them, and passing it off as a story. And that doesn't work. Not with me anyway.
So, Mehdi, would you say that at this point you're just more of a reader, or like is writing something that you want to get into, or?
Yeah. Um, I would love to write. I would start, and I actually had beginning of it was for a competition, and you were given a phrase just that had to be the beginning of the story. And I had written it, got ready to submit it, and I was pretty proud of it. And my daughter spilt pickle juice on my computer, totally fried it, lost the story. I can't get it out of that computer for whatever I want. And that was years ago. So I kind of moved on from that. I was getting busy with work and shit like that. I sort of lost the muse. And I don't know about anybody else. Unless I'm feeling it, I just can't write. It just doesn't, to me, it's shit and I don't like it. I do find though, writing stuff, like writing, like maybe a scene or maybe a chapter, leaving it for 2 or 3 days so it's out of your head, go reading it again. And I find that that's the only way I can kind of partially edit myself. I can never fully edit myself. I always will need an editor because sometimes I'll say the same thing twice, or I may get words backwards and stuff like that. And that's kind of the reason why I stopped writing articles. But I'm working on it, and hopefully I can do it again. But I don't know if I have the patience for a novel. I just don't think I would move away from it eventually once it lost my interest, and I wouldn't get back to it. So it would always be unfinished, I think. So articles or short stories at the very least are something that I would like to get back into doing again. My uncle's name, I don't know what his pen name was, but his real name was Greg Harney, and it may be under Anthony Harney is my uncle. He wasn't famous or anything. He wrote like 1 or 2 crime novels, but he made money off of it.
That's interesting. So I'm just curious, like, and I guess you or Carlo can like jump in your, but like, I mean, Carlo, when you write, and many I'll ask you the same thing. Although I kind of have an answer. You said that the story you wrote on a computer, and then like your daughter spilled juice on it, and like you can't get the story off. But like, do you ever write like pen to paper, or like is it just straight to the computer?
For me, it's always pen to paper first. It's the only way I can really do it because
Right.
I think when you do pen to paper, you I don't mind just writing gibberish out because it's before me, and then I'll take a highlighter and I'll look at it and see what maybe a paragraph was, and then I'll see how I can chop it down where it still retains the original thought but isn't over over embellished or under embellished or just contextually wrong. And that's why I think that I will, like, when I'll write an article or something like that, I'll write the article in full in pen and paper. I'll go through and cross out or add stuff as needed. Then I'll go to a computer. That novel was the first one that I did where or not novel, it was a short story, but that was the first one I did just straight to computer, and I'll never do it again because there was no backup. And that was the first time and
Yeah.
only time I'll ever do it.
Adrian, to answer your question, I like Zinc, there was always a computer. Like I grew up with a computer. Like I think I learned to type before I learned how to write. So that to me just made it easier. Like to start typing. And it's just to me like I can type, I don't know, like 80 words per minute. Like I don't know, I can type pretty fast compared to my writing, right? Like I mean, I can just type a whole paragraph really quick. Like if I were to write it, I'm not as good. And that's something else though, like like the way I write, it's very peculiar. Like if it's poetry, right? So what I do, like I just go and like write out like like a bunch of stuff, right? Stream of consciousness or like just whatever. Or like sometimes I even take like copy paste something that I really like the way it sounds, right? And then I start like kind of chiseling, right? Like I start removing this, and like kind of like play with the uh, play with the phonetics, like play with like like if I can pull some meter here and there. So it's like it's like a sculpture, right? Like I have this huge block, and then I kind of chisel here, chisel there. So like I couldn't do that on paper. Obviously, I can copy paste on paper. I mean, I could like like cut it with scissors, but like that would be a lot of effort, and then I have to like if I mess up something, I have to like redo it again, right? So that ability to like like just delete and like like or like copy paste really quick, like that to me is huge. And when writing fiction, like what I do, it's like I kind of have like I kind of divide things in like modules, right? So let's say I write one paragraph and like okay, I'm done, right? And I leave it there, and like I don't delete things, and then I write something else, and I kind of sometimes even like a separate window or like file, and then I just kind of add it together, and I sometimes to play with the order. So it's just so much like versatile to use a computer. Like if you like the way I write, I would need to like like cut things with scissors and like have like a board or something. Like it would be like just kind of ridiculous. And so yeah, like I can't I never done pen to paper. And what I said, like just the way I write, like it's very like like kind of like like all these like objects, like I play with them. Or even poetry, where I said to you like more like sculpting, like I just need a computer. So that's my answer.
Do you ever use things like that Scrivener where you can like do sketches of the character in one window and stuff like that?
No,
And like,
I have, and that's actually super distracting. Like I have this program called Focus Writer. Like it kind of looks like DOS, right? Like it's just one black screen with like like you can
right,
set it to green or red, whatever. Like it really looks like DOS, like an old computer. And like I mean, you can still have windows, and like like you can still like let's say like kind of minimize a window or like cut like a square and like like move it around. So I prefer that, like because I tried it. I try even things like they kind of have like a visual outline and like like all these bullet points on that. Like that's just distracting, and like like it just clutters my brain. So I go with the focus writer little thing, and yeah, that's perfect to me.
so it's funny you mentioned the DOS. It looks like a DOS writing app because like I remember seeing a Conan O'Brien episode like maybe like 2013 or like 2014, might have even been 2012, and he had George R. Martin on there, and he was saying that like what he writes on is like just an old DOS like program for writing. I forget the name of it, but like it's actually a DOS program. So like
It's not
n-
word perfect, is it? Or
no, I don't think it's
yeah.
WordPerfect. Something else. Um, yeah, it's just when you
No,
said DOS, it kind of reminded me of that. Yeah.
all those windows are super distracting, and like like the way my program works, like once I have it like full screen, like it just blocks everything else, right? Like I will have to like really like close it if I want to go like browse the internet. Like it's meant to like keep your distractions away, like on purpose, right? So I really enjoy that. Yeah, so like I normally I can even go on like if I have to research something for what I'm writing, like I have to like like kind of close it and go, because that's the way it's designed to like minimize distractions.
Right.
Carl, I totally agree with you. I have one of them that has where you can have a character sheet and you can have a description of the character. You can have actually add like the picture of the character to it, and then it has like all these subcategories to the character. And I think it's just I will spend more time when I played with it. I would spend more time playing with that shit than I was actually writing. So I think that Carlos actually nails it. Going back to like the DOS program, the Focus program is the one I heard of. I think I actually might have the app, but I tried the other one and I can't remember what it was, something writer, but Yeah, it had all the character descriptions, and then you could you could whiteboard your story in it and all that stuff. It gave you everything you could want, but it was just so distracting. It would just you'd spend more time playing with the tools than you would, at least me, I spent more time playing with the tools than I did accomplishing anything.
So the George R. Martin DOS DOS program that he uses called WordStar 4.0 on a DOS machine. So that's what he's written all of his like most popular novels on. Yeah, it's this DOS word processor called WordStar 4.0. I actually have never even heard of that. So
You know, I was thinking about it. I mean, I hope this really grows because I think books need to be discussed more in length. And I'm sorry I haven't made these because Zinc and talking in DMs and stuff. I see how much knowledge you guys have beyond me, and I want to learn it. And this is something I enjoy talking about writers and stuff like that. But like world is confusing right now. Everybody's split in four different ways, and writing and reading was always my distraction. But I find now what I'm reading is all news, and I'm just actually getting back into listening to a couple fantasy novels just to wash my brain of all the shit that's getting put in it all day long. But we could write a novel, or we could write like maybe work on like a short story where each one of us maybe takes a character, or somebody writes like a chapter and then another person follows up with a chapter, and just like as an experiment and see where it goes. I think that would be pretty cool, especially with the people that are here. I would love to see their voices on paper and how they write.
well, I'm no writer, Medi, and yeah, like, I mean, I think it's more so Carlo and Zinc that are like the fountains of knowledge on this stuff, right? I'm just here kind of along for the ride and the conversation and stuff like that. So, I enjoy going through the books and like we bring up interesting topics and stuff like that. But like, it's really Carlo and Zinc that are the as I said, the fountains of knowledge for a lot of this stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've learned a lot just by being in the DM. Sometimes I don't necessarily always respond to what everybody's doing, but I am reading through it because I just find it fascinating that, like Carlos, well, like all you guys, just what you're coming up with. And I think you'd be a great writer. You pay attention to books, you know what you're talking about, you understand plot, and you understand what you like. And I think that's really all you need, to be honest. But Carlo, I wanted to ask you about poetry, if I may. Um, do you find meter restricting, or do you write in several different meters or style? Like what is it?
Yeah, I think meter, it's a great way to train, like like if you don't know the rules, like like you don't know how to break them, right? So I think every writer should try it, even for like, I don't know, fiction or something, just to play with like structure and like kind of like to play with even sound in your like like your lines, right? You have like a line or like a paragraph, and you can even make it like kind of like lyrical a bit. Like that's something, if you don't know meter, you wouldn't be able to like play with that or like even detect it, right? So but yeah, for writing, like it can definitely be like, if you want to write actual poetry, and nobody reads this, by the way, like it's very rare that I don't know, if you write a sonnet nowadays, like no one cares, right? Like it's because it's so kind of like rigid, like it seems contrived, like it seems even cheesy when you write a sonnet. I mean, you can make it funny and like make it like, I don't know, like just like make use the form to make it like kind of satirical and like like kind of deprecating, or to the form itself. Like like a lot of sonnets like write about being trapped in a sonnet or something, which is really funny. But like, yeah, like I mean, like poetry nowadays has evolved so much, right? Like that form, it's kind of like quaint, right? Like it's like people do it sarcastically when they write in form nowadays. Like poetry has like like now it has become like something so like more focused on like language creating the poetry, right? So and like like many poets like it's a lot of like innuendo and like layers and layers and layers between the lines, right? So yeah, I think meter and like like or using any kind of like more rigid forms, like if you're learning and like I would like anyone who wants to write though they should learn it because it's so important to just learn about like like just how to structure your writing, like it's super important. And like just play with words and because like I mean most people read in their head, right? So play with sounds and like like make things lyrical. But yeah, like I mean honestly I don't know anyone still writing like form like for real, like if it's done it's like more like tongue in cheek or like like for an effect.
Do you find one? What is your favorite style of writing poetry, if I may ask?
um I like, it's called language poetry, and basically the idea behind it is like kind of use language to like like tap into the subconscious of the reader, right? So the idea is like for you to like use a lot of like imagery but like kind of oblique, right? Like it's very subtle, right? And like we're like it's to evoke emotion, like like in like where it's in its complex emotions, right? And not like just like straight up shock or like straight up like let's say like sadness or like sorrow. Like no, it has to be like a mix of them, like like I like that, but like it almost creates this like like synesthesia like effect on the reader. And it's like a, you have to craft it so well, right? And like yeah, like the idea behind it is like to layer it, like so you, if you have an idea and you think it's complex enough, like no, it's like try again and like make it like 3 times more complex, right? So I just love, it's like a puzzle, right? So I love playing with that. And it's called language poetry. Yeah, there's this woman, Ray Armantrout, which I find amazing. And there's a Canadian woman, her name is Jill Adamson, who actually writes language poetry, and like she's been very successful, and like it's just beautiful stuff.
I was just taking out my pen to write down what you were saying on my note 10, and I wound up I can't do both. But language poetry, is there? Do you have anything that I could read? I'd be interested, really. There's a reason why.
Yeah, I mentioned Ray Armantrout. Like check her out. Like I would start there if you like her. Like I think she's like the, her name is Ray Armantrout. I can maybe I don't know post it on the nest. Um, but you can start there because like I think she's like the, she has like a more like like less experimental like stuff, and it's pretty enjoyable. So I can post it on the nest for you. Hang on.
That would be cool. I find like poetry is like photography. Um, like to be able to be really good photographer, you have to take the sense of moment that you're trying to visualize and be able to show it to somebody that's totally removed from the whole situation and try to tell the story in that picture. And a lot of people think all the stuff that you dump in that would tell the story visually is actually more distraction. And it basically, composition in photography is everything, because if almost any shot that you could take can just look like a pedestrian shot, but if you understand like the composition, like you're saying, like how to actually use the frame and the negative space of of a picture as its own part of the picture, of its own part of the story, where it helps the picture to develop. I think that's kind of like what poetry would be. It'd be a way to look into somebody, because I think poetry is really personal. And I find that when I did read it, it gave me great insights to not only what the discussion was, but what the person was too. I think that really comes out in poetry.
So, Mary, I just have a question for you. have you? So I haven't read this, but Zink and Carlo have talked about it many times. It's this, The City and the City by this China Mayville. Have you read that?
No, I haven't read China Mill. Well, I probably have,
Right.
but it might have been just glancing over. What was the name of it again?
It's called The City and the City. Carlo and Zink have talked about it quite a few times in your. And I'm just wondering, is that one that we might be doing? Because, like, I mean, Carlo and Zink, you guys have said that it's pretty good. So, I don't know. Is it long, Carlo? It's not a long one, is it?
No, it's really not. I mean, like as a novel, it's short. Yeah, it's like 300 pages. No, it's less. Yeah, it's like 280 pages. It's a short novel. Yeah, it's one of the shortest novels that I read, and like yeah, it's pretty fun. What I said to you, there might be some like communist stuff, but like Orwell, right? Orwell was a socialist, but like these guys also very critical of like all types of like government and like rule. So it's still interesting to read. Like he's not preaching anything. He's on the opposite. He's kind of like using like his speculative style to like kind of like show you like like the kind of like abstraction of like the institutions that humans like not like live in, right? Like even he's more like fantasy stuff. It's a lot of that, right? Like he plays a lot with the social classes and like the social structure and like kind of uh uses the speculative to to show it to you in a more like a raw like side of it. Yeah, I mean, and that book is short enough that like even if you don't love it, like I mean, you'll finish it quick.
Right. Yeah, like
Um,
I'm. Sorry, go ahead, Maddie.
oh no, your show, buddy.
Oh no, no, I was just gonna like sort of just punctuate something there. It's like it's not important. Like just go ahead, Maddie.
Well, I was going to ask, has anybody read the book Times of Salt and Rice or The Time of Salt and Rice? I don't know the author, but that's another.
Is it Kim Stanley Robinson?
I believe that's her.
Yeah,
Or
yeah, right
whoever.
there.
Did you read that? I thought that was a really fascinating book because that's kind of in the meta field too. The lives of a group of people from life to life that are always interacting. I thought that was really cool as it went through this story.
Oh, you read it? Yeah, it's like anthropology. Yeah, it's really
Yeah,
interesting, and
yeah, it
it's
is.
funny. It's funny because this guy's an engineer, right? So like most of his books are like really like hard science, right? Like hard science fiction and like a lot of engineering, like they kind of like yeah, like weaved into sci-fi. So for me to like these be more like a study on like human culture, it's very interesting.
Have have you guys thought of like what is it, Neil Stephenson? He wrote a historical series, which I think is one of the
Wait, what?
greatest
Wait,
work.
who?
Neil
Neil
Stephenson?
Stevenson?
Yeah, that's him. I'm sorry.
Is it the guy who wrote what's it called? Oh my God, well, the last one I read by him is called Seven Eves. That's him, right?
I believe so. He writes a lot of stuff. This one was set back during the time of Newton, and
Wait, which one is
it's
this one?
I'm trying to think of the name of the book. It's like four in the series. It's just wonderful writing. It's just wonderful history. It's just beautiful. I love the books. They got humor. They got everything in it. And
Because he read this famous book called Snow Crash, right? It's like
yeah, that's
like
the
one of
author.
the cyberpunk influential like novel that like influenced like a ton of the movies and like comics and all of the subculture of cyberpunk. Like he's one of the he's like the daddy of cyberpunk, and it's a really interesting book as well. Like like for a linguist, like he plays a lot with like language in it, and like something we talked about in this space before of like kind of language as a like a cognitive software, like altering tool, and he plays with that. So yeah, really interesting. So what's this series though? You said that.
The Baroque cycle. Yeah, I'm sorry, I had my mic open. It's called the Baroque cycle. It's 4 or 5 books in it, and that is some of the. I mean, that is addictive. I go probably through those audiobooks once a year as well. Some of the best writing, historical fiction I've ever read is by him. The Baroque cycle. You guys have to read it if you like
Oh, okay.
historical
I
fiction.
know what this is. Yeah. I think I read the first one. It's called Quicksilver. That's it, right? It's part of it.
Yeah, Quicksilver
Yeah,
starts
yeah.
out with what's his face, Jack?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm a bit burned out with historical fiction. Like I read so much. I read all the Bernard Cornwell, the um like the Sharpie series. That was like really long. I read Con Eagleton, all the histories on Rome, and I read like the Last Man in Rome, but Colin McCullough. Like I don't know. I did it. I read so much of it that like I'm kind of like on to more sci-fi lately.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna go. James R has his show, so I'm gonna go and watch it, guys. Thank you very much. Thank for doing this room, and I'm gonna try to be more participant in it. So
Yeah, if you can, maybe if we do the short stories, maybe you can try one of those. Like it usually doesn't take that long, couple of hours. And like what's funny, like I think like some of the short stories we had are the ones that we talk the most. So yeah, like it doesn't have to be a long thing for to have a good discussion after.
this is really the first like kind of book club I've ever joined, and and it's something I always wanted
It's
to
the
do,
first
but
I've ever joined, so
yeah. And I just this is
Same
just
here.
fascinating me. It's fascinating to me to have people in here that understand writing and can converse on it itself by people who have written or well read. I think people there's something to be said about that too. Is people who read across a whole range of things. I think is really cool. Especially when you have people that understand the structures and stuff like that. I'm just a layman to it. But Carlo and Adrian, you guys are just,
Well,
brainiacs.
no.
So thank you.
Medi, don't include me there, okay? It's like it's more Carlo and Zinc, right? So I'm like you. I'm more of a layman. I'm just along for the ride, right? So
Cool. Well, I hope you guys have a good night. And if you guys are still around, I'll pop back in before I go to bed. So have a good
Okay,
one.
you too, man.
And I'll
Take
let you
care.
guys know, what we end up doing next.
all right, take care, Medi.
So, do you guys have any other thoughts on this? Because actually, I'm woke up rather early today, and I'm starting to nod off. So,
So do you I don't know, just with bearing that in mind, is there anything else we want to cover on 1984 just to like wrap it up or
Well, I mean, like the whole idea of re-education, where like there were talks about like the people who were in jail, like like being taken to a psychiatrist and have this re-education thing, like going like what the hell? Like I mean, you wanted more dystopian than that. It's like they're taking notes from 1984.
yeah, for sure. I mean, there are numerous parallels. Zinc, I know I never covered the Kafka when you guys did it because I wasn't in the space then, but like, um, I see a lot of parallels with 1984 with like, but it's like it's almost like it's small things, right? It's like it's not the entire story or anything like that. It's like, you know, certain pieces of technology and like just certain methods of like psyops and like, you know, propaganda and stuff like that. I mean, we are actually seeing it creep in, right? Sorry, were you going to say something, Carla?
No, no, I'm just keep going.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, just yeah, it's just like there are small things that are in the book that we actually live today. So, um yeah, and I mean, I guess my whole thing is, you know, I still don't fully understand the message I guess Orwell is trying to send us. Like, um, I guess it's like what resistance is futile kind of thing, right? Like, I mean, that's pretty much
No,
it,
no,
right?
like you know, like all stories, right? Like it can be subjective. I mean, the way I see it is like this guy is basically saying like, listen, like there is no hope like if you want to rely on a government, right? Like get out of it, you know, like do it on your own, right? Like that's what I would take out of it, you know. It's just like, so it's showing you how like fatalistic it is for you to like you know like basically put your faith and like your faith and your destiny on like a government like outside of your life, like kind of delegate your self ownership. That's how I see it. That's the message I get. Like it is like very dark and like fatalistic. If you say in it in the machine, like get out of it, right? That's how that's I want to take a, you know, go on a hopeful note, and that's how I see it.
So you're saying like his overall message to you is you just can't rely on the government. It's gonna go
Yeah,
sour.
exactly. Like I mean, like if you know like if you stake your life on you know on like to rely on the government, like you know like you're just gonna end up like Winston, right? So it's more it's what I get is like, yeah, like keep a foot out, right? Like of that trap, and like you know never trust it.
Right. Yeah, no, yeah, it's just yeah, it's funny when that Harambe's ghost came in here and they mentioned the chocolate ration and that, and we had covered it previously. It's like, you know, and then it's like they've lowered it by 10 grams, but then they're like, oh no, we actually raised it to 20, and like everyone believes it. So yeah, it's pretty interesting and like
Yeah,
her,
gaslighting, and like to see it
yeah, yeah.
done like the way it's done like with people, and like I mean like we pick up on it, right? But like just when I see like this sheep, you know, like just going about, you know, like you know doing their stupid like daily mundane things, I'm like, what is happening? Like I, I like disassociate so hard, right? Because I'm like, on one end, I'm seeing all these shenanigans, like you know, like 1984 shenanigans, you know, like happening, and I'm deeply troubled by it. And then these people just, you know, like go like on their merry way, like through their day, like nothing's happening. So that's a weird feeling to me, right? Like that dissonance where I'm like, no, I know what's going on, and like, but you have most people like you know who are like oblivious, right? Like it's just weird.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, Carlo. Um, absolutely. Yeah. Um, yeah. I don't know. It's just like I'm thinking back to what Zink was saying, uh, you know, when we were talking about the end and like the torture scene. Like it's just very the ending, it's just very bleak, right? I mean, there's just no hope, right? I mean, Yeah, it's
No, it's
it,
very heavy. Like just
yeah,
reading that, like it leaves you empty, man. Like it's heavy. Like you have to eat like I don't know, like cookies or something, or like I don't know, go have a treat because like yeah, that's bleak
yeah,
stuff.
for sure, for sure. Um, yeah, I don't know. Um, like
You
I
know
like
what?
I
And I find that what I said, like I find that he has like a lot of balls, right? Like to write an ending like that, because I mean like eh, what I mentioned before, right? Like the sci-fi of the time, it was all like like super hopeful and like like the Jetsons future, right? Or like abundance and everyone has a floating house and all this crap, and like for him to like just like stomp on all that, I was like nope, like this is what happens when you rely on like like technology and like basically like like this like systematic like systemic surveillance state, right? Like it like and like he's saying like it's just gonna lead to that because people are just like power hungry assholes, right? So quite bold to go there.
I mean it's interesting what you're saying about the telephones that we have, Carlo. It's like, you know, it's actually much better than anything that Orwell has in this. Like, I mean, those are fixed screens, right? And like, I think they can move slightly, like
Oh,
here and
you
there,
mean like
but
you mean
like,
like better means of surveillance,
yeah,
like the telephone?
like
Oh yeah, oh, yeah.
the phones that we all carry around in our
Oh,
pockets
dude, it's
right
in your
now are
pocket and like
way better.
yo, I'm gonna confess, I sleep hugging my phone, okay? Because I listen to audiobooks before I go to bed. So like like half asleep kind of thing. Like I sometimes I press back on the like on the rewind little button because I like I miss a part of the audiobook and I do
Right.
that like like kind of half asleep. So I sleep hugging my phone every night. So yeah, it's like it's pretty creepy already, and like or like like let's I drive a truck, right? So I see people on the sidewalk all the time, right? And it's so creepy to see everyone just staring at a brake, right? And like they're so close together physically, right? But like they're like freaking miles away, like in their head, and like it's so sad because like I remember, like talking to my friends that say, like taking the school bus or something, like little things like that, right? Or like people, people having physical contact, like like playing with their hands, or like like doing stupid stuff, right? And that's
Right, right.
gone. You just have these zombies, and like it's really creepy, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. I know exactly what you're saying. But I mean, what's the solution, right? Like, I mean, we have to kind of move with the times, or like be left behind kind of thing. Like, because like there are benefits to having
No, for
like
sure.
the phone,
I'm just
right? I
saying, like,
mean, yeah,
I'm just saying that you have to be aware though. And it's like, what I do, like I have one day, Sundays, that I just, okay, no phone day, like at least, right? Like I'm like, I want to be like kind of like close to my own mind and body, right? Because I'm always like distracted with this thing. So I'm aware, and
right.
like I feel like, I mean, if you are like, that should be like the attitude. But like many people that I see, right, and like even like couples in restaurants, like they spend the whole night texting right on their phone, and like they're not even there mentally, or like it's like they have a date, but like man, just on their phone, and like that's so weird to see. Like it's just out of a dystopian movie, and like when you look at it from the outside, right, like from the sidelines.
I would agree there for sure. Yeah, I don't
Right,
know.
like have
Yeah,
your phone, use it like as a tool, but like okay, like like be aware, okay, like if I'm on a date, I'm on a date, right? Or like if I'm with my friends, I'm with my friends, like yeah, like turn off your phone or something, like like and like people don't do it because I see it at work, like people on their break, no one talks like in their break room, like like when I go to the warehouses to on the like when I park my truck on my warehouse, like when I go there and like I take a break there, people are not talking, they're on their phones. So it's just like I'm the only one who's aware, and I tell them like, hey, you guys, or like I just make an excuse to like get everyone's attention, right? Because I still find it creepy, and I mean, and I grew up with a computer too, so it's not like I'm like some Amish purist or something. Like I am like
yeah,
a
yeah.
son of technology too, right? So, but it's still like I find it disturbing.
Well, and I mean, like just the fact of like, you know, they can follow you around, like compared to what George Orwell has in 1984, which are these fixed telescreens that are two-way. I mean,
Yeah, like
your
a
your
video call.
phone has like a front-facing camera, the rear-facing
Yep.
camera,
Like
accelerometers,
a couple of
GPS.
mics,
Yeah,
GPS. Yeah.
exactly. Like, I mean, there's
Like
just so much more to track you than
surveyor's like wet dream, right? Because it's everything. Like you're tracked in every way, right? Like I mean, like your phone, you have apps that can monitor like your like your biostats, like your heart rate and like your pulse. Or
yeah.
like I mean, they have all of that if they want. Like it's like what else do you want? I mean, like the next thing is just something implanted in you, which I think this is pretty close. What I said, like I sleep with my phone, like hugging it. So if I could maybe like attach it to my back or something, would be convenient to sleep.
Yeah, but like would you do that though? Like if you had like the Elon Musk, like the Neuralink, like
Well, you know what's funny, Adrian? I'm gonna tell you, like growing up, all of this tech stuff, like I was like actually really like like happy, and I'm like, oh cool, like it's gonna make things better, right? And I'm like,
right.
finally, like we're
Well,
gonna
I
like
mean,
find out a kind of
arguably it does make things better now, right? I
no,
mean,
no.
yeah,
That's the illusion, man. Like that's it. Like you are trading like a lot of like autonomy, independence, self ownership for this, for like
that's true.
convenience, right?
That's
And
true.
like yeah, like sure, maybe you're gonna meet some people or like like keep in touch with I don't know, your family, but like like in the end it's just shallow. Like like let's say like I don't even go to my family anymore because we talk every day, right? Like I text them, I'm like, hey, what's up? Like I'm updated all the time, so I don't even miss them, to be honest. Like and like we were never that close anyway, right? Like my family was really weird. We're not that close, right? So like for
Right.
me this is enough, So, but if it wasn't for this, I would make a huge effort to go see them because then I would miss them and I want to like talk to them. But I video chat with them, like I know like I know what they look like. Like I've seen them kind of aging as I'm aging. Like I'm not missing anything. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
it's
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying though. Like
Yeah.
you are like, and it just your like your ability to miss things and miss people, like that's kind of gone, like down the toilet, because like you don't, I mean, you have like a telepathic connection to everyone, right? So you know what the f they're doing at all times. So in like a lot of like the way I used to write, like creative, is because I miss people, I miss places, I miss all of this, right? So I would have this kind of longing feeling and I would write about it. But now I can just I miss like like my old neighborhood wall. I'm just gonna check out a video on Google Maps and like, hey, there it is, the park where I used to hang out, whatever. So my whole like longing is like like they're satisfied by, you know what I mean? Like I feel like
So Carlo, so Neuralink, like they just put that in your head, and it like, it has the electrodes like into your brain. It's the little thing that goes like on the top of your skull, and you just sit there and like whatever you're thinking just shows up on the screen of your computer or your phone. Like, would you do it or no?
like what I'm telling you, before like COVID and all of this bullshit, like I would have been, yeah, let's do it. Like I feel like I always feel like tech would make things better and like just enhance people in a positive way. And like I feel like like we're so limited. We're like like we all have crazy potential, but like many of us just don't communicate well. Like like I feel like the way I write, it's like 1,000 times better than like me speaking, right? Like I feel like if I could write as well as if I could talk as well as I write, like I don't know, man, I would be like like on top of like some hill, right? So like I'm pro all of these things, like kind of enhancing the human experience, but like seeing what like people in power do, like the government just did with COVID, just with our phones, right? Like I mean, we almost get sent to freaking internment camps, man. If I'm telling you, if it wasn't for the
Well,
convoy,
yeah.
would be like at the very least like a QR code for the grocery store. At worst, like internment camps and like like re-education, like on 1984, right? We're like, oh, you don't believe in the COVID narrative? Well, we're gonna educate you, and like nothing you can do about it, because we cut you up from society. Like we were really close. If it wasn't for people like all of these centers, like their voices amplified by the convoy on these protests, like that would have happened. I'm absolutely sure, and that was on their plans, right? Like if you look at their all the scripted plans on the government websites, like all digital ID and like QR code and like unified, like ID stuff. Like, man, that's so. You see, like I've been a believer in tech, and like like when I was a kid, I dream of like like mega structures and mega cities and like having like bullet trains and like maglev trains to go places. I'm like, oh my god, that's the ultimate freedom.
Right.
And like on paper that is, but like when you have like the ones controlling it, like just like trying to control you and like exploiting it, like I mean, what's the point? It's just a means of control, like the opposite of like like what it's meant to do, right?
Right. So I mean, I was kind of thinking about like what's just trending on Twitter, like I don't know if you saw, it's like hashtag bring back masks, like oh man.
Yeah, I
And
saw it.
that
People
and
are
then
fucking
then
dumb.
there's like the competitive one, which is do not comply. Um which is like, well, I'm sorry, like I'm just not going to comply at this point. Like I don't care. Like if I've got to go to the grocery store, I'm just going to say I have a medical exemption. Um what are you going to do, right?
Yeah, well, I mean that's I never mask, by the way. Like I did the same what you're saying. Like I would go places, right? I would just say that some places I would get to buy my food. Some places, like they would just kick me out. I'm like, okay, fine, bye. Like, I'll go somewhere else. And I had to do that sometimes, or like I would get kicked out and then I try somewhere else, and like finally, right? So I'll have to spend time. But like, yeah, I never masked, and like, fortunately for work, I didn't have to. So that was a like, like more encouraging for me. But yeah, and like, oh, I got arrested like once for not wearing a mask because I didn't wear it, and I just kept going like right into a place, into a mall, and I got arrested. But like all of these mandates are bullshit. Like that doesn't hold any water. Like when it comes to if you take it to court. So to actually get a
Right.
fine, right, or like anything, like you have to consent, right? So if you don't sign, if you don't consent to anything, they can do anything. These are not laws. So it's a lot of intimidation, like intimidation bullshit. It's not even based on anything legal. So
So
far, I don't
what
know.
was it? What was it,
Go
just a
ahead.
security guard that arrested you, or
No,
like
no, no,
was
no,
it?
no, no. I went to the mall and like I wasn't wearing a mask, whatever. So I just kept going, and the guard was like, "Where's your mask?" And I just ignored them and kept going because that's what I should do. Or I always say like, "Oh yeah, like I'm leaving. I'm gonna do my shopping. I'll leave. Like I'm leaving soon." So I just kept going, right? And then he called the cops, and they happened to be like in the parking lot. So I just came
Right.
right away, and they're like, "Where's your mask?" I'm like, I know, like I don't have one, like whatever, like I know I told him I have an exception. Like, what is it? I'm like, well, like, like I can breathe with this thing. Like, I'm not gonna wear it. So, like they're like, okay, well, we're gonna take you to a police station. I'm like, sure, whatever. Like, because I had spoken to, there was this civil disobedience group here in Montreal, and like they were going to places maskless and like all of this, right? So I went with them sometimes, but like nothing happened. But they had told me, like they actually taught me how to confront the cops, right? We're like, listen, they want to provoke you, and like as soon as if they make him if they make you touch them, like they have like a reason to like actually arrest you for real and like open a like a criminal record. So just make sure that they don't like don't let them provoke you, like like keep your hands close to you and that's it, right? Because they would try to do that, and that's what happened. And like when they took me to the police station, I have heard of like people breaking curfew, that would happen. They would just take him, right? And then at the police station they will have to consent, to either like get a ticket, or like to like if they wanted to like going further, like they will have to consent. And like some people don't know this, right? So they're scared, and like they're like, okay, whatever, like get me out of here, and they do anything, right? But if you just say nope, I don't consent, no, I'm not gonna sign anything, like that, they're like, okay, eventually just gonna let you go, right? Like, and they can hold you that long, because then you can tell them, like, you can tell, am I being detained here? Like, what's up? And like they just just let you go. So they're just they're using these like sneaky, like intimidation, like stunts to like make people comply, but
I
actually
mean,
none of this is
the
legal.
cops always do that, though, right? Like,
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
do. Yeah, they do. That's how
yeah.
they operate.
Oh
but but
man.
but but like just kind of have being reminded of that, or like like having someone tell you, like it kind of takes away the fear, right? And like it's like, yeah, like there's nothing there, right? So like that's a, that to me like made me just made it easy for me to confront them and like just not fall into any traps, right? And I'm like, okay, no, like I'm not consenting to anything. Like, am I being detained? No, okay, bye. Like, and that's how I did it. And like, I feel like, I mean, people, it's all fear, right? Because like, if people weren't afraid of like, okay, well, I'm getting arrested, like whatever, like I'm just gonna let me go, or even if, let's say, if you were to get a ticket for you, like whatever, like you have to stop it, like have to stop complying, like it's never gonna end if you just keep complying. Like you have to, like, what's worse, a ticket or like a life of like like a fucking like mask, like like choking you and like you breathing like microplastics or some shit. Like think about that, right? Like like delay gratification, right? Like people just like, yeah, but I mean, like this sheep just act that way. But yeah, no, like I mean, I did it, and obviously I'm not planning to mask again. Like whatever, if I get arrested, I'll get arrested. Like that's my mindset. Like it has to, you have to draw a line somewhere, right? Like you can't just keep complying your way to fucking 1984, right? Like
But
it
like, I mean,
stopped at some
I mean,
point.
do you think that they're gonna bring back the masks? Because like, you know, like I see the thing and like the hashtag bring back masks and like, the leftists are like, oh, we got to bring it back, blah 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 blah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
It's it's
and then
possible.
and then I see like on the news, it's like they're like, oh, in Ontario, they might bring it back Monday, or like there or people are angling for it, like for them to bring it back, or
Well, I mean,
like I mean,
they might, but like, just it's start with yourself. Just don't wear one. Like, don't wear one. And like,
yeah, no, I'm not going
like
to.
the,
I'm
the
done.
thing, the thing is like, if you don't wear one, like I'm telling you, like I would, I remember like quite vividly. I went into this garage, like, because I don't know, I was changing like winter tires for my car or something.
Right.
And like in that place, they did not enforce it. You could just not wear it. So I was just waiting for my car, right, to be finished with the tires, and I'm just sitting there with the mask. And this guy looked at me for like, I don't know, like 5 minutes, right? He just looked at me, right? And then he took off his mask, and I was like, right? And so it's like people just, yeah, like you have to set an example, and like it's just the same way that like they did it to us, right? Like, oh well, everyone's masking, or like like browbeating, or like same, like just don't wear it. And like people were like, oh, this person's not wearing a mask, like, what the fuck am I gonna wear one? Like like um so yeah, like, and like if they bring him back, like like I'm not gonna get scared, or like whatever, like I'm not gonna get angry, like like I'm just not gonna wear one, like I don't have control over that. If it happens, right, like I have zero control over that, right? If they bring him back, like what am I gonna do? What I have control of is not wear one myself, and that's what I'll do, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, I'm done with it too. Like,
Oh, dude,
uh,
I've been done.
I'm done with it.
You know why though? I used to work as a healthcare relocator. Actually, that's when I got fired because of the mandates and all that. So I used to, I would go to like clinics and like like a dentist office, and like sometimes hospitals, and like get like the equipment, like kind of like the dentist chair, or like like the
Right, right.
yeah, like a chiropractor's chair, and like just hold that onto a truck and move it. So we actually had to, we had training on all of this stuff. Like I had training on surgical masks, which are actually they don't do shit. They just prevent you from like like kind of like your fluids, right? Like your saliva, or like if you sneeze, like like your boogers, whatever. But it's for you, right? Like, and that's what they do, is like prevent your fluids from like that being spread. But
Right.
if you actually, if like we actually work with like real pathogens, man, like like I could have gotten hepatitis or something from I don't know, like some fucking chair or something. So we get hazmat trained, and we had like half a hazmat. Like that's how you do it. So I know since the very beginning like how much bullshit it is. Like, because my life depended on this, right? I mean, at least my health, like for real, depended on knowing this, on this information, right? They're like
Right, right,
a
right.
mask doesn't do absolute shit. Like if you deal with any of this, like yeah, you need like, and even let's say, even if the masks work, like in order for you to like like use it properly, like you have to use like surgical gloves, and this whole dance that you can make direct contact. Like if you make direct contact, it's over. Like whatever you want it to contain, it's fucked, right? So like even if they actually work, like people, you can just put it back in your pocket, or like, I don't know, put it on the table while you eat it, and like, like put it back on. Like, you fucked up. Like, you spread whatever you want to contain on you and like everywhere, right? Like, it's so dumb. Like,
Yeah.
it's a whole process. It goes into a biohazard bin, and you never touch it. Like, it's retarded. And like, imagine me knowing all this and like seeing all this stupidity happening. Like, like, unbearable, right? And like, I mean, I would tell people, and they're like, just, give me the conspiracy theories. I'm like, dude, this was my fucking job for like 2 years, and you're gonna argue with me that you know more about it, that I'm some, like conspiracy theorist, or like, I don't know, like some weirdo, when this was my job and my health depended on it. Like, fuck you. So imagine what it does to me, right? Like, it's like double whammy for me. It's like, it's stupid, but I actually know how stupid it is. We're like, like, I understand, like, because I have to know for my, like, my own protection, like the real science, right?
Right.
So
So
anyway,
I'm just seeing you're on the National Post. It says federal government throws away millions more COVID vaccines due to lack of demand. So the number of expired Moderna shots has risen to 7.7 million, and the government has also now disposed of 3.1 million doses of Novavax vaccine.
you think that's for? I don't believe everything the media says, though. I don't know if that's to like
So I mean, this is
make people
National
feel
Post,
bad.
right? So
I don't know,
and I
man.
mean,
I don't trust any of them.
I think people are not getting the third,
Oh, but I mean, like,
fourth,
but
and like
at
they
least,
really are not getting it.
well, what I'm telling you, like, I drive a truck, so I see a lot of, like, like, I drive around, I see a lot of places,
Right.
and like, all those little kiosks, like, like at the malls, or like, like at the pharmacies, like, yeah, they're empty. Like, there's, they have like these kind of tents where like people would like get vaxxed, and I would see lineups before, like, yeah, there's no one there. So at least I have to say it. I have to say that, like, because
Right.
the previous years, like, yeah, with people lining up, and like, or like, like, outside here, I don't know how it's in Toronto, but like here, like, outside the clinics, they would have the tent maybe in the parking lot, right? Like, outside the actual clinics, and like with the vaccine people, and it was outside. So, and I would see a bunch of people lining up, and I was like, oh, like face palming every time, right? But like this year, yeah, they look empty as fuck. So that, at least there's that.
Yeah, I think it's done now. Like, people are just not going to get it. Like, they've had enough, right? Like, I mean, that's that, right? Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
but now they have a climate scam like lined up, so they're
uh
just gonna go there.
yeah, that
And
like COP 27 or something. Like, yeah.
yep, and they already have, like, like, shit, or like this, like, oh, limit your travels, like plan your travel, or like, wait, what was it? Oh yeah, no, I just get an email. Yeah, like, it's like, oh, and like my insurance too, by the way. They're like, oh, we have this new program, like my car insurance. We're like, like, we can measure like like your gas footprint, like, just to, like, be more green. But I'm like, fuck you, bye. But yeah, like, they're offering that. You have like a meter. I mean, like, for now, seems to be like, all for you to know, right? But like, I'm sure later they would like,
But
just
it's interesting you mentioned that, and like just coming back to 1984, it's like that Desjardins insurance, that adjusto, and you like put it in your car, and like it measures how hard you hit your brake, and like how
yeah,
fast you go and
yeah, how
stuff like
fast you
that.
go, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, for like, and I mean that is like pretty serious surveillance, right?
No,
Like, I mean,
I refuse that. I refuse that right off the bat. But yeah, like, I get every time, let's say, yeah, my insurance like goes up, like, like, I speak to them, and they offer me that shit every single time. I'm like, nope. But yeah, they offer it, and like, it's all this kind of passive aggressive way to, like, like, introduce this, right? Like, for now, it's
yeah,
just, oh, no, we're just, like, we're just, for you to know, right? For you to have the information. That's now, right? But like, 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 there's gonna be like one fine day you're gonna wake up and like, yep, like, like, you can't drive because like you this and that, right? Like, we got you. So
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, 1984, like, I mean, a bit of a typo there from George Orwell. It's like he was off by like, 30
yeah,
years, right? So I mean,
yeah, 2034 or
40,
something.
yeah.
Well,
Man.
what I said, he was just getting fancy, but like inverting the numbers, right? Like because he wrote it in 48, he finished it
Yeah,
writing in 48, so he was just being like a, like a little writer ego, like move there. But yeah, I mean, no, this novel, like a lot of these things, what I mentioned to you, the whole like kind of keep people, like control people through like having constant war, like that really hit me like recently, right? And I'm like, holy shit, like they keep going with this war shit, right? Like with Ukraine and like when
oh
we talked about
man.
the chocolate, right? Because like if you look at posts from Ukraine, like from 2014, it's like, oh, Nazis in Ukraine and like like the new neo-Nazis and like all this hate toward Ukraine on the same media that now they're like like fucking idolizing Zelensky and like like
Yeah.
posting pictures of him posing, like a model, like the same fucking like media outlets like yeah, back in 2014 it was like all hate, right? And like all like, oh, far right. It's like now it's like, oh no, like our hero now. So yeah, and like
Like I remember seeing on PBS this one. It was John McCain and Lindsey Graham. They went to visit Azov Battalion in Ukraine, and it's like, okay, but like these guys, and I mean, even Vice did an article about.
wait, you saw this recently or like back then when they were like actually
Oh,
reporting
this was like
the Nazi?
2015.
Okay, yeah,
So like, and like John McCain is dead now, right? But like
yeah.
Lindsey Graham and John McCain went to Ukraine, to the Donbass area, and they were like backing Azov Battalion, who is like a known neo-Nazi. Like these
Yeah,
are actual Nazis. Like,
no,
you know,
they are,
and now we're backing them. Like, I mean, I
yeah, no,
just,
it's insane.
it's just
Well,
insane.
this is what I'm telling you. Like, okay, like I mean, I see how insane it is, but like what really drives me nuts is just people waving their Ukrainian flag, or like even the ones with the Azov battalion on them that I seen on cars. I'm like, you guys are the dumbest motherfuckers. Like, you're cheering for Nazis and you don't even know, right? Like, it's what, like
Yeah,
how stupid are people? Like, how gullible are like? It's I. This is what drives me crazy. Like,
and
like
then they explain it away like, so like when you talk to like some leftists, they explain it away like, oh, well, I'm sure there are like neo-Nazi groups here in Canada, and like if Canada was being attacked, it's all hands on deck, right? Like we would all be fighting back to like protect the country. I'm like, yeah, but like I'm just not buying that at all, right? Like, I mean, firstly, Azov Battalion is like an official wing of the Ukrainian military. It started out as a militia, but now it's like actually official. And like the CIA was in there training them, and like I saw this one article, and like this one guy, he was like a Canadian soldier that like, through NATO, he went there and he was training these guys, and he was like, he sort of stepped back and he was like, he was talking to the one guy and he's like, wow, like these guys are actual Nazis that he's training, right? Like, but all of this stuff, like, it just gets swept under the rug, right? Like, I mean, it's like nothing to see here, folks, like,
but it's people, like
oh
people don't
man.
even people read a headline like, yeah, fine, like I want to check, like, a lot of these things, like, okay, am I being told the truth? Like, what's, like, I don't understand. And like what I'm telling you, some days I feel like I'm in some simulation, like like everyone is an NPC, or we have all these NPCs going around, because like, how, like, it's, you can't
Yeah,
be
I
that
know.
dumb,
I
like,
know. I know.
or,
I
or like,
know.
when we were talking about like people following all these stupid COVID rules, like what we just talked about, right? And like it doesn't even make sense. Like, it's like, what, like, it's so dumb. Like, seriously, like, if it wasn't for like, let's say, Twitter and you guys, where I can talk about this, like, I was questioning my sanity. I'm like, okay, am I in some fucking simulation? Because like, this makes no sense. Like, people can be this fucking dumb. Like, I always knew people were greedy and like, like they lacked empathy and all this. Like, sure, I've been fine with that for a long time, right? But for them
Right.
to be this fucking stupid, like, it's like reality breaking, right? Like, what is happening?
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you, 100%.
And
Um,
like like let's say like at the beginning, right, when everyone was scared and like like with the whole pandemic, like like I actually I kind of I was in the working for the health, uh, in the health field back then. So I'm like, okay, like what if it's a pandemic? Like I'm gonna take this seriously, right? But
right.
then as like more and more things keep coming out, I'm like, wow, no, like yeah, this is just a sham. But it's just weird that like people just keep, and like yeah, it's not just the pandemic though, what we're talking about, the Ukraine, like everything, the like the economy, all the bullshit they tell you, and they're like yeah sure, or like people who are like, oh no, like expensive gas is good, like we're helping the economy, like what are you talking about,
Yeah.
like are these real people, like I swear to you, it's like I'm playing GTA 5 and I'm stuck with some like the dumbest NPCs in the game, like it's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, I'm fully with you, Carlo. Like, I mean, I think there's like the small corner of Twitter that is actually like still rational and sane, and like that's us. But like, I mean, it's like we were saying earlier, like when you see this hashtag trend that's like bring back masks, it's like, no, no, I'm not doing it again. I don't care. Like, you know, yeah, I don't know. Anyway,
Anyway, wait, hang on. We have to
yeah.
rant about Star Wars. Now that Zink isn't here, because I still have to rant about it. I
Wait,
feel
so
like I haven't finished
wait,
ranting about it.
is Zinc not here or
I think he went to bed. He's
oh, did
out.
he?
Yeah.
All right, all right,
I'm nodding, but yeah, go for it.
all right. Okay, so we'll do the quick rant about Star Wars, and then I guess we'll wrap it up, right?
Yeah, no, because I just
All right.
also gonna say no. Like I mean, did we talked about the Last Jedi, right? Like we finished that talking about it. Yeah, I think so, right?
Um. Well, I mean, I could talk about how bad it is continuously, but anyway, we'll move on.
But like,
As I
what I have to say about the movie, yeah, I think I got like we stopped the last time, but like, what people hated, that like the whole like, oh, hashtag not my look and all that, like like they were really pissed about like that they kind of like inverse, like like the hero for like they made it like the crazy old man. They basically made him like all Yoda, right? Like the same, like when he goes see Yoda in Dagobah, right? In the Empire, where like he's expecting
right.
this kind of great master, and he's just some bum, like it's like, oh shit.
No, here's the whole thing. Like they could have done something like that, but it's like, it's just like the choices that were made. It's like when she hands him the saber, it's his saber, right? That was like, Anakin's before
Well,
him.
they made
Like,
it. They made
and
it.
he looks at it, he just throws it over his shoulder. It's like, what
So
was that?
insulting.
Like, I mean, like it's arguably the most like
What?
iconic prop.
No, and the thing
I
is like
mean,
it's like that, and like I think you said it like when we talked about the last time, like the tone, like the last movie, and there's such a serious tone, and like I feel like the last movie like built the whole fucking movie built to that moment, right? And you're like
right,
on the edge of your fucking seat, and you wait 2 years, right, for like one of the most
exactly.
like if you're a fan of this, like probably tensest fucking moment like of your like Star Wars life, right? Like you're like, oh my fucking god, right? And they build it up so well in the first movie where like you even have like a POV of the stupid saber, like like you see the nicer Ren, you see like when it falls from the Death Star, like you see
Yeah,
all
yeah,
of
yeah,
that, like
yeah.
and then you're like, oh my god, like where has it been? Like it's just crazy, like build up, right? Like a huge setup of like, and you're waiting for this payoff, and like he chalks it over his shoulder, like that's.
Oh
I'm
man,
telling you, I
it,
almost walked out. I almost walked out of the theater. Like I was with a
yeah.
friend, and she grabbed me, and I'm like, oh, like she grabbed me, and said, no, no, like it's just wait. It's like wait, like be patient. I'm like, oh my fucking god, like what? I from the get go, I was like, what the fuck? So I mean, from there,
Yeah.
it's hard to say with the movie, right? But then you get like your mama jokes and like the tone, so and like what I'm telling you, like
Oh,
but what people hate, I don't have much beef with that. With like Luke being kind of like, yeah, like like he kind of got burnt out by the force power, like it's like too much for him, and like he's not like the kind of idealized version of like everyone think he is, right? Like he's not like this like white knight hero. No, no, no. He's conflicted and like
Right, right,
like
right.
yeah, I'm okay with that. But the fact that they this Ryan Johnson dude, he had to like drag him through the mud, right? Okay, no, he's not just
Yeah.
like he's like he lives like a fucking hobo. He drinks milk out of some like aliens like tits, like just like weird shit that you never seen. Like it doesn't fit the tone.
Yeah.
It doesn't fit like the kind of epic scale of these movies. Like it's so like it's like, oh sure, what's subverting your expectations, but that no, that's like your expectations. You just going into a grinder and like taking a dump on it later. Like it makes no sense, right? It's like
It's
it's like
true.
you like Luke, you like Star Wars, well here, fuck you, motherfucker. Like it's like it's so and it's so like it's so
So I mean,
jarring with like. Go
but
ahead.
so to me, it's about continuous letdowns, right? So it's like, I was let down by that. You let it go. So then we get to the throne room fight with
Oh, with the
Ray,
guards.
Kylo Ren, the
Yeah.
guards, and Snoke, right? So like, and I mean, Snoke is just like batting her around the room, like he really is that much more powerful, and I'm like, okay, this is getting good, like, this is like really changed and all that. Okay, enters Ren, he kills Snoke off, and then
Oh my god,
I,
it's
I
so
was just
dumb.
like, what
and
is
and, and,
this,
and
right?
and what I
Like, I
said,
mean,
like they build up this guy from the
ah,
previous movie, right? And like I'm gonna tell you, like I was actually at that point when like he starts like smacking Ray around the room like with the force. I'm like,
yeah,
holy shit! You know how like every
it,
single like like Luke loses a hand, like Anakin loses his arm and like a leg or something, right at the beginning, right in the movies. I'm like, oh my god, this is the part where like she loses a limb or something. Like we're gonna see her like get a metal arm later. Like I'm like, okay, real conflict, right? Like
right,
something
right,
crazy is
right.
gonna happen, right? And then like they just kill all of them in the dumbest
Yeah,
way too, right? We're like, wait, this guy's so powerful, and you can just like high school like kid trick him into getting stabbed. Like what?
yeah, like
It's
it's
laughable.
just so stupid. And I mean, like I mean, when he's like going on, he's like, I see his mind, I see his every move, like, you know, okay,
Well,
but then he falls
he's
for it,
supposed
like,
to be a super strong force user who can he can sense kind of like fucking I don't know galaxies away, right? Sorry, solar systems away. He can sense Kylo's movements. He can sense Ray from really far too, right? Like it's like his
yeah,
force power is gonna ripple through freaking space, whatever. But he can't like detect I don't know a lightsaber like moving next to him because like I mean if he actually has sword powers he could have I don't know like
so this is what I don't understand.
so
So
dumb.
he connected Ray and Kylo Ren telepathically, but it
Yeah.
was actually the Emperor that was controlling
Well,
him.
no,
But it's
they
like,
they, they, they added that
was
later. They added that later because like, originally it's him, right? Like in the first, there was
right?
supposed to be no emperor. It was just him, right? Like the new bad guy, and like he, like the backstory was that like like he basically like discovered this old relic that like had like an old like Sith Lord like power, and he just like he kind of like got his power from there, and like it's very powerful. Like I mean he was already like a Force user Sith, but he actually like got hold of this relic that amplified his power like like a thousandfold, right? And that was I think that was the original story, but then they just changed it for like, oh no, like it's just
So
the emperor, right? Because
they retcon it back
yeah, they retcon it
to
to I mean, yeah,
the
to make
Emperor
it,
Palpatine.
yeah.
Um, so okay, but it's not even done that well, because if it was Snoke that was connecting Kylo Ren and Rey's mind together, right? But then they become a dyad in the Force in the third movie, right? which
Ugh.
is which is something that hasn't have the Emperor even says it's something that hasn't happened for generations, and that is how he's able to heal himself back to full health. um but the thing is, like, that doesn't fit with Snoke being the one that connected their minds telepathically through the Force. No, now they're just a dyad in the Force, and that's how they are able to like pass things through the fort. Like, I mean, it's just so badly worked
Yeah,
out.
it's so contrived. Yeah, it's so
Yeah,
contrived. Like, I mean, anything would have been better. Like, I don't know, they kind of fighting and like having like a force explosion or something. Like, it's super corny, but it would make more sense than that. And like that, and it like in terms of like storytelling too, it's so like vague and like not like not interesting, right? We're like, oh no, this guy like linked us together. Like, you don't even see it, right? It's just, oh no, it just happened. It's like,
and
like it's go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, and I mean like Haldo with the ship, and she goes at like
Ugh.
warp speed into
Oh
Snoke's
my
capital
God,
ship.
that breaks most of the space,
Everything.
like that breaks everything in Star. Yeah, I was gonna say like it just breaks all the space combat in Star Wars. Like, I mean, like arguing that you could have like like hyperspace X-wings into the Death Star and like that's it, boom. Like,
Exactly.
why go through all of that pain, right? I mean,
Exactly.
why have lasers? Just have like hyperspace little missiles and like just hyperspace them into stuff and boom. Like, why have anything, right? Like, you have the perfect weapon right there. Like, you just broke the
Exactly.
whole cannon. You just broke the whole cannon with that stupid move. Just
God.
for
Yeah,
like for like a nice for like for just for some nice special effects to show off, right? Like, because like it's so dumb. And like,
yeah. Yeah. So I mean, Force Awakens, I was like on the fence, leaning towards, yeah, it'll be okay if like part two is actually decent, right? Because I mean, leaves on
no,
like
I'm
a
gonna be honest with you. I like Force Awakens. Like, I mean, I
yeah,
forgave it. I forgave it being like a carbon copy of like the
A
last
New
movie. It's
Hope.
like a New Hope and a bit of Empire.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah.
mean, I know, like I don't know. I forgive it. They're just giving you like a little familiar, like like a little morsel of like the OG Star Wars. So like the old people are happy. Like, sorry, like the OG fans are happy, and like then the new fans kind of get a feel of what it is. Like, okay, I like the twist of like Han getting stabbed. I'm like, oh cool, that's cool. Like, good
Yeah,
conflict.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And like having anytime they kill a character, like, I mean, you have balls movie, like, I give you that, like, many movies don't do that, right? Like, I mean, especially like that though, but like his son and like in combat, not like a cheesy way, like, oh, he sacrificed himself, or like, oh no, like kind of the way they wanted to kill Finn. Like, anyways, like I find that
Right.
like, okay, like it was a good scene, it's like actually like a well constructed scene, like, when like Chewie, he's like, and they're kind of watching, right? And like it's so like, oh, it's kind of like it's kind of mirroring like the scene when like Obi-Wan gets killed in the first movie, right? Where like
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Luke is
exactly.
watching it, you kind of feel that
Exactly.
he's spare. You're like, oh my god, like he's there so close, but he can't do anything. And like it's the same here, right? Like, we're like, oh, you get that sense of despair, and like they're so close, but they can't do anything because like like not close enough, right? And Chewie just losing his shit, right? Like, he just screams like, oh, I'm like,
Well,
oh my god, like I
well, I
felt that,
mean,
right?
yeah, but I mean, Chewie shoots
Yeah, choose
Kylo with
Kylo,
the
and that's
bowcaster.
great. I know he does,
Yeah.
and like it's amazing, and like that actually, like that helps like Ray kind of defeat Kylo later, and I'm like, that's so well written though. I'm like, oh, that's cool, and like it makes
Well,
sense like for
well,
Kylo to
well,
be slowed down, right? And like for him to like Ray can win because he took a freaking crossbow, like a bowcaster bolt with fucking like leg, like that's pretty bad,
thigh,
right?
like, yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, here's my complaint with Kylo Ren. Like, when Ray like uses the saber and cuts his face, but then like slowly over the next two movies, he's like getting it repaired and getting it repaired, and finally his face is like back to normal. He has like essentially no scar. I'm just like, no, he needs a scar. Like, he needs to look as black as his heart is becoming. Kind
No,
of
yeah,
like a picture of Dorian Gray type of thing, right?
yeah,
Like, you know
absolutely.
what I mean? Like
But
he needs
but
to look more fucked up to justify wearing the mask all the time too, right? Like,
exactly, and
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
that's what made Vader so cool. That like he's like like by the time it's like, well, like, I mean, first you don't know, like, okay, why is he hiding his face, right? And then like even in the prequels, like, I mean, like when he gets a metal arm, it's like, okay, no, like he's so fucked up under the mask, right? So it's like it makes the villain, what you're saying, like it matches the villains, you know, like
Exactly.
it matches
Exactly.
the villains, like, you know, like their soul with their face, right? Like it's, and I mean that's been done a million times in like the Bond movies, where the villains have scars and all this. Like it is kind of like cheesy, but like in these movies that are so operatic and all this, like, oh, it's perfect, right? Like it would have been amazing. But yeah,
Exactly.
I don't know why they didn't do that either. And like,
Yeah.
and what you said too, like I argue, like, and actually I love the mask. Like it would have been an excuse to have the mask on, and like the mask is so
Absolutely.
badass. Like why take away the mask? Like he looks like a dork. Like why?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he needs to look much more grotesque, and like, you know, he's just getting more and more messed up, like as his personality like sort of devolves. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
and,
Like,
and
yeah.
you know what's funny? That's so Star Wars. I don't know if you played like the old like Knights of the Old Republic like video games, or like play any of the Star
Uh,
Wars RPGs. Like,
I have
uh,
not. No, no, no. I haven't played any of
anyways,
those.
in those games, like, you know, like if you play as a Sith, like you start with like a fresh face, and as you play more and more, right, like in the RPG, like your face gets all fucked up, like scars, like your eyes get red, like, you know, at the end, like when you're
Right, right.
like a Sith, like you look all necrotic, you know. It's so, and if you read like any of the books, like the Sith Masters look like shit, right? There's this guy who's like a corpse kind of held together with the Force, like he's rotting, he stinks, right? He smells like fucking death, because like he's so like it's only the dark side of the Force that's keeping him together. Like he's like a rotting flesh, like a walking slab of rotting flesh, and that's so thematically tied to the Sith that like they forsake their body, you know, like for power. It would make so
Right.
much sense to have them like scarred, or like, yeah, loose limbs, whatever. Like that's a huge indication, right? Like the corruption. But like no, they go the opposite way. Like at the very end,
Oh man.
at the very end, he's just wearing this dorky sweater, right? And like, remember in like, yeah, the last movie where he jumps like from the ship and like lands on this chain, and he's like, ow, and he's wearing this dorky sweater. It's like, you guys
Yeah,
completely
yeah.
embarrass it. Like so stupid.
So I mean, and another part that, like, you know, in the third one, and I mean, I think other people have commented on this too. It's like the emperor is like, you know, he has his like force lightning, and he's like repelling Ray back, and then
uh,
she like gets the two sabers, okay, and then deflects his lightning onto him. It's like, why doesn't he just stop with the lightning? You know,
dude,
instead
like,
he lets it shock his face. Like,
I mean, like, like I guess when he starts, he can't stop, right? He just is like a, he doesn't
and
have an off button. But
but
like,
but
you know, it's
also,
so dumb.
I
Hey, but let's go back though to like the way that movie starts though, like the Rise of the Skywalker. Like, you know, like you have the crawl, right, and it says like the dead speak. That's like the first line.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
what?
yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
what? I'm like, what? What is this? And then like, it's implied like this guy like can make this huge comeback, right? And like he's built like this like, you know, like gigantic fleet. I'm like, wait, hold on, like why can't we see that? Like that's huge. Like this guy coming back, like
Yeah, yeah.
give me at least like a montage or something of like, I don't know, like, or like, you know, at the movie starts with Kylo, like, you know, just tearing ass on some random Mustafar or whatever. I'm like, no, have the Emperor showing, like the Emperor just blasting people or something. Like why can't we see that? It's so weird.
And
Like,
this was a problem I had with Exegol, the planet. It's like, I don't, and I think I mentioned this before. I think it's like they kind of cheaped out on the effects. It's like, you know, like even when Kylo Ren, you know, gets there and he sees like Luke's X-wing, which is now Rey's X-wing, and then he parks the TIE fighter there on Exegol. Um, you know, it's like there's just nothing else around. Like it's just so stark. So it's like, where are the
you
bases
know,
that
like
created all these
that
ships? Like, you
exactly.
know,
Like what
what
is the infrastructure? Should be mega structures everywhere, right?
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like fucking planet-sized cranes all over, right? And you have like all these
And
anti-gravity like fields to like move all the material. It should look like planet should be like half a Death Star, right? Because it's so industrial, right? Like it would be
right,
like Coruscant, bad like industrial, right? Like a gigantic, like a planet-sized factory, right? Like that's what I was
exactly.
expecting. I'm
So
like,
so so like I mean, and then
Wait,
another thing,
wait,
like the
wait, but
Emperor's fate.
hold on. Like,
Yeah.
what's the implication here, too? Like, so the Emperor made this out of the Force. Like, how does he have 10,000 Star Destroyers? Like, this movie is so fucking insane. Like, wait, he just pulled out 10,000 Star Destroyers with like like Death Star power, like cannons, and like he has 10,000. What? He pulled them out of where? And like this clandestine like wait, like how many resources you need? Like you have to mine, bro. You have to mine like a planet size of Jupiter, and like people will notice. Like and that you need to feed all these people. Like wait, hold on. Like what is this coming from? Like even if he okay, let's say I don't know, he materialized that with the Force. Like
No, I
how you
don't think he
feel?
did. So like I mean, so when Kylo goes to see him in the first part of the movie, like he has his like faithful servants that are like helping keep his body going and like, but like we kind of see a little bit into like his laboratory there, but like we
No,
don't
but
really get
he
much.
he
Like
has like vats like full of Snokes, and that's pretty much what
that's
we see,
it.
which is pretty lame. Because like that basically that's saying like, oh well, Snoke was just a like a failed clone experiment. Like cloning is bad. Don't clone people. Like like we haven't mastered cloning yet. We mastered space travel, but not cloning. I guess it's like
Even though
what?
the Emperor himself is a clone, right? Like I
Yeah,
mean,
it's supposed to be a clone. I mean, I don't.
and
Let's
that's how the
let's stay with the movie canon, because actually I read a lot of the expanded universe, so I know a
yeah
lot of crap that like.
the Dark Horse comics where like
Yep.
he was
Yeah, the comics
transferring his
and
consciousness.
yeah, exactly. He was transferring his consciousness to like other Force users, and he was manipulating things behind, and like he had like he basically had like his minions, like basically yeah, like have this kind of huge ploy going, right, to further his web of like the seed. Anyways, it's like very convoluted, but like
Yeah.
he in the comics he can like possess bodies, right? So that too, like his Force ghost, is so strong he can like possess bodies, right? So he has that ability too. Anyways, what I said, like, let's not go there, because like we can talk all night, because
Yeah,
I
for
read a lot
sure.
about that stuff.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I've read about that stuff too. So like I mean, I think in the Dark Horse, like he successfully converts Luke to the dark side. But then Luke goes back to being the light side afterwards. Like it really is convoluted. It keeps going on and on and on.
Yeah, and you have like the solo twins and all of this.
Yeah.
Anyways,
So coming back to like just the art direction of Exegol, it's like, and then another thing, like
but
all
it
of
looks
his
like shit. But
faithful.
hold on, like there are some people with like hoods, like they're like like these cloaked like people on
Yeah.
this like stands. Who are these people? Like what? Like are they
So
supposed to be like all the Sith? Like they're like like in like ghost form? Like I don't understand what the fuck is going on.
so the way my friend rationalized that, and I talked to him about it, he's like, he says that they're just spirits. They're not actually there, and that's
But
why when
so that there this like the Sith ghosts of all the other Sith that came
yeah,
before,
that's how he
dude.
rationalized
But
it.
if that's what it is, how you drop that there without any context? Like I mean, it just I mean, it could have been anything. Like why is it Yawas? Like what the fuck is that? Like it's so vague.
Yeah. And I mean, he does have Imperial Guard, and like Andy has the Knights of Ren there by him. How did they get there to guard him? It doesn't make any sense. And why do they perceive Kylo Ren as hostile when he gets there? I mean,
I
Kylo Ren
know that
trained them
they train
like
them. They have no context. Like they would be like, oh, dude, like welcome back. Like oh, what's up?
yeah,
Like
exactly.
it like yeah, like and like but they were supposed to be with Snoke anyways, like the Knights of Ren. Like it's so weird. I mean, you can argue he's been behind all of this, right? Like the whole time, but like it's still like we need context. Like all of this shit happening. Like wait,
Exactly.
hold on, what is going on? Like like and what I'm telling you, like from a storytelling like perspective, like if you take writing 101, okay, like they tell you, like you all of the when you introduce stuff, like you have to do it early, right? Or like if you introduce shit later, you have to set it up early, right? You can't just cram shit at the end of your like your story, either a novel, a short story, or like a movie. You have to set these things up, because then you're like, wait, what? Like is nothing that's set up at all. Like we have the setup killed in the second movie, and then you have all this shit that makes no sense. Like like and you, but then like if you have to conjecture about a launch of your movie, that's like logistic. Like I feel like the movie failed, right? But you have to like wait, like because this movie, like I mean, the third movie has the pace is so fast, right? Like you just go like boom, 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 right? Like oh,
Oh, here's Lando. Oh, now we're on
yeah,
Poe's
nice
homeworld.
skipping.
Like,
Yeah, now
oh
they're like
man.
running around with this fucking dagger. Like, oh hey, Chewbacca got blew up. Like, wait, like what? Like, slow down. Like, who's this? What's going on? Like, what planet is this? It's like, remember scenes? Like how you make a scene where like you establish a scene and like introduce like what's going on. It's like no, just skip, skip, skip. Like, it goes so fast. Like, but I think like it's kind of like this kind of like this shitty horror house effect. Like like maybe they don't have money to make like good monsters, so they have like paper mache shit. But what they do is like they kind of turn the speed of the car really fast. So like it's like oh hey, was that, oh whoa, was that a monster? Was it whoa? Like when they have like really bad like horror houses where like they make the cars go really really fast. I
Yeah,
think that's what
yeah.
they did, right? Where like so you don't notice this shit in this. They just make you go like super fast. Because I
But
mean, like if you stop in that movie, let's say if you had the movie, the DVD, right, and you stop at any point and you ask, okay, what's going on? Like, what are they here? Then you got all these plot holes, right? Like, like, okay, well, we just talked about like like barely like the beginning, right? Where like this whole planet with like all of this, like martial capacity. Like, okay, how was this built? Like, who brought this here? Who for these people? Like all these things. Like, and you don't have to, like spend an hour introducing that, but you can have a visual, which said, right, like, okay, make it look like a factory planet, like done. You see, like no one's gonna question where this came from. Okay, no, well they have
well,
a
and then like the Sith Wayfinders, like there's one in the Emperor's throne room from Return of the Jedi that's on the Death Star. And it's like we go back to Endor and like this like
well,
busted
and
Death Star.
well, and didn't the Death Star like it blew up into into atoms? So remember,
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
like and like I mean like yeah, you didn't see like a huge piece going into, and like that would have actually like destroyed like half the mantle of that moon, right? If you have like a chunk that size falling at like like high speed, if it
Right.
doesn't burn all to them, it would be like a freaking comet. And like the comet that killed the dinosaurs was like the size of like like not even that big, the size of like I don't know, like like a hill or something. Imagine a freaking like moon size like chunk of Death Star, like
Well,
like
well, and
falling into
I mean, this is it,
what
and I mean, the throne room just happens to be like pretty much
intact,
intact.
intact. I
Oh,
know what, like if that chunk actually felt like what did it have?
man.
Did it have like parachutes? Like how slow? Like how slow is the gravity on this moon? Like it makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, that like
Oh,
it's like a perfectly cut like chunk of the Death Star. And what I mentioned to you the
well, no,
last time.
I mean, the chunk is huge. Like when we see Rey when she takes that boat to the Death Star and
Yeah,
is climbing
yeah.
up like
No,
through the
it's
wreckage,
pretty massive.
it's
What I'm telling you,
huge.
it's
Like,
pretty massive. And what I'm telling you, like, I mean, if it was that solid not to break apart, it would make a gigantic crater. Like, everything just looks fine, right? Like, and like,
ah,
and what I said to you, she has like an ancient Sith dagger, but it actually that like it's supposed to be lost, like for the past 3,000 years, whatever. But it actually lines up with the ruins of the Death Star that's been only there like, for like what, like 20 years, like how does that make sense?
well, I guess it would be 30 years, right? So like,
Well, anyways,
yeah,
like, well,
yeah. I think that's the time that passed from Return of the Jedi
yeah, from
to
Return to, yeah, so the Battle of
yeah.
Yavin to, from Yavin to now, yeah. But anyways,
Oh
20, 30,
man.
30 years, like, how does that work out? Like, you see, like, as soon as you stop and you question this movie in particular, though, like, this one is the worst. Like, nothing makes sense. Like, like, uh, and it's like, oh, like, let's go get a thing to get a thing to get a thing. Like, like nothing set up, right? It's like, you're like, wait,
Well, and
what
then
is that?
there's
Like,
3PO, like they have to wipe his mind, and like it's that whole like,
well, you know what's
tense
funny? Like,
moment, and he's like I'm taking one last look at my friends, and then his memory is wiped. He's like he doesn't remember anything, right? But then all of a sudden R2 like backs him up, and it's like he's right back to
but
normal. Like
they wasted that. That was his moment. Like, the only few, like, drama moments,
oh
like good moments that this movie could have had was that, and like Chewie getting blown up. That actually, I'm like, I felt something. I'm like, oh shit, like Chewie died. But no, they were just bringing back up like 10 minutes later. It's like no one
yeah.
can die in this movie. It's like, oh, I'm like, come on, come on, like, give us that at least, like some dramatic moment, like something, right? But like,
So I mean,
not even.
and also like in The Last Jedi, that one scene where there's like Kylo Ren is like he has Leia on target, like she's on the bridge of that one ship, but then the other two TIE fighter pilots, they shoot the bridge out. She goes into space,
Mary
and then
Poppins, like,
uses the Mary Poppins, but
well,
also Admiral Akbar is like killed in that. It's like why would you kill Admiral Akbar? Like, he's a side character anyways. He's a fan favorite, but
it's like,
like,
who
th-
cares? Yeah,
th-
why
th-
kill him?
there's no need to kill
Nope,
him. Like
at all.
Leia should have been killed there.
It would have,
To be
yeah, it would
honest.
have been so dramatic, and like, it would have just, like, given so much gravitas to Kylo, right? It's like, oh well, he killed his mom, like that. How bad is that? Like, you as an audience would definitely feel something, right? It's like, oof, like, like, but I mean, like, Disney, like, Mickey didn't have the balls to do this, but that would have been great. You see,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
that would have been great. Something else that I mentioned to you last time, like, have Ray, like, be the Sith guy, at least for a movie. Like, okay, like, I know you don't have the balls to make her the bad guy, but like, make her go dark, at least have that movie. Imagine that movie,
that would
like,
be
it
awesome.
would be so awesome. And like, what I said, like, okay, like, I understand you don't have the balls to, like, and you have to please your audience, okay? Like, don't make her the bad guy till the end, but have her maybe turn, like, like, have her hesitate, and like, she's new with the Force, like, have her be a Sith, maybe, like, halfway to the last movie, and then bring her back, right, to the light. And like, it would have been such a good payoff, right? Like, you're like, oh my god, she went dark, and like,
Yeah,
perfect
yeah,
drama,
exactly,
right? Like,
exactly.
and like, maybe have Kylo actually, like, Kylo, like, kind of have the roles reversed, right? And have Kylo be the good guy. Like, he flips. He's like, no, no, this is way too dark. Like, I'm gonna do it for my mom, whatever. Maybe if he kills his mom, he has like an awakening, like he turns sides, and like, he has to bring her back. That would have been so cool. And like, and you can still have them both be good and not be stupid cheesy like they did it, right? Like, random, with just kiss at the end. Actually have some
Uh
drama, right? Like, have some real connection. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would have
yeah,
been.
yeah.
Imagine him bringing her back, like, from the dark to the light. It would have made him really awesome. It would have made her, like her very complex, right? And like, also they bitch about gender, like, oh, like, you always feel like give like the roles to the men. I know. Imagine having the female protagonist actually go bad for a while. Like, that's cool. Like, I mean, you don't
It really would
you
have
only
been
see that with
awesome.
guys. Yeah, would have been amazing. Like,
Yeah,
what a
yeah.
wasted opportunity there.
So many wasted opportunities. Yeah. You know what, like, yeah.
But like, yeah,
So I mean, this is why I liked Rogue One, because in the end they die, right? Like, I mean,
that's
the
that's my
Diego,
favorite. That's my
that's my
favorite
favorite.
movie of the
Me
new
too.
ones. Like, it's,
I
and like,
agree.
like,
It's so good.
actually, what I love about Star Wars at the beginning, right, was like the way the universe kind of looked like so lived in, right? Like, everything was so
Yeah, yeah,
gritty, and like, like, how in Star Trek, like, all these ships are like, like, spick and span, and like,
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
sanitized, and like, perfectly, like clean, like, all these perfect angles. But in Star Wars, like, like, all the tech, and like, all the vehicles stuff, like, they're all banged up. They have like scratches, and like, like, the cannons are like, like, tied up with like some random, like tape or something, like some adhesive stuff, whatever. What I mean? Like, I love that. Like, I
yeah,
love that
yeah.
kind of world building. Like, you're showing me, like,
And
oh, no, 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 they're
so
at
I
war,
mean,
right?
So I mean, Carlo, we do get that in Rogue One.
Exactly,
I mean,
and that's why I like it so much, though, because
it's
I mean,
so good. It's so
yeah,
like that to me. That's actually my favorite Star Wars.
of all of them.
Well, my favorite Star Wars before that was A New Hope. But
Okay.
now, if you think about it, you can't watch A New Hope
No,
without
it's
watching
ruined
Rogue
now. Well,
One.
it's not, but I feel like New Hope. I mean, like the whole
So,
the OG trilogy is ruined.
A New Hope, and Rogue One like flow together.
Oh, so well, and like like
Yeah,
people bitch about the ending, like having Vader kick ass. I love that. That
it
was
was awesome.
incredible.
It was
Oh,
so
it's
good.
because like you know how badass is Vader, right? Like they always kind of tell you, like in the prequels you kind of see him turn bad, whatever. But like as Vader, right? Like not just emo Anakin. No, as Vader, you never seen him being a fucking badass. Like he just has this menacing aura, right? And like some people argue, well, that's like seeing Yoda using a lightsaber, like it kind of like breaks the mysticism. But no, this guy was actually a fucking badass. Like that was, it's not like
Oh yeah,
it's not like Yoda that Yoda was like a the kind of sentinel Jedi, right? He was like he would use the force in like passive ways, like meditate and more like like more like the telekinesis kind of powers. Like Yoda was never like a dueler, right? He was never that in the canon, right? But
yeah.
Anakin was an actual duder. He was like a he was in the front lines. He had like a lot of battle experience, so he's a badass. And like of course I want to see him as Vader, like kicking ass. And like seeing that is amazing. I clapped, man. I was so happy. That was great.
Yeah, it was great. It really was great. Like the entire movie, I thought was a masterpiece.
Well, the
Yeah,
tone. I don't know what people hate on these movies. Like I love the tone. Like, the tone is it's what I said. Like it's dark. It's gritty. Like like this culture in this galaxy is like a war culture, right? Like I feel like we see that head on here, and like I'm always like no, like why I like Star Wars actually. I'm telling you, like the whole expanded universe, because I always like that. Like I want to see like 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 the grunts, right? Like that's what I like about it. Like I don't want to see like the royal family, like the royal bloodlines. Like no, fuck that. Like I want to see like the war aspect, right? And like I always
exactly.
and that's what I like the most when I read in the books, the extended universe and all of that. Like I like when like you follow some random pilot, right? Or like some like let's say I read one of these books where like Han Solo has like a smuggler contact, right? Like he's kind of helping him, but he's also kind of double crossing him, and you see this random guy. Anyway, I love that, right? When it's a random, like the randos, right? And like this
Yeah,
movie's that, right? It's that, like it's like the ones behind it, like the big events, like like the ones that no one notices, but actually have like a big influence. Like I always love that kind of character in a story, and you have many here. And like I love the acting. I find it really well, like for what it is, though. Um, and like the whole art direction and like the effects, like
so
what I said to you, like everything looks so lived in, and like it really feels alive, like organic. This the planets they visit. Go ahead.
Carlo, did you read the James Luceno um did you read the James Luceno Star Wars Catalyst? It's like the prequel to
Yeah,
Rogue
yeah,
One.
I read that. I
You
read
re-
that. I read
the
it.
one that you read that. What
Yeah,
did you
I read it.
think?
It's like Gene Erso, like Gene Erso's dad's story,
Yeah,
basically.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you like it?
You know what? Oh, I read a bunch of those books in preparation for that, and they're kind
Yeah.
of garbage. But that one is the one I like the most.
Yeah.
Um, because it's very focused, right? And like what I'm telling you, like I like the little people, right? Like the small, like the small players, right? Like that's what I like to see, right?
Yeah.
And like in this, right? Like you have like some random scientist, right? Like what I said, he plays a big role, but he's not high up on the hierarchy, right? Like he's more like a higher scientist, right? Like a consultant in a way, right? Like, and you follow this guy, right? You don't follow the evil, the maniacal dude who's like like directing the construction of the Death Star. No, you follow the scientist, who's
Right.
hired, on the side, right? And like his family and like their life on the and like like, and you see through them like how the galaxy is at war, right? Because it affects them, right? Like they have to fucking run, right? Like they have to leave everything and like run because like their planet is getting overrun by like the enemy troops, like, and they have to fucking like run with their daughter in their hands, and just in like in at some point they have to leave her in a hole or something. Like that's so awesome.
Yeah.
That's like
It was
holy
awesome.
shit.
So I mean,
Did you
I
read it
loved.
too?
I
Did
read
you
the
read the
book.
book too?
I
Oh
bought
shit!
it
Get
and I
out of
read it.
here!
Yeah,
Oh,
I read
it's a
it.
it's a nice book too, eh? It's a black book, like a black cover, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful book, man.
I
Yeah,
it's
I
so
bought it
good.
too.
Yeah,
No,
it's so good because like I loved Rogue One. Like, but so
no, but
have
you know what's
have
funny?
you watched?
I read the book before the movie, right? And like I
Right,
had no
me
idea
too.
that I had no idea that Jean Erso was what would be like the protagonist. So I lost my shit. You know, I went with a friend, like she's another like Star Wars nerd, and like I had read the book, and like I told her like read it, and she's like nah nah like and like I was
It
so
definitely
like
made
blown away.
it made
Way
the movie
much better
much
though.
better
Yeah,
for sure,
absolutely.
definitely.
But I'm telling you, I freaked out when like I'm like, oh my god, that's Jin, and like you know, like she's like the movie, it's her movie. I was like, holy fuck! I flipped out because I didn't know.
Yeah,
Um, yeah.
it was so good. And then have you watched Andor, the Cassian Andor? It's on Disney Plus.
No, I haven't. After there was a whole beef with Gina Carano, I got really mad at Disney. So I'm like, fuck Star Wars. I'm done. Like,
So Carlo, the Andor series, so it's like season 1 is on Disney Plus.
do you
Um
recommend it? Ah, I fuck Disney, man.
I actually, if you liked Rogue One, you would like it.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? It would actually be like a good mental break because all I do is like read
So
some politics. So
it's essentially Cassian Andor's story.
that's like
Ha
origin story or
origin. So like how
oh
he
okay.
so it's like his origin, how he came to be um aligned with the rebellion, and like I enjoyed it. So you might not, but because I liked Rogue One, and if you liked Rogue One,
No,
um,
I mean what I'm
it
telling you,
it
I did like
flows
Rogue One
well.
though.
It,
I
it, it,
that's the only like to me it's the only redeemable thing of like the Disney Star Wars era. It was just Rogue One and like you know
Absolutely, I agree.
to me just like reading that book before like everything just it was like a like when things happen just the right way where like I read that book and like I was reading to it at that point like and what I told you like what I like from Star Wars is what that movie is like the war aspect and like what I said like the whole war culture and like
Right.
like that like
Well, I also liked like how in the book they developed director Krennic, and
oh
like
yeah
how well he like moved into Rogue One. Like, I mean, Krennic is a badass in the book. Like, that book is about as much as about Galen
well,
Erso as it is about
it
Krennic, right?
well it's like the kind of power play right where like you have always like Krennic like you try to influence Galen to like like do the work and like but they have this kind of like like psychological like warfare game going on right like it's so brilliant
Yeah,
it's such a
yeah.
I like that it's like an intelligent villain right he's not like a like Hulk smash villain right he's not like like a thug right no he's a like really smart like kind of um this guy knows how to move in like like his society right like he's like in the military and like he's also like a
He's
like a
ambitious. Yeah, yeah.
ambitious he's like as like he knows how to communicate right like he has like a vision right he has like a clear vision and like he won't stop at anything until his vision is like like realized and like in what I'm telling you is he's not like a dumb villain he's not a villain like oh like I want to take over like the world whatever no he it's his personal like kind of self achievement right that yeah it might be a bit crazy but like when you have that like in this war culture like it makes a lot of sense right to have someone like this right where like his achievement would be like a yeah something like to to contribute to like the war culture right like what more than like the perfect weapon right and like but what I said like the way he's written though that because I find like all these cheesy villains that are just kind of like like mustache twirling villains. I'm like, why this guy's just evil? Like he's an asshole, whatever, fuck it. But this guy's it's very focused and like it's like what I said. Like he doesn't just like kind of stomp around, like with using his power. He's kind of he's very fluid, right? Like he knows how to talk. He knows like
like how to influence people, where to manipulate, right? Like it's so well
Yeah.
written.
So Carlo, check out Andor on Disney Plus, or like, I guess if you are gonna download it from wherever you get it, check it out. It's I mean, I enjoyed it, right? So like, you
Does it
know,
have the same like aesthetics though, as the movie?
absolutely,
Oh damn! Just for that, I might watch it. You know,
absolutely.
I watched the Mandalorian just because I liked it. Like I like the aesthetics a lot, but like honestly, like I didn't love that show. Like it was it was like a Western space, which I love, but like the whole Baby Yoda thing just got like a
Yeah,
bit
yeah,
cheesy,
yeah, 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 yeah.
and I don't know. Like I remember just kind of getting bored. Or like like me, it was kind of me watching the show. Where like near the end, it's like, oh, Baby Yoda, yay! Oh, Baby
So
Yoda, yay! But like then it's like, uh,
so I won't give too much away about Andor, but like Mon Mothma plays a role, and what's the guy's name? He's in what's his name? Hang on one sec. Um, that Stellan Skarsgård. Um, he plays quite a big role, so it's like, quite honestly, I think you would like it, Carlo. The aesthetic is the same as Rogue One. Um, the story is like quite interesting. Um, seriously, check it out. It's I think you would enjoy it.
no, I know I'll enjoy it. It seems like me, I'm more like boycott Disney, right? Because I'm so mad at them for the Gina Carano thing. But like
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I like even like some people like kind of like yeah, like they hate everything like Disney. Like I actually like Rogue One a lot, and like that book, and like and there is a book of the new Star Wars books. It's called Bloodline. I don't know if you know about it. That
I'm not familiar with it. No.
it's basically telling like the story of like Leia. Like I really like that book, and like yeah, it's kind of cheesy, and like it's I mean the new Disney canon kind of sucks, but like that was a well written book that I'm like, oh, interesting. Like I don't know, like I do like Star Wars a lot, but like
Yeah, yeah.
after the Gina Carano thing, and like because I mean I'm so against Disney that I'm like, and I'm just thinking like
So
like
I get that, but like, so I mean, Andor is like brand new. So like, I mean, I just like the Cassian character, as well. Like, I think Diego Luna does a great job. Like I just like the character too. It's like he's a character that's been through some things. He's like conflicted about what he's had to do, and this provides the origin story. Um,
it's K2SO in it, the android. No, right? Probably
no,
not.
no, he's not in it. He's
Do,
not
do,
in it.
do, do you know that's Alan Tudyk, right? Like the guy from Firefly. Did you know this?
Yeah, 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 yep, yep,
Okay, yeah, you know that.
yep, yeah. And I have the comic book of like how he became united with K2SO. It's
Oh, sick.
he was on this planet, and like there were these other two like characters with him, and like K was like protecting the like they were gonna rob something from the Empire, and then these two like kind of reprogram him so that, like, on the spot.
Wait,
And
who
then
hacks him? Who hacks K?
there's these like there's these two characters that are with Cassian. So K is like he's the Imperial Guard, but like they get behind him and they like rewire like the circuitry in the back of his head, and then that's how he like comes on their side. I have the
You
comic
know,
book somewhere. It's
you know
been a
what?
while since I read
Just
it.
like what I think I told you. Like I don't know. We're talking about Firefly. Like like that is my guilty pleasure. Okay, like stories where like you have a band of misfits, on a spaceship or a ship, right? And like mostly they're kind of reluctant, right? Like they're like reluctant heroes. Like they just kind of wanna be like 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 remain like underground. They don't want to they
Okay,
want to
Carlo,
like say like
you gotta
low
watch and
profile,
you gotta
but
watch
but but
Andor.
but they end up being pulled out into like a like a huge thing like reluctantly, right? Like I know it's a cheesy like story like archetype, but I just if I would tell you how many stories of these I read, like I look for this, right? I would go on lists. I'm like, okay, like misfit crew, like end up like mix up in like big plot, right? And there are lots of these books, right? Or like movies, and I always watch. I don't know why, man. It's like it's my guilty
So,
pleasure.
so I mean, if you like that, I think Andor is right up your alley. I'm not gonna spoil it, but
Yeah, that's why I like Firefly so much. To be honest, like it's just the format of this show. Like I know that this show is like like even the acting is not like 100% on Firefly, and the effects are like man, but like like I feel like that same story, like yeah, it's really fun to me.
yeah, totally.
Have
Yeah.
you do you know about no, you probably don't know this. Anyways, there is a series of books that it's like that. Actually, it makes you think a lot of Firefly and Star Wars. Um, that they were actually making a TV show of this thing. I wonder if they did.
I don't know.
But anyway, yeah, I'll
Yeah.
probably watch it if you. So is this show just that though? Like Captain like Cassian Andor just like roaming the galaxy on his spaceship with his crew?
No, there's a bit more to it than that. Like,
It's a tie really hard to like the main like storyline of like the Star Wars movies or loosely.
um, it ties to Rogue One quite a bit.
Okay, no, that's good because I like Rogue One. I just like I'm pretty sick of like the Star Wars.
So
Sorry, the
it
Skywalker.
it takes place 5 years before Rogue One. Um,
Wait, and how many episodes is it? Is it still ongoing or it's
uh,
done?
no. It's there's 10 episodes to season one. It came out September 2022, and oh, they're saying the rest. Yeah, September and then November.
Did you watch the Solo movie?
I did.
And what's the
I
verdict?
I didn't mind it, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't mind it.
Well,
I
I mean,
was like,
if you manage to see anything, because that movie they filmed it through like a fucking badass asshole. Like you don't see anything on
yeah,
the movie.
yeah. I mean, I like the train heist where they were like with like Woody Harrelson. Like, you know, I didn't mind that part. And like,
That
I
that
thought it.
that's that like the movie. I feel like if it wasn't Han Solo origin story, would be a great sci-fi movie. Even like in the Star Wars universe, imagine just some random like, or I don't know. Even if it was just like I wish it wasn't so like Solo because like knowing Han's origin sucks. Like I mean, it to me it like killed all the mystery because that was the cool part to me, right? It's like well, he's on smuggler and like it's cool to like speculate like like okay, how like probably like like some badass like like trying to make his own life. But I feel like he just all this whole plot that it's all tied to like Darth Maul. I'm like you have to ruin
So
it.
I mean I get what you're saying with that.
No,
But
because like this.
rest assured that in Andor, the origin story of Cassian Andor, it actually does work. Like,
But you know what I'm telling you? Like this idea in Star Wars, like everything has to be tied together, right? Even if it's a fucking huge galaxy full of like millions and millions of like billions of like planets and